11K on Europe is crazy because you're right. It's crazy because you're right. Hi, everyone. Hey. Hey. Hey, what's up? What are we doing? Hey. Hey, hi. Hey, hi. Hey. Hold on, let me get... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There we go. I'm emerging. Hold on. I'm emerging. Why are you hiding? I'm emerging slowly. It's like for like aura and stuff, right? It's for aura and like, ooh, here he comes. Like they're playing some funk in the background. It's like bum, 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 bum. And then I show up. Hey, everyone. What's up? Hi, everybody. My name is Sclimbo from Sox VTubing Agency, certified self-improvement VTuber, and your little guy. Welcome, everybody, to Thursday. I am feeling great today, except for the fact that my tummy hurt. But it's okay. We stream either way. I think I ate something bad. And I'm only noticing in the last 10 minutes or so. Uh-oh. But I hope we're okay. Is it a long winter this year, Patuxtani Phil? Nah, winter's over. You're so brave. Thanks, Queso. I'm streaming through tummy hurt, so I'm very brave. Your signal's so bad. No, leave me. By the way, everybody, welcome to Slovakia. We are, in fact, today in beautiful Trenčín, Slovakia. I don't know how to pronounce that. Trenčín? Something like that. I don't know how to pronounce the C with the thing on it. Well, welcome to Europe, everyone. Slovakia. A big GeoGuessr today. Somebody put a lot of points on that, and you have been proven correct, which is crazy. What a call. What a call. Like, you couldn't have known beforehand, so damn. You ate something bad today? Yeah, well, okay. I didn't eat anything off the floor this time. I just maybe ate some... I don't know what it was. It could have been the gacha. It could have been the bakery gacha, because I did get some bread that was expiring today that I was going to put in the freezer, and I did get a little hungry, and I had a nibble of it without cooking it when I was in my car. So maybe it's that, but I only had a nibble. It shouldn't be able to hurt me. It's directly proportional to how much I eat. It can't hurt me, right? But I don't think there was anything in the woods. I didn't eat any like leaves today. I didn't eat any like grass or herbs from the woods today. So, hey, Zap, what's going on? Welcome in, everybody. Welcome to Thursday, where we have our usual fitness talk. We talk about topics. We play some stuff. Been a while since we did some GeoGuessr, so I think we should just do some general GeoGuessr later after the fitness talk. And then I might be feeling some Emerald Blitz runs or Emerald Rogue runs today, like towards the end. It's been a while, and there's a lot of new versions of Emerald Blitz that are out that change a lot of things. So we might do that like way later on. I do have an idea for tomorrow too. It might be more Pokemon, but I had a really good idea, mostly because I'm stealing the idea. I saw it online and I'm stealing it, so it's not my idea, but it is now. Hey, Polly, do you normally eat random leaves from the woods? Like, only sometimes, if they're the really good ones. Oh no, rules. Yeah, we have rules now. That's an update, because the mods kept hitting me with hammers to put actual rules in chat. So we have rules now in chat. You gotta follow them, all right? Or else I will personally come destroy you. I'll send you to the Shadow Realm myself. Realistically, though, what it really means is if you break the rules too much, it's gonna be really embarrassing. I'm gonna DM you and I'm gonna be like, hey, can you not? And it's gonna be really embarrassing. All right, so you gotta follow the rules, or else I'll come embarrassingly DM you and chide you myself. All right, not just the mods. I'll do it too. Don't think I won't. And the mods right now might be like, no, Sclimbo, don't say that. That's our job. No, I'm doing it too. I'll also come and chide you if you break the rules. And it's going to be really embarrassing and awkward for both of us. They're selling a freaking workout bike thing. It's called Nourished. It's like a little bike thing, 1K, a whole band. Oh, yeah. You don't need to spend on... I know like people like Peloton, but you don't need to spend all that money. Get a normal bike. Don't press the puppy button. We don't talk about that. Also, everyone, if you would look down in the left corner here, you might notice the Sclim meter has slightly filled more. And I will say this. I think that the general date has been set in stone. I believe we have our date, more or less. Like within maybe a period of like 4 days, we have our date, I believe. So it is happening. It is happening. Yeah, the meter is up. The meter is up. Yeah, see, I know you want me to slide into your DMs, but it's not a good slide in your DMs. Like, rather than, I'm just going to come there and I'm going to be like, hey, can you cut that out? I'd really appreciate it. Thanks. Right? Oh, Lordy, I'm about to bust. Yeah. I'm very excited for that. We have so many cool things coming. 2.0 is going to be crazy. We have so much to debut during 2.0, right? Not just whatever's coming there that I can't spoil, obviously. But, you know, at the same time, we're going to be launching virtual training. We're going to be launching IRL content. Speaking of which, I started to put some of the IRL equipment that we need up on Throne. So we've begun that process. Now the Switch 2 is funded. By the way, videos should have gone out. Thank you, videos, for everyone who funded the Switch 2. So if you funded the Switch 2 and you did not get an email, thank you, with a video, Please let me know. It should have gone out to everyone, but the site is finicky. I'm also a little worried because that's been processing for like 10 days. I don't know why Throne hasn't like ordered it yet, and I don't have like shipping yet, but it just says processing, and it's been that way for like 10 days. So a little worried about that, but I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Hey, Sclim, are there any workouts you can recommend that might target the side of your abdomen? Ah, you mean your obliques. That's good for like Russian twists and stuff like that. You can get a medicine ball, do some twists. That's generally pretty good for that. Obliques are kind of hard to do. Obliques are kind of hard to do though, but twisting motions really help. And like reaching with one side and then another side type action, you know? Sclimbo Evolution coming soon? Yeah, well, I can't tell you when, but I know that there is now a date within like 4 or 5 days. You know, like before I had a general timeline, but it was like malleable, I guess I would say. Now it is just one of those days. Now I think we're down to like, you know, maybe like 5-day range on what the date is, right? Like there's like a week that I think it's going to happen within, and we're pretty confident it will happen within. You know? Is chasing chickens good cardio? Yeah, I'd say so. The best cardio is whatever gets your heart rate up, right? They have an old Kenmore sewing machine with OG parts and pressers. Nice. Also, we got to give a shout out. It's clearly been 100 streams. Frost is the first one, I believe, to hit it. 100 stream check-in. Wow. Thank you so much for that. And I think we actually made a mistake at the beginning of last month when we talked about 6 months. I actually think this is 6 months, like today, pretty much, because we debuted on November 8th, right? And so November to December, December to January, January to February, February to March, March to April, April to May. That's 6 months. So we've just completed 6 months, basically today or tomorrow. So this, I would say, is the 6-month anniversary. I think we got it wrong before, but I'll probably put that in for tomorrow or something. So 5 months, 28 days. Yeah, see, there we go. There we go. You don't got to thank me. Wait, Varn, thank you about what? I think donating as a guest since I was at work means no email for me. It should have been sent to your email because I think you have to have an email to do it, right? So if you attach an email to Throne, it should have been sent there because it said it's sent to all 17 people. So you can only offer 70. That's all right. You're getting there. You're getting there. You'll hit 100 Monday. Yeah, we'll be hitting a lot of streaks coming soon. Like, I think Orpheus is also at 99. So tomorrow, Orpheus is going to get a hundo. And then we should have 100 streaks coming within the next few days as well, not just the check-ins. Yo, what's up, Big Gay Mikey? What's your model based on? Honestly, just like, I'm a VTuber who came out of the factory a little bit early. I'm a bit underbaked. So that's kind of what it is. But I do have a Fred Durst hat on right now. Anyway, let me welcome everybody in. We haven't done that yet. So let's welcome everyone in for the day. We got a lot to talk about, a bunch of fun topics today, updates and such, and then things to do later. All right, let's see here from the top. Welcome in Amelia, Binka, Ayoto, Tufo, Frost. Let's see, Farrell. Did I say Ayoto? I did. Foxtrot, Stay Bright, A12, Orpheus, Peopler, Shadow Bendith, Cerd, Gob. What's up, Cerd and Gob? What's going on? Zabraf, Heroic, Woozer, Owen, Leafy, Dragon, Little Crow, Mint, Tyler, Pink Wonderlin, Mario, Bogo, Mune, Queso, Zeplander, Double A, Wafflix, Goin, and Varn. Welcome in everyone. How we doing? You got to trot along, sadly? Hey, no problem, Fox. Appreciate the lurkies. It was buried in your promotions folder? Yeah, it might go to, like, spam email. Just make sure you check that. Hi, howdy. Hi. Oh. All right, let's get the marshmallow link pinned. Mint, if you could go ahead, please, and pin the marshmallow link for me, or if any mod's available to do that for the day. Of course, for those who might be new to the stream who are lurking right now, I am a fitness professional. I run a gym in real life. On Thursdays, we always do fitness and nutrition AMAs towards the beginning of stream. So if you have any questions, feel free to submit them there. They will be anonymous, and I will answer them as we go. We actually already have 2 that have come over the last few days, but we're going to yap for a little bit as we accrue some, and then we will get into them as per usual. Always, I will say we are doing that. That is not something that we're never, I think, ever going to end, right? Like, the thing about it is, regardless of what we decide to do content-wise, I'm going to make sure there's always a spot for people to ask questions about fitness, because that's very important. I think it's like one of the most important things I do on stream is, like, obviously entertain people and be a silly guy and jump around screen and yap like that, but helping where I can with fitness and nutrition. So we are always going to have a segment for that is not money-gated or anything like that, you know? Oh yeah, thank Binka. Teamwork. We love to see mod teamwork. All right, let's go over what's going on. First things first, I do apologize for yesterday. I mentioned there might be a evening stream in Discord for the subscribers on Wednesday. Did not have time for that. Oh my God. Yesterday, I was so busy. So yesterday, I woke up at like 6 a.m. and I went out the door immediately, right? And I had to get all my groceries. I had to do like 3 hours of meal prep for all my food for the week. I had to clean my whole house and bathroom. I had to clean my whole gym, do my laundry, mow the lawn, weed the lawn, get a suit for a wedding this weekend, and edit shorts. It was like, oh, I didn't finish until like 4 p.m. Like it was go, go, go from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. And then I was so tired at the end of it. I almost fell asleep in my chair. I was like, just watching YouTube, like drooling on myself. So sorry about that, but we got a lot done. Yeah, it's like Wednesday is always my real life chore day, and then Sunday is my VTuber chore day, right? Where we schedule everything. Have you thought about getting your nutritionist license? I would love to, Polly. Honestly, I'd love to do like the 4-year degree thing for that. The problem is obviously money and time. That's really the big barrier, but I'd like to do it at some point. That's for sure. That's for sure. But yeah, I do apologize for that. Yesterday, we just had too much. But to be fair, you're going to see a lot of me this week. We got to stream today. We got to stream tomorrow. We have a stream on Saturday and on Sunday. I don't think I'm going to be live for those, but I will be on other people's channels. So we're doing a lot. And obviously the big SVA Maid collab is on Sunday. So please check in that. I've been practicing. I've been screaming Moe Moe Kyun in the forest. So get yourself ready for that. Get yourself ready. Also, yeah, it's a lot of moolah. I've been working on something that I got a little help in the beginning of pre-stream on, which is I'm trying to make a manual like meter for stream called the Sclimbo Doesn't Starve meter, and it's going to replace the sub goal meter. That's going to be like I know we talked on Tuesday about like going full time and stuff like that. I've been doing the math. I tested it out a little bit this week, and I've been way more productive already. And I think it's viable. So I'm going to make a meter that instead of the sub meter is just kind of like a Sclimbo Doesn't Starve meter. That's a monthly thing. But, you know, because I have to manually track that among donos and bits and subs and like actual SVA, like sponsor income and stuff like that, it needs to be manual. So you'd be surprised. I had a hard time finding a manual bar that you just put a percentage point in and it shows on screen. I did get some help from Total Loss and Aoto in pre-stream though. So I should be able to set that up for tomorrow and get that going. But I do want to stress that is not like a guilt trip meter, right? Like this is something I'm attempting. It's not like it's not a I die if I don't meet the goal thing, right? Like we're jokingly saying like Sclim doesn't starve meter. It just is going to be a meter that tracks like, yeah, I am making my monthly expenses or not. You know, if I go under, it's not the end of the world. I'll just, you know, that's, you know, it just means I'd be under. It just means I'd be under. But like, I can always go back to training. So we shouldn't, you know, get too, I don't want to guilt trip anyone with it, right? Is what I want to say, right? It's not like a, you need to fill this meter or I explode. It's just to see if it happens, you know? But I do want a visual tracker for that so people know how close I am and such. Found a cute little box that says Death Before Dishonor. Are you at like a what's it called, like a flea market or something? I hit 100. There were 1 or 2 streams that got broken, so I got an extra point or 2. Right, that's fair. That's fair, Frost. Hey, Swordfish, what's going on? What's going on? So yeah, that's what's going on. Also, it's finally mower season, everybody. You know what that means. We get to listen to every second now. I love that so much. I love like lawns that people don't use, and they have to be perfectly manicured for some reason and displace all the native species, and nobody uses them, and all they're there to do is look pretty, and mowers are there to be loud. I love that. That's my favorite thing ever. Angry. Yeah. It's crazy because it's like, I want to throw rocks at anybody who starts doing that at like 7 a.m. It's like, what are you actually doing? Go get a hobby. Like, you know, maybe there's circumstances where somebody has to be up at 7 a.m. mowing the lawn. They don't have a choice. Most of the time, I'm like, please go get a hobby. Please go get a hobby. They don't even look pretty. I think they're boring. I think manicured lawns are like, you know, aesthetically, they're fine, I guess, but flowers are way prettier. Hey, Etu, what's going on? Flowers are way prettier. Well, it's cool before the sun comes out. Yeah, sure is. Do it in the evening. Do it in the evening instead when I'm not asleep, please. Yeah, lawnmower season goes forever. Well, the problem is like, especially in New England, right? You don't get to enjoy spring that much because there's like a very limited time of spring, and then it becomes everything is construction and you can't go anywhere. And then it becomes mower season, right? And then mosquitoes come. So it's like, there's like a month period you get to enjoy it before they decide to do construction forever, infinitely, that they do every single year and never actually change anything. And then you get mowers and then mosquitoes. And it's like, well, all right. There's a point in the year where I just don't get to go in the woods anymore because I'll get eaten alive. So it's Street Sweeper season 2. Yeah, Street Sweeper. The evening still has all the heat radiating down the earth from the day. Morning's best time to mow. Well, I don't get me wrong. Like mowing, yeah, morning is the best time to mow. You could do it at 8 or 9. You don't have to do it at 6 or 7. You really don't. Although I do remember something absolutely wild that happened last winter. I got woken up at 2 a.m. by somebody running a snowblower, like outside my window. I was like, what are you actually doing blowing snow at 2 a.m.? It's still snowing. What are you doing? That's crazy. So, yeah. 6, 7? Yeah, going 6, 7. 6, 7. But yeah, that's mower season. Oh well. Tragic. I'm gonna always push for natural lawns and like cool wildflowers and stuff like that instead. That's just way cooler. It's way cooler. There's ticks probably, but not that many. Not that bad. If you use your lawn, it's one thing though. Like people who have like dogs who use the lawn and kids who use the lawn, but most people who have nice lawns don't. Nah, they're just chilling. You've shoveled at 2 a.m. before? Yeah, that's fine. Shoveling at 2 a.m. is fine, but I don't know why you're running a snowblower at 2 a.m. outside my window. That's pretty crazy work. That's pretty crazy work. The Street Sweeper episode of Cat Dog? I don't remember that one. The only like freak out episode I remember is the tunnel one of Thomas the Tank Engine, where there's like the scary train in the tunnel. That's pretty scary. That one's always pretty scary. My chickens use the yard and mow it. Yeah, I should just get a bunch of chickens to eat the grass for me. Good idea. That's a good idea. Do I see a Yomi? Do I see a Yomi? Hey, why is Yomi not showing up in my actual chat? Wait, what? What happened? I see Yomi's message, but I don't see it in my combined chat. What? That's weird. Oh, is it because it's Stream Streak message, right? I didn't see that part. Hi, Yomi. Sounds like my kind of alarm clock. Yeah. I mean, I'm usually up, but like, you know, they brick up the train alive. Yeah, kind of that one. Yeah, Stream Streak, it doesn't work in those. I didn't realize there was a Stream Streak. Hi, Yomi. How you doing today? How you doing, Yomers? I live in a place that allows flamethrowers to clear snow. Yes, my neighbors are doing that. I think I could do that too. Can we get a flamethrower? That would be pretty cool. We should get a flamethrower. Let's see what else happened. Oh, you all might have seen. Did you all see that Bettel won? Did you all see that Bettel won the Tumblr Jester Sexy Man contest? Big shout out to Gavis Bettel who won. We now win. We win these. Yeah, I'm not slow and steady, but priming for a little vacay and self-discovery. That's exciting, Yomi. I want to see you touch grass.
Your bit's huge.
Thank you so much for the bits, command flamethrower friend. Let's go, galvanized Benadryl. Yeah, so shout out to Bettel. I sent this to Bettel. Hold on. I sent this to Bettel to congratulate him. Photoshop is my passion. I DM'd Bettel last night, and I was like, here, congrats. I love Gerber, baby. Yo, me too. So yeah, as you can see, like I said, yeah, Photoshop's my passion. You got Croaker there. There's the Croaker. Yeah, Gavin sweep. Bettel sweep. Shout out to God's blunder. Yeah, I spent way too much time trying to figure out how to make the states purple, but I couldn't do it, so I gave up. I was in your fever state yesterday when you sent me the Bettel picture. I thought I imagined it. No, I did that for real. I just DM'd him it. But, I mean, he liked it. It's a silly little thing, but I just wanted to send the congrats because that's huge. I mean, like, you know, it's cool. There's a lot, especially with what was going on with the Hollow Stars right now and stuff. It was good to get all the eyes from, like, Tumblr people on that contest and more people discovering VTubers and stars in general. That was pretty cool. So, I think it was a big win. I think it was a really good win. Bettel sweep. Why is it acting like I don't follow you? I don't know. What do you mean? Are you like not signed in? That might be why. No, you're signed in. I see your name, Leafy. Weird. Other things to talk about really quick. Hey, have you guys ever realized that Dollar Tree is kind of busted? It's kind of OP. Dollar Tree is kind of crazy. Kind of good. Did you see the alien conference going around? No, Polly, tell me more. That's right up my alley. But I got to give shout out to Dollar Tree. I love Dollar Tree. Yeah, I'm like, I used to go there for like all of my staples, for right, like the, you know, toilet paper and laundry detergent and stuff like that. At some point I stopped and I went again this morning because I was actually out like later than usual and it was open. And I was like, oh, wow, I forgot. Wait, no, this rocks. Like, I need to be hitting this more, right? We talk about the bakery gotcha where you can get things for cheap. Dollar Tree. Now, obviously, they do sell $3 things now. They do sell $5 things. But most things there are like $1.25 or $1.50. And like, it's some good stuff. Yeah, 99-cent store. There's some good stuff there. You can get toilet paper for $1.50. 4 rolls. That's kind of good. So I'm going to be exclusively getting all my house supplies from there from now on. I think the food at Dollar Tree, it sounds very like destitute to be saying the food at Dollar Tree slaps. I think there's some really good food deals at Dollar Tree, right? Really good food deals. Like I got a bag of like the what is the brand of pretzel? What's the big pretzel brand? The gold one. Is it Gold Mayer, Gold Standard? No, that's way. I don't remember what it is. Rolls Gold or whatever it is. Rolls Gold. It was just a giant, and Snyder's. Yeah, giant bag of Snyder's. It's like 9 servings of the little pretzel squares for like $1.25. That's pretty good for a snack. A lot of cool stuff. So I'm a big fan of Dollar Tree. So everyone, please check out Dollar Tree. They have some solid stuff. You can get detergent there, get some cleaning supplies, some toilet paper, even food sometimes. It was a bunch of Christian podcasters meeting with the government peeps to talk about disclosure. Oh, they did that once before. That happened during the Bush administration. There was, during the first Bush administration, they called in a bunch of philosophers and scientists. And this is a real story. And they were like, okay, let's run a test on if we think what would happen. Is it a good idea or not to disclose alien life? They didn't say it was real. They were just doing a thought experiment the government was running to bring all these people in and like do out the, you know, metagame of what would happen in society. Would it be a good idea? And they did kind of at the end determine it wouldn't be a good idea, but it does make you think. It does make you think. Love yourself more? Go in. I'd love myself more. But listen, Dollar Tree's affordable. We're in a beans and rice mindset. You know what I mean? It's a beans and rice mindset. Dollar Tree is really good diet apple juice. Yeah, they have yummy appy juice. They have the good one too, the sparkling one. I almost got some today. Would regular shopping at Dollar Tree be a recession indicator? If so, then I've been in a recession forever. Bidets are better, more sanitary than TP. Yeah, but bidets aren't enough, Big Gay Mikey. Listen, I'm gonna be so honest. If I'm gonna say this as say so as I can, but we're gonna need a fire hose. I don't know if there's a bidet strong enough. We need a combination. We need to be doing combos down there, all right? That ain't gonna work. Not alone. We need everything. Our frugal king. It's true. You can have fun spending less than $2. Also, I have a bidet. Trust. Let's see. It was advertised as Bible changing and reptilians were mentioned more than once. Oh my God. Nobody would care. They released those files not too long ago. They were like, yeah, probably aliens. No, but we're talking official disclosure, right? They were like running the scenario for the government coming out and being like, they're real. And this was during the first Bush administration though. And apparently this happened. You get your toilet roll in bulk from Costco like a regular person. I don't know if Costco numbers beat $1.50 for 4 rolls. $1.50. You have to let me know. Hey, what's up, Wink? Need the full JP toilet. I kind of do. They supplement, not replace TP. I agree. You definitely get your fiber. I sure get my fiber. Oh, I sure get my fiber. Don't worry, Big Gay Mikey. I get my fiber. I work hard for my fiber. I'd be eating lots of beans. Gotta get some Sola bagels. 30 grams of fiber per bagel. Get some of those. I get them from beans, though. Beans and apples are primarily where my fiber comes from. Yeah, I think people would probably just shrug about it these days. I think they'd be like, that's the craziest thing too, because I think there's a real world where people are like, aliens are real, and then you go to work the next day, which I could never do. I could never, ever do. I'd be freaking out for weeks and being like, this changes everything. But like, yeah, you'd be asked to go to work the next day, which is crazy. You got you on the keto bread? Yeah, that stuff rocks. I always say it shouldn't be anybody's only source of fiber, but it's great for fiber supplementing. It's really good for that, so... Hey, Sclim, here to lurk and work. I'm already confused. Joined to conspiracy theories, and I'm honestly here for it. Oh, yeah, well, we were talking about, Polly was saying that there was some sort of government disclosure meeting. I haven't seen anything about that. I was talking about an older, different one, though, where something that happened during the Bush administration in the 90s that, like, I think is confirmed. I'm pretty sure that that is a real thing. I think multiple people have talked about those meetings, and it was like public record or something, where they were like, it was just a theory. It was just like a theory game on how would the society respond if we did disclosure. Not saying things were real. It was just kind of like a game, right? Like they do with war games. So, you know. They have a whole like road worker outfit here. Could get up to some shenanigans. Damn. I mean, they didn't admit to aliens. They admitted to UFOs. The government did come out and say, hey, these are videos of things that the Navy and Air Force have released that we don't know what they are, and they're beyond our capabilities, and we don't know what they are. But that doesn't mean they said aliens. That just means they said unidentified flying objects, right? So I need a meeting with the government so they can disclose giving me $1 billion for being funky fresh and radical to the max. I should also get $1 billion for being funky fresh and radical to the max. Hey, Emmerich, what are you doing in my town? What do you mean? Is this your town? Wouldn't it be funny if I just slowly doxed all of chat? Okay, this is actually a good bet. You could never pull this off, but imagine if every time we did the lottery for what location I'm in, it's a chatter's hometown. And I just don't say anything. And it gets weirder every time it gets closer to their house. That would be really good. Yeah, the Sclim meter has gone up a good bit. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there for sure. Go on, Sclim, bet. Yeah, there's some people I could do it for. There's some people I could do it for. Google Maps just draws closer and closer. Yeah. But it's like spread out, right? So we do different people. Right? So on one day we would do one person, on another day we do another person, and then like a week later it'd be that place again but closer to their house. Right? So it's like a long game you're playing. It's over months approaching your location. You're already allowed another tuber to show the street where I live. That happened to me once. That happened to me once when I was in the factory. When I was in the VTuber factory, there was a time I clicked a broken Google Maps link while playing GeoGuessr, and it just immediately zoomed into my like neighborhood, and I was like, ah! But that got killed. Nobody can. That's not real anymore. Nobody can find that. And now we go live to this chatter's location. Wait, that's my house. Yeah, if they're all in on the bid, it would be fun. Yeah, obviously we wouldn't do that for real. Option that says in your street. I did think about adding that for Tuesday for Coruscant, where one of the options would just be straight up Coruscant. That would be pretty funny. It would be pretty funny. The chances of a wild Sclim at your door is never zero. That's true. That is true. It could happen at any moment. It could happen at any moment. Oh God, tummy hurt is becoming a problem. Not so much tummy hurt as, you know, other things. As other things. Star Wars, GeoGuessr, and backgrounds all of May. That would be cool, Yomi. That would be cool. Yeah, I'm gonna do my best here. We might have to take an early ad break, folks. Oh, we might have to take an early ad break, folks. Is the Bricket in a rush to get out? It might be trying to escape. Hold the line. Hold the line. Okay, here's a question. If I do an ad break, if I do an ad break closer to the hour, does it like do like 90 minutes pre-roll off? Like, does it stack if I do another ad break right now? Because I think I might need to. It does. Great to know. Okay, everybody, be back in 4 minutes. Sorry. I'll be right back. See you on the other side. Nobody, huh? Nobody's ever done that? Nobody? Are you sure? So, I don't know if I should maybe rescind my recommendation for eating a Dollar Tree or rescind my recommendation for eating the nearly expired discount bakery gotcha. Don't know which one of those I should rescind, but I think I should rescind one of them. All right, welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that. Oh, okay. All right, we're just gonna move on. We're gonna move on. All right, I'm gonna take a drink of water. I need to hydrate. Wait, there's a short out. You can't go back. Also, unfortunately, that didn't seem to turn. That didn't turn off pre-rolls for longer than what I was hoping was. That would mean, like, because we were only 30 minutes in, I was hoping that would mean 90 minutes of pre-roll off, but it still says 60 now. We just kind of reset the counter, so that's unfortunate. Sorry about that. I just, you know, I figured I'd run it then to save us some time because I was gone anyway. I think. Yeah, we're okay. We're okay. Everything's fine. Everything's great. Okay. With that out of the way, welcome back, everybody, to the fitness and nutrition stream. Yeah. I'm on my knees now, by the way. I'm kneeling in front of the stream now. I'm not sitting anymore. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's not get too detailed, huh? Weak in the knees. No, I'm in a prayer position, right? I'm at the altar right now. I'm on my knees praying. Hey, Div, welcome. You're the Shinji in the chair position? No, I'm kneeling on some pillows right now. Okay. Whoa. Wipes fingers across bench. You're keeping things pretty well kept around here. I do always clean my bench for you. I do a lot. I always clean my gym. Always. Sorry, Sclimbo, after that, I don't know how to feel about your streams. They've really gone down the toilet. Hey, Odo, I did see your other joke, by the way. Good job. Good job. Good job. All right, we're gonna answer fitness questions now, right? We'll keep yapping as we go, but you know, Flork told me recently, he was like, Sclim, just have a lot of fun when you're streaming, and boy do we. Kind of a shitty vibe. All right, let's answer some fitness questions. We got some. They've been coming in. Let's get them. Just a little cream freak. All right, let's see. We got 3 questions already. Marshmallow is pinned, so feel free to ask more as we go, but we're going to get hitting on a few of these while we got some time. I'll probably not go to another ad break for quite a while, just because I do apologize for that. I really don't like to have to run ads, but we might as well at that point because I was gone anyway. All right, here we go. All right, let's get some fitness questions up. Where are they? Can they be on screen? Hello? Hello? Where are they? What? They've changed their mind. Hold on. There we go. That's where they are. Yeah, health does come first. Yep. Luckily, I mean, one thing I will say, it's kind of like a Sclim bonus. A power of the Sclim body. Very good recovery. You know? It's like a fighting game recovery, right? Where you can, like, there's a certain amount of frames you're down when you get hurt. Great recovery on the Sclim body. We're back. You know what I mean? We're back already. Had to take care of business. All right, let's see. First question coming in 4 days ago. Greetings, Mr. Sclimbo. Little advice if you could be so kind. I work in an office job, security. You know, I hear those jobs kind of rock. Always kind of been interested in them. Overnight security sounds pretty chill. Just like play games and go on a route. That leave me with a lot of free time at work. I strength train 5 days a week with a wonky split. One of those days is a full body day. On this full body day, I work out my office at work instead of my home gym, but I wonder if my approach is sound. Since I have the whole shift to do the workout, I usually take nearly the whole shift, taking breaks about every hour to do a 10-minute patrol that has me going up and down stairs. I go to failure for 3 sets of every exercise with short rests, but it's taking 6 to 8 hours to knock the exercises out a problem. I snack on edamame and Greek yogurt periodically throughout the shift as well, and I stay hydrated. Not really trying to build an aesthetic, just keep as much muscle mass as possible during a huge weight loss journey, down 33 pounds. Mothman, congrats on 33 pounds. That's a big chunk of change right there. It's a lot of work, more than a lot of people have ever done. So very good job there. You're actually so fine. We do talk about this. I feel like this comes up quite a lot, but you absolutely can space out a workout as long as you need. You don't have to do a workout necessarily in a 1 hour segment or a 45-minute segment. What matters is going to failure and numbers of approach per failure, right? So the reason why it might be helpful in some cases on some types of training to do it all at once is because it makes it easier to go to failure again and again and again. But this is also fine too. And you did specify you were doing 3 sets of every exercise to failure with short rest. So what matters is, again, approaches to failure and the number of them. It does not matter how long that period of time is. So that's actually totally fine. You should be totally good doing this. Also, you're working out 5 days a week, so you're definitely fine. I imagine a full body day and a 5-day-a-week split, that's definitely a wonky split. As long as there's rest the day beforehand on the muscles you're going to hit in the full body day, that's fine. But how do you make protein not like texture messed up, clumpy, chalky? Use Rise? I don't have much experience with Rise itself, Leafy. I do know that generally casein protein rather than whey ends up being a little less clumpy. They use that in a lot of like baking recipes, right? So it acts more like flour as far as protein goes. So casein protein might be something to look into, or like micronized protein as well. You gotta shake that shit. I need to hydrate. Hey, Cress, and thank you for the stretchies. You do need to shake that shit as well. Never be afraid to shake that shit. You know? You gotta shake it. You gotta shake it hard. Ooh, I've actually been trying out. I got those little like powder packets for energy drink mix that you could put in like regular water. I'm kind of doing some testing with that. I still prefer energy drinks. It's still, I like the carbonation. I like the metal can. Feels good. Feels good. That's my biggest like morality fail, I guess I would say, is that I like the metal cans because they feel fun and tactile, but what they do for the environment's probably not great. That's my biggest moral failure. Monster is just so good. Yeah, and GamerSupps Premium. Those are my 2 big ones now. It used to be Alani and GamerSupps, but Monster's Ultra Peachy Keen has a chokehold on me. It's actively choking me out and crushing my windpipe. I love it so much. So that's been my new hyperfixation. The Monster diet. You got hit with the consumer bug and had to buy the Fallout Arizona energy drinks. I really wish I liked Arizona iced tea because it's so cheap. It just makes a lot of sense, you know? Better than plastic. Yeah, I guess it is because you can recycle it. True. Mango Loco, best flavor? I don't know if I've tried that. I only have the sugar-free ones, so. The Bad Apple? Isn't that a hit Toho song? Isn't that famous Toho song, Bad Apple? That's what that's called, right? They're insanely cheap for energy drinks. It is, yeah! Mango Loco is really good. Sugar-free isn't as good. I'm actually so lucky that I like sugar-free stuff. Like, all the sugar-free stuff tastes the same to me as sugar stuff. I even tried this. I tested Red Bull and Red Bull sugar-free, and I'm like, yeah, they both are good. You really like Buff Pups flavor? Yeah, that was an advertisement. What was that one called again? That one's called, like, Doggy Style. Is that the one? Dude. I'll never forget the day I first saw it. Yeah, I first saw the ad she dropped for Doggy Style. If you haven't seen the Buff Up Doggy Style ad for GamerSupps, go look it up, because oh my god. You second Bad Apple Monster? Yeah, apples are good. Always a good flavor. Always good flavor. It's very yummy. Very yummy. All right, let's see. Next question here. Is it possible to be overweight to the point that it messes up how you do an exercise? I've been doing lat pull downs, and frankly, I hate them. Feel it way more in my biceps than my lats, and I think it's because I can't pull my elbows down close enough to my sides. Gotta finish out the mesocycle with them, but do you think I'd be better off with an assisted pull-up or dumbbell pullovers? Good question. Okay, so is there a world where you are too overweight to the point where it messes with certain exercises? Yes, absolutely. There are levels of weight where you probably don't want to be doing certain exercises because it's just actually too much stress on your joints. Like, you have to lose some weight first and then do those things. The lucky thing I will say is, in your case in particular, this is probably a form problem and not a problem with being too overweight, because feeling your biceps more in a lat pull down is actually a sign that your grip is too close as opposed to too far. So try to widen your grip even more if you can. You want to be way outside shoulder width to get pure lat activation on a lat pull down. So that would be the first thing. Couple other tips I would give is try to give yourself a little bit of a hook grip. A lot of people, when they do lat pull downs, tend to think about pulling down the bar with their arms, but you're trying to activate your lats and pull them down. So what you want to do is almost think of your hands just like hooks. They're not pulling down. Think about your elbows doing the pulling down, right? So just try and visualize your elbows being the pull, not your hands in particular. That can help as well. And then, you know, going for like a hook grip can help you kind of cue towards that too. But that's probably one of the reasons why you're feeling it more in your biceps, is you might actually be too close of a grip. So widen it a little bit more, see if that works. That all being said, I do think that assisted pull-ups are generally a little bit better than lat pull downs in general. So if you have access to that, yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. But this is very fixable, all to say. All to say. Your boy here can tell you about that. Pull it down with your back. Yeah. You ever drink Tentacle Grape soda energy drink? No, I've never seen Tentacle Grape. Random. What is that? Never seen that. I did see some Faygo. I saw some Faygo in like Dollar Tree today. The Juggalo drink. Hold on, I'm gonna transition back to sitting. Give me a moment. I haven't seen Faygo for a while. That was cool. Faygo, oh boy, yeah, with the clown emoji. Hit Juggalo drink Faygo. I should go to the Gathering of the Jug. We should do an IRL stream at the Gathering of the Juggalos. That feels like peak VTuber male content. You never done a pull-up in your life, hope to do one someday? It's like hard to work towards, Command. You know, like a big part of my training with clients is actually sometimes training people just to do one pull-up. I have quite a few clients I've had. That was their main goal, you know? Juggulator time. Faygo's everywhere. Is it really? Etu, why are you smiling about Faygo? Etu, were you a juggalo, Etu? Were you a juggalo? The Gathering's actually in my state most of the time. Yo. I was not a juggalo, but I knew a few juggalos. You know, I hung out with a few juggalos when I was younger. At the factory. Used to be an annual Klingons versus Juggalos bowling tournament. Whoa. Etu's one of us. I think it's probably a pretty fun community. I think it's pretty fun. They seem wholesome underneath everything, you know? A ton of Klingons would roll out and everyone was in full regalia. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. I don't know who that is, Div. Here, I'll allow that because it seems like a real name. I don't know who that is, unfortunately. Bruce Bigelow, male juggalo. It's probably because hussy is like a slur, sort of. That's probably why. The Juggalo Furry Alliance will fight for our future. You know what? I would trust an alliance of furries and juggalos more than quite a few factions. You know, if like if there was a faction war going on and that was one of the factions, I'd be kind of hard pressed. I'd be like, you know what? I think they probably got a pretty good faction right there. They probably got a pretty good faction right there, I would say. You were homestuck and like the funny clown. That's fair. That's fair. Hussy made Problem Sleuth and Homestuck. Oh, I'm not up on my Homestuck knowledge. My bad. My bad. Hey, Milo, what's up? Well managed, if nothing else. Yeah. Got a lot of tech. I think it's a perfect combination, right? You have like, but if you have a furry juggalo alliance, you have the perfect combination of people who are going to do like elbow drops through tables and people who know a lot about technology. You have like, you know, you got the brains and the brawn. So it's perfect, really. Watching a wrestling show while a guy's having a spiritual experience on whatever he drank to get there is the top 4 experience. Yeah. Hey, Janan, welcome in. I've never had Faygo, but I should try it. Thanks for the 60 streak too, Janan. Appreciate it. Besides being the author of those two, he's also a tech guy who owns some patents. Of course. Yep. Makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, fairly well off. It is funny when people like independently are well off and then also make something. It's like, you already had one thing. You should be good, right? You're already popular on one thing. You made another? Oh my God. What's going on here? Furries will keep your IT infrastructure going. Listen, I always say this, right? This is a furry ally stream. I am an ally to furries. I'm an ally to furries in the same way I'm an ally to Fujoshis as well. You know, I think that we are all here for the same thing. I think that we are natural allies, right? All of us. A phali? Yeah, I'm a phali. It's true. I've got the brains, you've got the brawn. Let's make lots of money. Yeah, absolutely. All right, next fitness question. So, I've been working on my bench, doing pretty well. 135 is the current work set. Since I've never done it on my own and always followed a strict progression plan, my idea has been doing a 5x5. On the last set, I've been trying to push to 8 reps instead of 5. Got 7 yesterday. Yay. But once I hit 8, my idea was then to try to do 5, 5, 5, 8, 8, with the idea of following the pattern to hit 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, then up my weight. do the 5s and progress again. Is that how I should go about it? Just kind of lost in how to increase weights properly. That's not a bad idea, actually. I think that could totally work. Generally, like what people would do is try to hit the same number of reps in every set. And if you're not hitting the same number of reps in every set, rest a little bit longer between them. So ideally what you would do is if you're capable of 8, try to get 8 on every set and rest as long as you need to make that happen. And then once you're hitting 8 consistently, up the weight back down to 5. Right? I know we kind of explained that process before, but that's how you do like a more granular progression rather than just throwing on 10 pounds or 5 pounds randomly. So what you would do is if you're doing 5-5-5-8-8 right now, theoretically you're capable already of 8-8-8-8-8. You just need to rest longer between those sets. So maybe try a 4-minute rest or a 5-minute rest, try and hit it again, see if it's possible. And then make it consistent. Do it for a little bit, right? Do it for a few weeks, and then maybe go back down to the 5s with a higher weight. But this would also work. Yes, this would definitely also work. But I would say that if you are hitting 8s later on in your sets, so you're doing 3 5s and then you're hitting 8s, you're definitely capable of hitting 8s on those earlier sets. So that's gains left on the table because you're not truly approaching failure like you are when you're doing the 8 sets. So the 5 sets are useful, but not as useful as they could be. So I think to make them a little more efficient, try to push those to 8s as well, if that makes sense. No? Are Sclimbucks redeemable at Disneyland? No, unfortunately, random. Unfortunately not. Not Disneyland currency. But you can redeem them at Sclimland and at like SVA. I'm sure Flork will give you like, I don't know, like a grape or something, or like a crayon if you have a bunch of Sclimbucks, you know? Hey, Medievi, what's going on? Thanks for the 40 streak. Rock and Rye and Black Cherry were your go-tos. Rock and Rye, what is that? What is that? Should each set be at failure then? Yes, ideally, close to failure. You want to be one set, like 1 rep away from failure on most sets. You want to get as close to failure as you can. Any set that you're not doing close to failure, you can consider not as efficient, right? So a lot of people will do that for warm-up sets, but that doesn't count as a true set, right? So it's fine to do warm-up sets, just don't count them as your main sets. You want to be at failure, basically. Or close to it. I don't want to say at failure because you do not have to take every set to failure. There's a bunch of confounding factors. If you're a beginner, you can stay even further away from failure and get maximum gains. You're fine. But also, you do just want to be like 1 or 2 away. That's like much better. And it's also safer than going to failure every single, you know? Hey, Dante, what's going on? Sclimbucks payday loans? Yeah, did you see? SVA is doing the payday loans now. You see that? That's how I'm funding my 2.0. It's only 10,000% interest. Hey, what's up, Horatius? What's going on? Gamers. Speaking of Sclimbucks is 700% interest. How much would that be? I don't know. I don't know. Can I give Flork a Sclim dollar and he can drop me a sock? Maybe. Maybe. Oh, those are Faygo flavors? I didn't know that. They have one called Rock and Rye. That doesn't sound good. To me, soda feels like it has to be fruity. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? How you doing today, Horatius? What's going on? We're just answering fitness nutrition questions as usual. Sclimbo, himbo, fuego. I've recently been dieting, cutting calories, and even getting an air fryer to reduce the amount of cooking oils and fats for daily usage. Great idea. But over the last 3 months, I've instead gained 1 kilogram without exercising a lot other than the standard, usually 2 to 3 reps of 10 times sit-up, squats, shoulder isometrics. I'm on about a 2,100 to 2,200 calorie diet due to being 300 pounds now. Is this a healthy start before going to the gym for real? All right, let's take a look at this. Let's analyze some numbers. Fuego. So related to fitness and nutrition, GNC is having a sick sale. Hey, PokeFan, welcome in. Yeah, there's some good stuff at GNC. There's also a lot of stuff at GNC that won't work at all, ever. So if anything claims to boost your testosterone, don't buy it. But yeah, whey, that's good. Creatine, that's good. But yeah, this not everything at GNC. Not everything at GSD. So you're off work? Ooh, that's good to hear, Horatius. Wait, is it? Oh, you're ill, so you're off work. Well, that's not good to hear, but maybe it's good to hear. I don't know. Sometimes I like a sick day. Sometimes if I'm sick, I'm like, you know what? That's like I feel bad, but like, I get a day off. Mental rest day, you know? PokeFan, thanks for the follow. Made a banner for your students? Cool. Where's this Sclim meter? What do you mean, Vex? Oh, it's on the other page. Hold on. The Sclim meter went up a little bit. Just a little bit, Vex. Just a tad. I think we have our potential, like, the general few day range locked in for when it's happening. So just a little tease, just the tip. Just the tip. Yeah, there are actual chat rules now because I got hit with hammers until I made them. All right, let's analyze these numbers here. So, dieting, cutting calories, getting an air fryer to reduce cooking oils and fats. Over the last 3 months, I've instead gained 1 kilogram without exercising a lot, other than standard usual 2 to 3 reps. Probably meant 2 to 3 sets here of 10 times sit-up, squats, shoulder isometrics. Okay, so here's the thing. A 21 to 2200 calorie deficit in almost every scenario would have you losing weight at 300 pounds. There are almost no scenarios where that is too many calories for somebody who's 300 pounds. Because remember, when you weigh a lot, you also have to burn a lot to move around in general. So even your resting calories are going to be higher because it's harder for your body to work, basically, right? So I would say those calories are probably very fine. I think there might be something here. As usual, we always like to kind of like look into it. There might be something here that we're missing, right? Whether it be maybe the mismeasurement in the amount of cooking oils, maybe a mismeasurement in the actual foods you're eating, or something like that. One thing I always recommend to check into is be very careful about eating a lot of processed food, the same type over and over and over again, because it could be that nutrition label's off because they're allowed to have a 20% tolerance. And therefore, if you are eating, for example, the same frozen meal over and over again, it could actually be 20% higher in calories than is claimed on the label. And that's not your fault. That's nothing you can do about that. But that's why people like to have a varied diet or like to eat whole food, because we're much more confident about those. So, you know, I don't know what you're eating, but that would be something to look into, because I do think that 21 to 2200 calories is very reasonable and should get very fast weight loss for somebody who's 300 pounds. The only case where that wouldn't be is if there were metabolic issues like hypothyroidism or something like that. But usually that should be a good calorie range. I think you have a good pick of calorie range there. Just make sure it's absolutely it, you know? Banquet meal dieting strats. Well, that's the danger. That's the danger. Hey, what's up, Arcane? What's going on? You're the cause of half these rules. You're not, Duntham. No worries. No worries. Heavy body equals more calories used for mundane actions. Exactly. Watching a video where a K-pop idol was talking about her diet, said she was eating 300 a day. Yeah, that's not sustainable. You'll die. You'll die of overtime if that's all you're eating every single day. Metabolic issues like, well, okay, so basically there are some issues, especially thyroid issues, that can either speed up or slow down the out portion of your metabolism. So compared to somebody who does not have that issue, you would be burning more or less calories for the amount of activity that you're doing. So there are some metabolic issues that can change the equation off of what it normally should be. So that's always something, right? But that's like a doctor thing you need to check. But yeah, my guess is that there might be something here, whether it be cooking oils or something, that are the issue. Now, I will say, I think walking more might be good here, trying to get out a little bit more on walks and stuff like that. Very nice you're doing the sit-up, squat, shoulder isometrics. That's awesome. Keep doing it. But I do think it's a good calorie range. Yeah, I think you're right on the money for 21, 22. Sometimes people can plateau in weight. And we have to also remember that over the last 3 months, gained 1 kilogram, right? That is probably even just a weighing error. So we fluctuate significantly in body weight throughout the day, right? 1 kilogram is well within the daily fluctuations. I'll fluctuate by 7 pounds between when I wake up and later in the day. So depending on when you measured 3 months ago and when you measured now, you could actually have lost weight and not realize it because it tended to be a heavy day, or it tended to be that you weighed yourself later in the day when you had a lot of food and water in you. So 1 kilogram, it's really hard to tell if that's real or not. And it might just be that you're closer to maintenance right now than more than anything. Eating 300, drinking the rest. Yeah, that's also possible. That's also possible. But the thing is, I don't want to, I don't want to assume, right? Because we have no idea what this person eats. So we don't want to assume anything. I'm just giving potential ideas without having a diet plan in front of me to say, like, where could these extra calories be coming from if they are there? And if they're not there, why might that be happening? But I do think that's a good range. That's a really good range, I think, 21 to 22. And that's like regardless of gender or anything, because just at 300 pounds, that should be a good range most of the time. How involved in the business side of your gym are you involved with? Oh, I run the whole thing, Hamlet. That's all me. It's all me. It's a very small operation, right? It's a personal training gym. So it's open when I train my clients. So I do all parts of it, basically. Just me. I'm the only employee. I use olive oil to hit my fat by slopping 2 to 3 tablespoons of my ramen in the morning. Hell yeah, Command. Hell yeah. That's some good stuff. So hope that helps. If you do want to ask any follow-up questions, you absolutely can. If you want to let us know, like, what sort of things you're eating so that we may be able to help you out there and see if there's an issue anywhere, I'm more than open to that. Plus streaming, that's impressive. Yeah, it's, I don't train people like too often. I only get like a couple clients a day. We're actually moving towards full-time VTubing right now, and doing that math out. That was something we just talked about on Tuesday. So I will be opening virtual training when we do that, though. The idea is to swap from training people in the gym in particular to doing it virtually and offering it to all you guys as well. So that's going to be something coming with the 2.0 probably. That's my plan. Full-time Japan tubing. Well, I don't know about that, Div, but it's definitely a possibility. We've been looking into the hardware required, right? We've been looking into what might be required to do the IRL streams. I got a mic, got a plan for that. I already know what deck I'm going to use, how I'm going to stream. Really, figuring out internet is the last thing I need. I have everything else. Figuring out internet is all that needs to be done. Okay, let's see. Next question.
Dude, your bit's huge.
Man, thank you for the 500 bits. I appreciate that. I like how it's in like 100 points. Little Sclim goblin on my back when I'm running, gassing me up. I would love to do that. Yeah, that'd be great. You can hear me whispering in your ear. You got Mike? Oh man, he's good. You're lucky. Yeah, I got Mike. Hey, Scalia, what's going on? Starlink implant in your lower abdomen so you vibrate whenever the 5G is enabled. So I was dumb and I assumed it was easier than it was. So what I assumed was that everybody was using Starlink, right? To do streaming IRL all over the world. It turns out what they're actually doing is using an absurd amount of modems and bonded mobile connections to do it. So they actually, rather than just having internet off satellite when they're doing these IRL streams, they're dropping like mad money to have like a modem for Verizon, a modem for AT&T, a modem for all of the networks, and they're bonded so that whenever one drops, it immediately jumps to the next one. And it's like, oh no, like the backpacks are like $2,500. So I'm like, okay, I don't think we can do that. That's a little much. Maybe Starlink it is. Yeah, double modem and Wi-Fi bonding on the SRTLA server. Ooh. Yeah, using like super hacker shit. Yeah, they got a backpack full of tech. It's like $10 million. Ooh. So I was hoping there's a more streamlined way. I'd love to not have to do that. Taping 300 Sega Dreamcast to me to use his modems. Yeah, exactly, Nuna. Hey, Nuna, what's going on? Just budget 1 grain of rice a day for a month. Then you could. Even with that, it wouldn't be enough, Ben. Even with that, I was looking into the data plans for those like high-end backpacks, and they were like, yeah, it's only $500 a month for unlimited data. And I was like, wow, that's my like monthly expenses. No, thank you. Let's see. Been finally seeing some gains in my arms, but after being very skinny my entire life, I'm seeing stretch marks on my biceps. Is this normal or a sign I'm pushing too hard? No, it's normal and a good thing. I have those too. I also have stretch marks on my biceps. If you have stretch marks on your biceps, it means that they grew very fast. That's good. That means you did good work. And don't worry too much about it. I think they're rad. Plus, over time, they kind of like settle in. They just kind of settle in, but you have stretch marks on your hips. Yeah, I got stretch marks all over for various reasons. You know what I mean? But yeah, no, that's not a bad thing. That's very normal. That happened to me when I first started lifting too. Do I have stretch marks on my belly from the pregnancy? Yeah, don't them from the pregnancy. From the pregnancy, exactly. Yeah, tiger stripes are cool. True. I think it's kind of cool. I mean, I know it's like a personal taste thing for people. I don't think stretch marks matter at all to me. Like when I think about looking at bodies and stuff like that and like aesthetics, like I don't care about that. That is fine, right? That is not anything. All that empregging does give them the stretching marks. Yeah, I don't think there's something I consider really. I don't really look at them. So when the female SVA talent dig their claws into him, empregging him with sorcery, it does leave their marks. Is that how we're doing that? Real men find them hot. They look like tiger lightning strikes. They kind of do. Also, I was really happy to have them on my biceps because I was like, oh yeah, that means my biceps grew so fast that it like stretched out the skin. Like that's kind of cool. You love tan lines? Yeah, I think like tans are cool. I think like stretch marks look fine. No problems there. They can be cool too. They're just progress marks. They really are. All right, let's see here. Hey, Sclimbo, can you rate my current... Oh,
your bit's huge.
Thank you for the 1K command. It helps so much. Can't speak for the ladies, obviously, in regards to their taste, but I can confirm I've been in enough private discords with men going nuts over stretch marks on women. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, like, you know, people like things, people don't like things. Like, there's a lot of personal preference and stuff like that. That's for sure. Let's see. Rate your current diet style. I'm basically trying to eat at my BMR, approximately 1900 according to my smartwatch, get 100 grams of protein a day, and I alternate between burning 700 calories in a single exercise session and doing basically a rest day where I'm mostly sedentary, like 100 calories at most of incidental walking or movement. So I usually have a deficit between 900 and 1600 according to my tracking app. Does that seem reasonable? I'd say it's even high. If anything, I think it's a little high. It depends where you're at right now, but generally when you're aiming to lose, I mean, here's the thing, 500 calories a day gets you a pound a week of weight loss, right? if you have a 500 calorie deficit per day, because that's going to equal over 7 days, 3,500 calories or 1 pound of fat generally, right? So doubling that usually is only recommended for people who have more weight that they want to lose. So if you're already fairly lean, I really wouldn't try to lose that much that fast. That could have negative effects on your muscle and otherwise. So it depends on how much you feel like you have to lose. But if you're more lean, I wouldn't recommend that high. Go for like a 500, 700 or something like that. Other than that, 100 grams of protein's nice. You know, in certain circumstances, depending on your weight, maybe a little bit more, like 130 or something like that. But it also depends. I don't know your actual stats, right? And other than that, just be careful of burning calories in an exercise and counting those. You know, I always tend to warn about this, but most treadmills, most bikes, most fitness trackers are very inaccurate with calorie burn in certain circumstances, right? So I wouldn't trust too much the exact, like what I don't want people to do, especially on weight loss, is unless you're working out a ton, like a ton, and there are examples where people do this and they should consider it, but I wouldn't really try to consider exercise that you like calories from exercise in your calorie goals for the day, unless that's already accounted for in your original equation, right? Like I wouldn't try to put them on top. Now, if they're already accounted for in your original equation, right? So you know you're not a sedentary person, you're mediumly active, you put that in the, you know, calculators for TDEE, that's already included, that's great, that's fine. And you'll see with how your body reacts if that's a good calorie level or not. But like 700 calories, yeah, you should probably track that and add some more in. But what I'm talking about is like, you know, when people go on a bike maybe for 10 or 20 minutes and it says they burn 200 calories and then they eat 200 more calories, I don't recommend doing that because it can be very off and you might not have actually burned that much. Like it's really hard to burn calories from exercise. It takes a lot of time. So that's the only thing I'd say about that. You have 40 pounds to drop by off, guys. So, lol. Hey, do what you can, Aoto, right? Do what you can. You know, it's not the end of the world either way. 40 is a lot by off Kai at this point. That is a pretty aggressive diet, I would say. So that's going to be a little dangerous to do maybe. But be careful there, you know? Your store is out? Ripping pepperonis? No. What exactly is a ton? Since I'm usually pumping a solid 1 to 2 hours of cardio on top of anything else. 1 to 2 hours of cardio is a ton. What I'm talking about is like, you know, I made this mistake back in the day where I would go for walks and try and count those walks into my calories. Like I'd go for a 40-minute walk and I'd try to be like, oh, you know, the tracker said I burned this many calories. Let me add that to my food total. That's at a point where it's probably hard to gauge and it's probably not worth it if you're trying to lose weight. Now, obviously, if you're trying to gain weight, then overestimate, right? Underestimate if you're trying to lose weight, overestimate if you're trying to gain weight. Because in either case, you want to move faster towards your goal, basically. The only time you don't want to do this is, for example, like you, if you're doing 1 to 2 hours of hard cardio, don't not count that or you might end up starving yourself. So just be wary of the trackers is all I'll say. Hey Percy, what's going on? Welcome in. How you doing? I'm sorry I haven't been on the server recently. I've been very busy. I've been so busy. But I didn't go for gym. I did not apply to be the flying gym because I was like, I don't think I have the time. So let somebody else take that. But I do want to play more. I do want to play more. But welcome in, Percy. What's going on? How accurate are the trackers now? Not that great. They're good for steps. They're good for heart rate. Depending on the tracker, it can vary greatly for actual calories burned. They have gotten better, and it depends on what tracker you have. At worst, they can be 90% off. But there are a lot of good ones that are only like 20% off or like 15% off. And that's brand to brand. You can look up the studies on that on PubMed and stuff like that. I don't remember which brands are the best, which brands are the worst. But I do know that I've seen plenty of times where people's, you know, Apple Watch was telling them they burned 3,000 calories from like walking around for half the day. And I look at that and I'm like, unless you summited 2 mountains, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. If that's active calorie burn, not including your BMR and TDEE, no, absolutely not. Burning 3,000 calories purely from exercise that is an all-day effort. Yeah, that is probably an all-day effort or most of the day effort. Someone I watch who's been losing a bunch of weight went to the doctor and they said they don't need to be on all their medication anymore. Yeah, no, Amelia, it is like one of the best things you can do to get off a lot of different types of medication, right? No, there are absolutely, you can get off medication. Not every time, but there are cases where it is influenced. by that, right? It's really weird. So when it comes to health and size, right, there's a lot of debate around this. It's actually interesting because you can have people, and there are many examples of people who are medically overweight or obese who actually have perfect metabolic markers. They're actually, you know, they don't have high blood pressure, they don't have bad cholesterol, they're actually perfectly metabolically healthy. They're just bigger, right? They're just medically overweight or obese. That is the case. However, we have to say, I would say that's generally the exception, not the rule. And generally, there is a correlation between being medically obese or overweight and negative health outcomes, right? Statistically, there is definitely a very high correlation. So while those examples do exist and we shouldn't discount them, there are absolutely a lot of people who can reduce medications, get off medications, do that sort of thing by focusing on fitness and trying to lower their weight or body fat percentage, really. So, but weight too, weight in general too. So yeah, that can definitely be a thing, and that's really awesome. That's really awesome. I think not being on meds, if you can like do that, and that's like, you know, something you can achieve, that's great, right? Consider the following: flying gym or pectoral fly gym. I would like the pec fly gym. I would really like that. Curious about this? I'm lurking while I work on a comm. Yeah, no problem. Let's see. Percy, that reminds me, when my watch lost its mind when I was busting it down at a Bad Omen show, my watch is used to my heart being funky, so it's screaming at me, being like, yo, your heart rate's 220, chill. That's probably your max heart rate, too. 220 is generally a lot of people's max heart rate. Yeah, mainly diabetes. Yeah, totally, absolutely. Yeah, and it's like, I won't even say it's a matter of time. Like, there are some fringe cases where it actually just never impacts people, but it is harder on the joints, like pretty much objectively, right? All to say, like, yes, it's generally a good idea to, if you are medically overweight or obese, to try to do something to address that. I think that's generally a good idea. Yes, absolutely. But all to say, I don't want it to sound like there are absolutely people who are on that side of the equation who actually are healthy. It's just, you know, it's a correlation thing, right? It's I don't want to say fringe, but it's, you know, the mass population, right? The general majority of the population who are overweight or obese medically would have better health outcomes if they focused on that and tried to get their weight down and stuff like that. But that's up to them, right? That's their choice, and I don't want to like pressure people into that or anything if they like how their body is and works and things like that, right? But all to say, like, yeah, that's the scientific reality to say. I remember when I went from 200 to 210, I started to feel my joints creak. Yeah, that is a wake-up call for a lot of people. Absolutely. Just make sure to have a banana or one of my 100-calorie snack bars when I get back from a run. Yeah, bananas are great too for avoiding cramps with the potassium and stuff like that. Remember most people's Apple Watches going off during a mosh pit? Yeah, paramedics scrambling. What's going on? I'm relatively fit, not ripped, but I got a sleeper build, but I've got a heart and bone issue due to genes, so it's a strange thing you have to monitor. Yeah, absolutely. There's many reasons. And now I'm 190. Nice. All right, let's see. Next question. Wait, no, that's the one we just did. There are more. I just need to refresh. You cast Mpreg? No more Mpreg. But yeah, so to answer this question again, that might actually be a little high and a little fast, depending on where you're at right now for the loss. So you could maybe eat some more calories if you're working out that hard, because you're doing a lot of good work there. But it all depends on the progress, right? So if this is happening and your progress is going fast, right? If you're losing 2 pounds a week or 2.5 pounds a week and you're already fairly lean, that might be a little fast and you're probably losing muscle as well. So I would reduce the calorie deficit at that point. But if that's not happening and you're still losing, you know, a pound a week, you're in a good range. So I love the combo of them two emotes. What do we have? You cast Mpreg, power up. Oh, that's a really good one. Boah. Forgive me, Father, for I have Sclims. I mean, that's good. Slimming's good. I went to the gym and judged the guy lifting with what I perceive to be improper form, even though I myself am a rank amateur. Oh, no. Okay, you got to be careful here. There's a Laffer curve to this sort of thing, okay? And for those who don't know, I think the Laffer curve is the right term. That's the curve where when you only know a little bit, you think you know a lot, but the people who actually know a lot act like they know a little bit, right? And you got to be careful about the Laffer curve here, because it's possible that person was doing a very advanced lift that you weren't familiar with, and it can appear to be improper form. For example, lengthened partials, right? Where they're actually working out the hardest portion of a lift. So, for example, somebody who might be training this that might look silly is if somebody's on bench press and they're only going from their chest to like right above their chest, right? They're moving it maybe like 5 inches from their chest to like halfway up and then coming back down and doing it again. They're actually working out a pretty hard part of the lift, and they might be doing that because they're training that for the competition. So you really got to be careful because you never know. It might be a more advanced exercise or a reason you're not aware of when you're an amateur. Command, thank you so much for the 500 again. Thank you. That Anon still needs to do 10 burpees in recomps for judging others at the gym for their effort. Might be good to ask them what lift they're doing. Yeah. That's what someone told me, that if someone's ripped but they look like they're doing it wrong, do not correct them. Yeah, I mean, it's a mixed bag though, because they might have also gotten their physique from doing improper things by just like blasting steroids. In fact, there's a lot of bodybuilders, like competition level bodybuilders who are at the top of the world, who when you watch them actually exercise, scientifically you'd be like, well, that's not the actual proper way to do that or most efficient way to do that, but they're doing it. Works for them. They're also often blasting, but yeah. So it's like, you know, just better not to judge. But yeah, it's tough these days because at gyms, like, you want to help people out. You want to, if you know a form is wrong, if you're experienced or something like that, or if you're in this industry, you want to help people, but you can get kicked out for helping people. So you got to be very careful. But yeah, try not to judge other people lifting, you know, generally not a great idea. But if it's dangerous looking in proper form, like if it's obviously dangerous, and here's a few things that we can find, right? So here's good examples of almost times where no matter what exercise it is, if you're not familiar with it, it is almost definitely improper form, right? If somebody is doing a lift and their body is not symmetrical, unless it's a one-sided lift, right? So if somebody's doing a bench press, if someone's doing an overhead press, if someone's doing squat, deadlift, and it's asymmetrical, one side of their body's higher than the other, their shoulders higher, their hips higher, their back's out of alignment, that is always bad form. There's never a scenario where that's good form, unless it's a one-sided exercise, right? So for example, split squats, obviously you're only squatting on one leg at that point. That's a fine form to be doing, but like that is one indicator that everyone can look at and be like, no, right? If your actual symmetry is off, that's never good. Hey, I saw you on a horror stream and thought I'd give you a follow because I like to get some fitness education. Humanoid, you're in the right place. Ask any questions. That is what we do on Thursdays. Welcome in. You live in the middle of nowhere. Most of the peeps are ripped from throwing hay barrels. Yeah, you get that corn strength. We love to see that. The 6'5" like corn football strength. Midwestern strength. We love it. Looks at Planet Fitness. Steroids are rare here. Oh, okay. All right. I got you. I'm on T, gender reasons, and gym time's always a mixed bag of, am I doing too much on this workout or am I not doing enough of this workout? Well, here's the nice thing, Zombie. Here's the fun thing. Because you're on T, you're effectively on steroids. So anything you do is going to work. No, obviously you want to have like an optimal, you know, training plan and stuff like that. But I always say this, it is really fun training people who are on like gender affirming T because they're also on steroids. So they grow really fast and it's really fun to train them because they can just like throw weight on like crazy and stuff like that. So it's fun. It's fun from my perspective to train people who are on T. You're roided. It's true. You gotta get on gear, man. Well, I don't recommend it, Command. I don't recommend it, but yeah, I mean, you know, there's a difference between getting on steroids for muscle reasons and getting on them for like gender affirming reasons, right? There's a bit of a difference in dosage, type, and many other things. So yeah. I think I'm old enough where I'll speedrun dying. The downsides. Okay, well, you know, that is an equation that you have to think about yourself, Commands. That is your choice at the end, but wait, T steroids, that's neat to learn. Well, so not exactly, right? They are slightly different, but they will have a similar effect as steroids. So it is, you know, testosterone, and it is going into your body and it's increasing your testosterone. So you will get the benefit of significantly more muscle gain if you're training than somebody who's not on testosterone. So while it's not Anavar, or while it's not, you know, any of that, right? It's not D-Bol. It's not like anything like that, but it is testosterone, right? I imagine it's probably pretty similar to being on TRT. If you're an older, like if you're a senior, right, on TRT, like testosterone replacement therapy, as like an older man, I imagine it's pretty similar to that. Which is also, you'll get more muscle gain out of that and stuff like that too. So kind of rocks, honestly. Kind of rocks. What can I say? Not to the degree like actual steroids. They're technically a chemical changing agent and affects muscle growth. So they somewhat qualify. Yep, they sure do. I've seen it myself many times. I've actually trained quite a few trans men, and it's always fun, always a great time. Let's see. Hey, Sclimbo, next question. So I just wondered if you had any advice on how to help me eat more. I don't eat a terrible lot. Lunch and dinner max in a day. And when I do eat, it's not a lot, frankly. Also, I'm on the bigger side. So it makes no sense why I stay big when I barely eat. My doctors advise me to eat more, but it's nearly impossible for me. The wood becomes cinnamon. Max has a very svelte body, and after the tea magic, he looks like Kevin James. Damn. All right. So this is always a hard question to answer, right? This is always a really hard question to answer because unfortunately, and I always feel bad talking about this because I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not judging anybody. I'm not trying to say like, you know, you're wrong or anything like that. But like just the laws of nature, you know, if you are not losing weight, you are eating too much generally, right? The only example where that's not the case is when you do have a metabolic disorder. But even in those cases, usually what will happen is if you do have a metabolic disorder and you have a thyroid issue or something, you'll get on medication that will mitigate the effects of that. So then your metabolism would be more like somebody without those issues. So unfortunately, the reality is that either when you feel like you're not eating a lot, but you are on the bigger side, it could be two things. You either could not be moving enough or you are still eating too much. And it might be a perception thing about the size of the food or what's actually in them. So it's really hard, but there's no case we've ever seen, like, you know, from a thermodynamics perspective, where somebody has been eating very, very little, too little, and they still maintain their weight or gain weight even. That is not something that can really happen. Even the thing about starvation mode, right? Even the thing you probably heard in the past about eating so little that your body holds on to more fat, starvation mode, that also can't really overcome the mathematics of it. So while you might actually retain more fat, the overall calories still matter to your overall weight. So you wouldn't, even in that case, continue to gain weight while eating almost nothing. So my dietitian just said the same thing. I need to eat breakfast, but like, ugh, I can't. But there are strategies here. There are totally tons of strategies here, because it might be a perception thing. It might be that what you are eating is very dense in calories, and because it's very dense, it might not feel volume-wise like a lot of food at all, while it might be a lot of calories, right? So this is why we think about going like volume eating. So, you know, things that are very dense in calories, right? Anything with fat in them, because fat has more calories per gram than carbs and protein does, right? 9 calories per gram of fat versus 4 calories per gram of carb or protein. So could be, you know, if you eat a lot of nuts, if you eat a lot of oils, a lot of like cooking fat and stuff like that, a lot of butter, or those things are in your foods, right? A lot of chocolate, dark chocolate, things like that. Let's see, I'm trying to think of like other very, you know, fatty cuts of meat things. It could feel like you're eating very little volume wise, but you actually calorically are eating a very reasonable amount. So what you would do in this case is try to focus on foods that are very high volume, so it feels like you're eating a lot, right? A ton. So it is a bit of a problem though, because you already are saying you have trouble eating. But I guess what I would ask is, do you feel like you're not eating much, or do you feel like you're eating too much? No, dark chocolate's good. It's good for you. It's just that it is very dense in calories, right? You might not be eating much, but still calorie dense food. That's the issue. Yeah. It's a really hard topic to talk about. Hold on, let me catch up on chat here too. You've been on and off tea before. Absolutely. Put a ton of veggies thin. Yeah, it depends on what you feel like. So what I would say is, if you feel like you're eating enough, and like you actually feel satiated, then it's a little difficult. Oh God, what do you even do in that case, right? I guess you would have to focus on, because if you feel like you're full, all the time, but you're also simultaneously, your doctor's advising you to eat more, I don't know, that feels like a contradiction, right? Hold on, I guess I would have to ask, this is a little confusing, because I'd have to ask next why your doctor's advising you to eat more if you're also trying to lose weight. I'd have to ask about that first, because I don't know why a doctor would recommend that if you've stated your goals to try to lose weight. Why they'd be like, oh, you should eat more. That doesn't really make sense to me, you know? Yeah, a lot of people eat when they feel bored. I do. That's my biggest problem. I am a boredom eater. Eat more to exit starvation mode. Maybe it's metabolic. Yeah, but like even starvation mode, you wouldn't stay on the bigger side, as quoted here. You wouldn't stay on that side. you would eventually go down. Such a thing as the body being in starvation mode. There is, but it still can't overcome. So what I was trying to explain earlier, and I probably didn't use the best words, it still can't overcome the thermodynamics of it all. So what can happen is if your body is in quote unquote starvation mode, right? And it knows it's in danger, it might try to store more fat and prioritize fat storage, but that doesn't mean you can gain weight while still being in a calorie deficit. What might happen is your metabolism will come down because it's trying to maintain it, right? So you'll be less active, your metabolism will come down, it'll depress your metabolism, it'll shut down other non-essential body functions, make you move less, things like that. And it'll try to lower the amount of calories you're burning in a day. But if you are consistently eating under that number still, you will lose weight. You have to, right? Like, you can't have somebody who's starving and be overweight forever. They will eventually lose weight. So that's what my doctor mentioned. She said it's likely eating my muscles, not the fat, and that's why I'm stuck at 244. If you're the health fitness of socks, does that make you the compression socks? It does, Random. It does. Yeah, this is a really difficult topic to talk about because there's so much involved with this, and I can't know anything or say anything without full data on all of this, right? Like, what I would need to do to really figure out what was going on here, I'd need to like have a food diary of everything this person ate for like 2 weeks straight and see what happened, you know, weight wise, right? Everything that went in their body. And that's asking for a lot because it'd have to be measurements and things like that to truly know what's going on. So this is a tough one. Yeah, this is a tough one. Yeah, not to mention the psychological aspects, right? Not to mention that. Let's see here. Let me read this again. Maybe I'm missing something. Tracking calories, macros is goated. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, you don't have to, but I think it's good a lot of the time. I do it. How to help me eat more. I don't eat a terrible lot. Lunch and dinner max in a day. Okay, so I should answer the questions at face value rather than assume anything. So any advice on how to help you eat more would be what we were talking about before, which is actually move for dense foods, right? So things like nuts, things like dark chocolate, things like slightly fattier cuts of meat. If you wanted to eat more without feeling full, that would be how you do it, right? Get more density in your food for volume. Now, on the other hand, if that is happening and you are also still on the bigger side, then I would say, as long as you're not too full, do the opposite. Try to go for high volume foods so you feel more full while being lesser in calories, and that should take care of the bigger side thing. So it's complicated though. Again, I don't know why your doctor is advising you that way, but there might be things here I don't know about. It's a hard one to answer. Let's see. Forgetting to eat plus bored eating is a huge issue. They could possibly have medicine issues too. Yeah, there's a lot of things it could be. And without stats, I can't really say here because this one's complicated because it feels like almost it's like, I don't know which side we're coming from. Are we coming from the too full side or the too hungry side when we were saying that? Maybe there's a follow-up though. I talked for a long time about that one. Sorry, I can't help more there, but maybe there's an update and I can help more. Hi, Sclim. I'm someone who needs Pop-Tarts like Pop-Tart-like snacks in my life. I'd be happy to cut out the sugar and love a lot of healthy snacks too. Do you have any alternatives that would scratch the Pop-Tart itch? Protein cookie, homemade option. Oh, do I got something for you? Oh, do I have something for you? So, I'm going to put this name in chat here. Okay, if you have time to prep food and you like Pop-Tarts, check out this channel. I'm going to type it in chat. Check out Flexible Dieting Lifestyle YouTube channel. Okay, go to that YouTube channel, The Impossible Bagel, and search Pop-Tart. Okay, not the Bowel Bagel. Well, the Bowel Bagel's cool, but if you're a Pop-Tart person, search Flexible Dieting Lifestyle on YouTube and find his Pop-Tarts video. He loves Pop-Tarts and he makes these crazy Pop-Tart recipes that are homemade Pop-Tarts that are like the craziest macros you've ever seen while still being like giant chocolatey gooey things, right? By substituting a lot of ingredients. So, you know, a powdered peanut butter instead of regular peanut butter, whey chocolate instead of cocoa powder, that sort of thing. But it'll be like 300 calories for 2 giant Pop-Tarts that are also 50 grams of protein. And that's a very, very good, they're all like good ingredients, stuff to put in your diet. So one of the big tricks that he'll use is he takes low calorie bread and he cuts off the crusts, right? And he treats them as the Pop-Tart in an air fryer. So he'll put fillings in these like bread without the crust, and then he'll press the sides so it's like a closed Pop-Tart and then air fry it, and it turns into like a Pop-Tart that's full of stuff. It really, that's my big recommendation. If Pop-Tarts in particular, go check out that channel and check out the Pop-Tart videos if you have time to prep. If you don't have time to prep, you don't have time to like cook for yourself, Yeah, go for the low sugar options or zero sugar options. I always say for sweet options, you want to go for like sweet tooth, fruit, yogurt, things like that are a great way to hit the sweet tooth without actually having straight up candy. So that's one way to do it. But homemade option, that's what you want to look for. All right, next question. I've been taking a new blood thinner called metformin. Yes, I've heard of it. It's for high blood pressure. I'm going to assume that is high is what they're going for, not light. Light for light high blood pressure. Maybe that's what we're saying. And stress, because I do be getting angry. I've noticed I've lost an additional 8 pounds in the last 6 months over my projected total with my diet of 35 pounds. I'm continuing it to this mad plus lack of money for food, 1 or 2 in the past few months. Do you think I'm far off as a trans woman who was 365? I'm eating well at 320, 325 after 6 months of work. Metformin's for diabetes and PCOS. It might also be prescribed for high blood pressure in some situations. I don't know much about the medicine side of things. That's not my area of expertise. I just know I've encountered certain medicines while training clients, obviously, but I'm not an expert on medical side. So that's what you have. Okay. Yeah, I've definitely run across metformin before. Let's see here. You've lost an additional 8 in the last 6 months over my projected total. I mean, that's great. The diet, 35 pounds. I'm going to assume you're saying 35 pounds down. I'm contributing to this. Let's see. Do you think I'm far off? Let's see. You're sitting well at 320, 325. I mean, after 6 months, 40 pounds loss is very good. That's a very good, like, pace. I think you're totally fine on that pace. You could go, I mean, I think it's a fine pace. You're safe to go a little faster if you want to, and that's something you can sustain. I think at that weight, you are probably safe to go a little bit faster. But you are at a really good pace already, so you do not need to go faster. If it's working, it's working. Keep on doing it. That'd be my recommendation. Now, medications can absolutely do things to your appetite to make it so that you lose or gain more weight. So, for example, right, a lot of the people who take ADHD medications, right, effectively meth, tend to lose weight because they forget to eat or they're not hungry, because it turns out meth suppresses your appetite. So that happens a lot. There's a lot of people who will get on a medication and lose weight, just like there are many people who will get on medications that actually promote hunger. So it's something very specific, because there are very, very, very few medications themselves that will make you gain or lose weight. Generally, what will happen is a medication will influence you to change a habit or what your body desires, which will lead to weight gain or weight loss, right? So some medication will increase your appetite, which makes you eat more, and then you gain weight. But it's not the medication itself that is making you gain weight. It is influencing you somehow, right? Just a point of clarification I always like to stress. Because I know I've seen a lot of people say like, oh, this medication has made me gain weight. And it's always like, well, no, not exactly. It's making it easier for you to gain weight. It's making it harder to not gain weight, but there is still the possibility of not gaining weight when on that medication. It's just going to be harder. And that's important to consider, because I think some people, and this is very reasonable, like I think people have to, focus on one thing at a time, right? So if there's something you're on a medication for, obviously maybe you should focus on that first and then weight loss afterwards. But I do think there are times where I've seen people use that as like an out almost, to think that they can't do anything about it. To say like, oh, well, I'm on this medication, I can't ever lose any weight. And I just want to stress that's not true, because you still have control. It just might be more difficult. Totally understandable if it's too difficult. You should focus on whatever your medication, is solving first, right? That's your primary concern, obviously. But, just to say it's not impossible, I feel like it's almost a necessity, because our eyes lie to us all the time. I remember the first time I saw a serving of ice cream, I cried. I was like, this is a serving? Been eating quadruple portions all this time. Oh yeah, servings are a mess. Could have lost some more from extra fat or water burn. Yeah, that's the other thing, Pi. So you actually bring up a really good point I forgot to mention, right? So 8 pounds over actually would make me think that you actually are probably directly on your original pace. It was just that there were 8 pounds of water weight in the beginning, especially if that loss happened very fast at the beginning. Also, Command, thank you for the bits. I will get to that in just a moment. Let's see. Ecos is already an off-meta use of it. I see. Also, for anyone who is like me and Fat Max's entire package of sugar-free pudding is 60 calories, 2 cups skim milk, 180 calories, 1 scoop of Whiston Casem whey is another 120. So you're looking at 360 calories for 40 to 45 protein and 30 gram carbs in a huge bowl. Yes. Yeah, using sugar-free recipes are broken when it comes to like pudding and stuff. There's even sugar-free cheesecake pudding that you can make like sugar-free cheesecakes with, and it's actually crazy. That is a super advanced tech there, Command. You're so right. Stupid weight gaining meds, yeah. Me taking edibles doesn't make me gain weight. It's the cheesecake I forgot I ate afterwards. Exactly. Apart from seemingly wrecking periods from 48 months apart to a more stable 2 to 3. I see. Yeah, keep up the good work. 35 pounds is great. Keep up the awesome work there. Let's see. Next up. You need this protein weed. I've never seen that before. Is that real? I unfortunately got diagnosed as pre-diabetic. I've been counting my calories now and exercising regularly, down 10 pounds since. My doctor recommended me, 5'9", male, now 220, a limit of 70 grams of carbs. Does that seem reasonable? Averaging 110 now. Oh, God. Oh, I don't want to say it. I need to not talk above my station. This is so hard. Okay, let me put it this way. Thanks. Let me put it this way. Okay, I am not a medical professional. Do not take what I say as medical advice. My personal opinion is that's crazy and doesn't solve the problem necessarily. Without additional context. Yeah, that the problem alone would not solve in my mind. And probably is not, like, I don't want to say that has nothing to do with it, but that's probably not why you're pre-diabetic. Like, having 70 grams of carbs versus 110 is probably not why you're pre-diabetic. But let's explore this a little bit, right? And again, if this is medical, your doctor comes first. But I also do want to stress the fact that doctors, general, like if this is a general doctor, right? Doctors actually get very little general nutrition training, right? That's why we have dietitians, because doctors are not diet specialists. They know things for sure, but they're not diet specialists. Though I will say I'm not comfortable professionally being like, no, don't listen to your doctor, right? I would never do that. They outrank me. But personal opinion, I don't think that makes a lot of sense. You'd be fine doing this because there's nothing wrong with having 70 grams of carbs over 110. You'd be fine doing this. I would say see an actual dietitian and ask them. As always, Poemi, you're 100% right. 100% right. How are you doing? Doing good, awesome night. How about you? So, like, you know, it's tough because here's the thing, right? So if you're pre-diabetic and you're down 10 pounds, what your doctor is probably trying, and this is an assumption, your doctor is probably trying to spur weight loss, right? That is probably what your doctor is trying to do. Is trying to get you to lose some weight to get out of the pre-diabetic range, assuming that that is what's influencing the diabetic versus pre-diabetic range, right? Versus your normal range. So the doctor's trying to get you to lose weight, I imagine, right? They're probably using carb cutting as a mechanism to do that, but that is not the only mechanism, and it might not even be the most efficient mechanism. So, you know, cutting carbs, right? 110's fine, 70's fine, neither's ketosis. Obviously, you're gonna have a little less energy if you're having very low carbs, right? So for lifting, for example, you're not gonna be able to push as hard. In my mind, I would say, like, you know, probably cut fat more than cut carbs in this case, right? As long as fat's not going too low. Pre-diabetics having elevated sugar, but not high enough to be full-on diabetic. Yeah. No, not everyone's pre-diabetic. There's a range that's considered pre-diabetes. Is what it is, right? But like, I think here's the thing here is, right? I don't think that necessarily, I think any way you lose weight will help you towards the goal of not being pre-diabetic. It doesn't have to be carb cutting, but I also think it's fine to do it this way because carbs do tend to be the thing that we cut when we lose weight. So this is like fine, but I wouldn't say it's a hard rule. I'm not saying you're going to die if you're at 110 grams. Because I think what matters is the overall calories here. So for example, if you're already good on protein and you're good on fat, then yeah, what you cut is the carbs, right? To make sure you're still hitting your fat and you're still hitting your protein goals. Then you cut the carbs. Absolutely. Now, generally for me, that would be something like going down to like, 160 grams of carbs versus being at like 300 grams of carbs. But yeah, it's fine, right? There's nothing wrong with this approach. You just might be a little more low energy for your actual lifts if you're exercising, because that is going to be your primary fuel throughout the day, your carbohydrates, right? So yeah, Yeah, but I think like this will work. Maybe I came on too strong at the beginning here. That is a way it will work if the goal of this is weight loss and spurring that through the constriction of carbs, right? Then that would absolutely work. That makes sense. But I don't know if they're saying inherently, oh, you're at 110 carbs and that's why you're pre-diabetic versus 70 carbs. No, not really, in my opinion. But yeah, it depends on where they're coming from. But this will work. This will work. Cutting, you know, in general, losing weight will help pre-diabetes in most cases. Door open. My hand's on the handle, but the door's not open yet. Yeah. Absolutely. Antidepressants are definitely the devil when it comes to fitness. Well, you know, some people, like, it's a very important thing for a lot of people, you know, having antidepressants. So it's probably thinking the carbs turn to sugars for energy. Yeah, I understand the thinking behind it. All to say that, like, I don't think that 110 versus 70 is going to... Here's what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that if this person cut carbs to 70 grams rather than 110, but then they ate more calories elsewhere and they maintain their weight, I don't think that's going to solve their pre-diabetes, right? Like, if we took the advice at face value and we didn't consider other factors, I don't think that alone would solve pre-diabetes. I think that what they're trying to spur here is probably weight loss, is my guess. But that's, again, I don't want to talk too much on what a doctor says. Please listen to your doctors. Except for that one time. Except for that one time with that nutritionist. That one I'm willing to put my foot down on. Except for that one time. 70G sounds insane. That's less than 5 servings, 300 grams of carbs. Yeah, the thing is, you won't die. Like, there's nothing wrong with it because carbs are generally safe to cut. And you're not in ketosis at 70 grams a day, so that's not an issue. So, like, it's fine, but it's just not going to be efficient for, like, workouts, you know? All right, next question. Hey, Sclimbro, got any insight into my left foot being super stiff in the morning? The right foot feels fine. Left one seems to wake up locked in place. Takes 5 to 10 minutes to loosen up. Oh, weird. I mean, maybe you're sleeping on it a weird way. Maybe you need to stretch it a little bit more. Other than that, I think that's more of a medical thing, I would say, that you might want to get checked out. Nothing crazy, but yeah. I guess it depends on... It's not numb, is it? It's not numb, is it? Let's clarify here. It's just, you know, it feels a little creaky, but it's not numb. It could be like a joint thing, right? Maybe there's some light arthritis there or something like that. That could do it. As you get older, you can have arthritis in one side, not the other. That can happen. Posted some Reddit for an instant diagnosis. Yeah, that could be a possibility. If it's numb, go to the doctor. If you wake up with your foot numb, you should probably get that checked out. That could be diabetes. But yeah, no, it could just be that you're sleeping on it funny or something like that. But yeah, that's hard. I wouldn't say I'm an expert on this, so I can't speak too much for it. But yeah. So next question. I recently started weight loss and I'm down 10 pounds in 3 months. Not a lot, I know, but I'm super proud of myself. You should be proud of yourself. Your trainer, not so much. He says I was failing at my diet and workout. Let's see, male 26, 312 pounds. Sorry if the sent twice. Well, you're not failing objectively. Your trainer's crazy. Now, here's great. This is the best part, right? Now that we're talking about another trainer of which I'm on, you know, a level of, now I can judge them. Now I can say things confidently because I have the credentials to also back this up. Yeah, your trainer's dumb. Your trainer's dumb and stupid. Get a different trainer. If you lose 10 pounds and your trainer says you're failing, you're objectively not. You're moving towards your goal, right? The pace might not be where your trainer likes, but you're moving towards your goal objectively. You didn't gain 10 pounds. You lost 10 pounds, right? We have our whole life. We can take our time. That's still a win. It's still an incredible win, especially because starting off, it's really, really hard to lock in. And this shows that you've locked in. And as long as you keep doing what you're doing, you will eventually reach your goal. You will get there. So I don't know. Your trainer, like, I think that it's fine. It depends on how it came across, right? Because it's fine for a trainer to say, like, here's a good example, right? So if I was training somebody who they were 312 pounds, male 26, lost 10 pounds in 3 months, right? I wouldn't be mad at them. I wouldn't say they failed, but I would say, like, you know, I would try to encourage them to be more consistent with the diet that we planned in a positive way without saying they're failing. You know, we'd be saying, like, hey, you did a great job. 10 pounds is an awesome start, but we really want to try and dial in the diet a little bit more to get on the pace that we like, right? I wouldn't be being like, you're failing at your diet and workout, right? No, dumb. Get a different trainer. That trainer sucks. Is what I would say. There's a positive and a negative way to do this. But saying you're failing is stupid because objectively, you are not failing. You are moving in the direction of your goal. You just have not hit it yet. That's not failing, right? If we're in the middle of a race, if you're in a race, right? And you're in the middle of a race and you're currently racing the race and you're not stopping, you're not stopped, you're not lost, you haven't failed the race, right? You wouldn't look at a dude halfway in a marathon and be like, man, I failed the race. No. When I started losing weight, the start was a massive fight. Then it ramped up massively. Yeah, starts are really hard. The first few weeks are the hardest sometimes. And then like really deep in the cut, it's hard too. Starfire. But hey, welcome in. 10 pounds in 3 months isn't the fastest, but that's on track. Yeah, considering the highest, if you were perfect in Magic, is a max of like 20 in the same time. Yeah. Dummy trainer guy fired. Yeah. You know, I'd chew the trainer out. I'd chew the trainer out for that. If that was a trainer at my gym, I'd be like, you got to stop. You got to cut it out. No way. You ain't saying shit like that. If I don't succeed, I'm failing, but you're currently in the process of succeeding. That's the crazy part, right? Like, again, you're in the race. You are currently racing the race. You haven't lost. Objectively. Let's see. I've heard you could skip calorie counting entirely if you just hit target macros. Is that true? Okay, so this is funny because yes, but no. Yesn't, I guess I would say. By counting macros, you are also counting calories. You're just not counting the calories. What do I mean by this? Okay. As we talked about a little bit earlier, every gram of protein is 4 calories. Every gram of carbs is 4 calories. Every gram of fat is 9 calories. So by tracking your macros, you have also tracked calories. You just haven't counted them. But you could do that math very easily right now. Here, I'll do it. I'll do it right now. Hold on, when my mouse wakes up. Yeah, you're just counting a different number that does the same job. But you can skip counting calories. There is a way to do that. So let's do this right now. Okay, 100 grams protein, that's 400 calories, right? 80 grams carbs, that's like, what, 320? No, not 320. Yeah, 320. 320 and 400 for the protein, 720. 40 times 9 plus 720. Yeah, that's 1,080 calories. That's 1,080 calories. So the point is you are tracking still. You're just tracking a different number. And that is true. Yes. So objectively, yeah, you don't need to actually count calorie number if you just count macros, because that is also calorie counting. You're still counting the overall energy balance in your body, just using a different number to do it. But if you did want to look into actually not even counting anything, that's when tricks like, you know, portioning on small plates and, you know, intermittent fasting, skipping meals, things like that come into play, where you can also lose weight without counting calories at all, just by restricting how you eat and when you eat, so that you end up eating less calories. So that's also a real thing, despite this just being another way to count. So yes, but also no is the answer to that one. Yes, but also no. Yesn't. Thomas Edison once said, I've not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work. Yeah, true. As long as you continue, you're still in the race. I agree with that. That's same for content creation, right? You're still in the race as long as you keep going. The only way to lose in content creation is to give up the race, right? And this is really anything, right? Whether it be any goal, anything in life, you only lose once you stop. And I think it's a really fun mindset to try to get into, because when you think about it, it's true, right? It's like, well, I definitely lose if I stop, right? Like if my goal is to become an astronaut and I stop trying to go to astronaut school, well, I'm definitely not hitting the goal then. But as long as I keep trying to go to astronaut school, there's a chance, but there's a 0% chance the second you give up. So yeah, same thing. Is this like saying you don't need to track the fluid ounces if you count the cups? Yes, free. It'd be exactly like that. Yep. Just a different way to count, but it's also very viable, right? If you do prefer to just count macros, you can totally do that. Totally do that. It'll work the same way as long as you have the right macros dialed in, just like you would need the right calories dialed in. You only fail when you stop trying. I feel every day in the short term, but I stay on, so I've yet to fail in the long term. Yeah, true. And you know, I wouldn't even say you fail every day if you're still hustling in the long term, you know? Is dying the ultimate failure? Yes, Duntum. That's correct. That's correct, Duntum. Dying is the absolute failure, and we need to become immortal. You're right, Duntum. The only way to continue winning forever is to be immortal. Now you're thinking like Gurren Lagann, Duntum. Now you're thinking a little Gurren Lagann. No, I'm kidding. Missed 100% of the shots you don't take, Wayne Gretzky, Starfire. Yeah. How do you handle dieting during seasons where people love to celebrate? Oh, yeah. Oh, this is the worst. February to July is when a lot of people close to me have their birthdays, special events, or we have family gatherings almost every week. Everyone wants to eat together. I get what can fit in my needs, but every week or every other week is hard to work off. I can only rain check so many times before I feel bad. This is so true. This is the same energy as if you're in a diet, you've experienced this, right? You go to an event and you're talking to people. And it's a food event, right? It's like a party or something. And you say like, oh, I'm gonna have a cookie, but I shouldn't, right? But I'm gonna have a cookie. Inevitably, every time somebody will say to you something to the effect of, it's only once, right? It's a treat because you're at this party and you have to stop every fiber of your being from yelling at them. Yeah, it's a treat when I do it every day because I have parties every day. You have to stop yourself from crashing out and being like, yeah, but it's not a treat just once when you do it every single day. It stops being a good excuse at that point. Hey, Desmond, what's up? This VTuber has that Adderall and black mold personality. Well, no black mold, no Adderall. You know, I'd say actually the opposite, Desmond. No mold in my house. I fight the mold. I fight the mold very aggressively. Very clean Sclim. And as for Adderall, I actually haven't been officially diagnosed with anything. I'm just like this. So, plan ahead, but don't feel bad. Don't overindulge. Yeah. So the way to answer this, yeah, and also something will happen. Another thing that you'll see happen is the second you go on a diet, people are going to come out of the trees offering you food. This is a real phenomenon. I promise you this. The second you start your diet, you're going to walk into your office and someone's going to bring donuts that week. Guaranteed. This has happened at least 10 separate times that I've heard of to clients of mine. It is like a karmic force of the universe that someone's going to bring donuts into the office the second you start your diet. Gonna happen. Gonna happen. So what you need to do, this is why flexible dieting is highly recommended, right? Rather than planning every single calorie for every day, you got to give yourself flex. So here's the way to handle this. How to handle this situation. Listen, all this is sabotage. It is sabotage. Listen, all y'all, this is sabotage. Yeah. I tell everyone if they go on a diet, they need to treat it like hitting the lotto. Tell nobody and just decline food. Yeah, literally. But no, so the way you can actually deal with this. So I have this problem during the holidays. If you're going to, let's assume one event per week, right? Let's say high bar. There are going to be very few weeks where there's going to be two things, hopefully. So let's assume like one per week. All you need to do is account for it ahead of time, right? You know it's coming, so plan ahead. And that doesn't just mean plan some calories ahead for the day. Take calories from other days and place them there. One of the most efficient diets that I'll give to my clients are ones where I will take 100 or 200 calories away from every single weekday when they're in their work routine and give it to the weekends for when they go out with friends. So for example, right? If you're on a 2,000 calorie a day diet, rather than just every day being 2,000 calories, don't think about it. What you do is go 1,800 calories Monday through Friday or 1,900 calories Monday through Friday. Put all those extra calories on Saturday so you get to eat like 3K on Saturday. That's the way to do it. That way you fit in family gatherings, you fit in parties, you fit in events. You have way more calories to work with when it matters because inevitably it's always going to be the weekend. Always going to be the weekend. And it's going to be like once per week. So just plan ahead that way. That's my biggest recommendation. Yeah, you could just move calories to different days. So BOGO, yeah, it's a big misconception that like our body does not work on a 24-hour clock where it resets constantly and thinks like, oh, well, the calories for the day have been locked in. They're going to do what they're going to do. No, it's over weeks and months and stuff like that. Theoretically, you know, this is why like one meal a day has the same outcome many times as 3 meals a day or 5 meals a day or 7. It doesn't matter much when you eat, just that you do. So overall, if your caloric balance for the week is exactly the same, you can split up your calories however you want. However you want. Now, obviously, there's more efficient ways to do that, right? There are some times where you might want to consider, well, I want to have energy from carbs to be able to lift on these days. So that's where like carb cycling comes into play. You know, you want to make sure that you have your protein, you know, various times throughout the day, split that out a little bit. So like there are things to consider minutia, sure, but you could absolutely take calories from one day, give it to another if that's a day you're planning to have a party. And that's highly recommended also, right? Because the thing about the weekdays that's nice are you get in a routine. So if you eat food, you get in a routine, you do your normal things, save the fun for the weekend, bada bing, bada boom. That will help you manage this. Hope that helps, but that's my advice. Only thing that seems to hold true is you shouldn't do certain things like in the first 30, 60 minutes of waking up. Yeah, and even then, we don't have too much data on that. I do agree with the idea of don't have caffeine right when you wake up, wait about an hour. I agree with that. I think that makes a lot of sense. I don't really think you need to wait in any special way for eating, as far as I know. Yeah, the caffeine one I agree with, but as for eating, I think actually, if anything, it'd be beneficial to have protein immediately upon waking up, because then you can kickstart what's it called, muscle protein synthesis, and hold off degradation right away rather than staying fasted for longer. So I think that's probably efficient, is to be like, yeah, first thing in the morning, have like 20 grams of protein at least. That's why the best breakfasts have protein in them. Never forget. My calorie limit has gone down from like 2,600 a day to 1,800, and it was rough adjusting. You get used to it, then you just don't want the extra. True, that is a big drop though, Starfire. I imagine you were trying to lose weight, so that's like deficit included, because that's probably too much of a drop for it to totally be metabolism going down from losing weight. So I'm imagining that's with deficit. But yeah, and the nice thing is, once you're done, and this is the part everybody forgets, right? Once you're done with a diet and you hit your goal weight, you get to eat more because you get to go back to maintenance. That's an extra like 500 calories per day. You get to start eating again. So like it's easier to hold on to it if you know what you're doing and treat that as a goal once you're at your goal. The mistake a lot of people make is think that, oh, it's like a 130-pound difference. Then yeah, that might make sense, Starf. That might make sense then. Absolutely. 130-pound difference would do a very significant metabolic adjustment for sure, just because you're carrying around so much extra to work with. But yeah, what was I yapping about? Sclimbo's eating 30k calories of brickin once a week. Yeah, you know, you could. I mean, that probably wouldn't be the best, but it also wouldn't be efficient for muscles. It's gonna make going out with friends once a week so much easier. Exactly. Now, you know, you do want to be careful, but I think what the most important thing you can do, and the big mistake that a lot of people make, this is like YouTube short fodder right here. The big mistake you can make, right? But the number one biggest mistake you can make once you finish a diet is to not have another goal in mind. Even if that goal is just to maintain your new weight. You need to set it like a goal for a while, and you need to treat it with as much aggression as you did your original goal. Because if you just think about it as a once and done thing and you think, oh, I did it, now I'm done, I don't ever have to do it again. No, you're probably going to have to readjust to that new, calorie, right? Readjust your new maintenance calories and your hunger signaling, your new hunger signaling. Well, so you want to treat it like a goal. Once you hit your goal, once you lose all that weight, now think, okay, goal, I want to maintain this weight. Do your calories out like that. Obviously, you're going to get more, but don't just let it go, because that's how people rebound. It's just being like, I don't have to think about it ever again. And then boom, next year, there's 70 more pounds that they just lost. So that's what you don't want to do. You definitely want to take a quick look at that. Yap. Next question. I was wondering if I should be mad or not about my gym I switched to, saying I can't be in the pool unsupervised. I have POTS, so you know, I faint sometimes. It is what it is. However, I know my body, I know my limits, and they have lifeguards, so I feel a bit pissed, like I pay you all $100 a month. Yeah, that's weird. Especially if they have lifeguards. I mean, I know it's like a liability for them. You could probably try to negotiate something there and being like, hey, you're not letting me use one of the facilities, take money off my membership. That's kind of weird though. I don't know the legality around that. But that is weird. That is weird. Yeah. Especially because it's lifeguards. That's like their job, right? Because you didn't have to disclose that either, realistically, right? That's not something you legally had to disclose. So is that discrimination? I don't know I'm not a legal guy, but I wonder if that's discrimination, because you don't have to disclose your medical conditions to a gym, I don't think, right? I think that's one of those like HIPAA things. Like, you don't have to disclose your medical conditions. So if you do disclose them and then they're not allowing you to use something because of that, that might be discrimination. Yeah, that could be discrim from the gym. That could be medical discrimination. The right lawyer could argue it is. I think so. You're probably better off just trying to cut off, unless you really want to use the pool, then I'd say like, hey, you can't do this. Or maybe they can. I really don't know the laws where you are, but that might be. That could be. It'd fit the bill, right? From the spirit of that law. Because you didn't have to disclose that. It's not like there was a legal requirement to disclose that. But now that you have disclosed that, you're being treated differently. That'd be something to consider. Yeah. But yeah, no, you should be mad about that. That's kind of annoying, I think. I think they should probably, you do know your body. And you can't use facilities and you're paying for them. So either they should give you a discount or they should shut up because they have lifeguards. That goes for GLP-1 drugs too. Already seeing people losing a ton of them, going off, skyrocketing back up. Yep, because like we say every week, all it does is suppress your appetite. So if you go off them, your appetite's going to come back. You haven't learned the skills to cope with that. Bada boom, it's over, right? How that works. Discrim at the gym, not the Sclim. Discrim. Hey, Beetle, what's up? Probably just safeguarding. Yeah, they probably are safeguarding, but it's still very annoying. That's for sure. I mean, I would try to switch gyms or get a discount or something if it were me. Or be like, don't do that, right? And get mad at them about it. But that's just me. That's just me, folks. Hee hee. It does kind of feel like BS. Yeah, I don't know, but you know, you don't know what country people are in. You don't know the rules. Although, like, a gym membership that's $100 a month does make me think this is probably the US. I think this is the US. I don't know. I get a feeling, you know, a gym having a pool, a gym doing stuff like that, having $100 a month. It feels like the US. Feels like the US. The only other thing is, like, I've talked about this before. This is a fun fact. I always forget what country it is too, but there's the Norwegian countries. It's either Norway, Finland. I think it's Norway or Finland. Actually, it might be Sweden. It's Norway, Finland, or Sweden, where I've talked to you guys about the it's illegal to be jacked in effect law. So in one of those countries, I forget which one, police are allowed to question you on the street for steroid use, because steroids are considered like a class 1 drug there, and that have a lot of jail time associated with them. So police officers are allowed to question you and search you on the street if you're too jacked, which is like the best compliment I could ever get, right? If the cops came up to me and they're like, whoa, you're too shredded, we got to check you out, right? But that is a real thing. I watched a mini documentary on it, which is really funny, where it's like, yo, you're too yoked, you got to be taking something. I'd be honored. I'd be honored to be investigated. It's me, and yeah, it's ridiculous, and I'm so mad about it. Yeah, it feels a little ridiculous, yeah. Yeah, it's probably US and Lifetime Fitness. Yeah, the 24/7 gyms can get that high. That's a good point. I think Lifetime Fitness is a 24/7. You might be right about that. Those guns, check those guns. My mom's disproportionately scared of people getting injured on her property. Yeah, that was like a big fear, right? With like trampolines and hot tubs and stuff, that people would go on your property and then sue you, because they could do that in the US. That's absolutely the setup to a movie. Oh, you sure is, man. Whoa, you're looking pretty jacked. I got to give you a pat down. Right? I can see the movie now. That's a gotchi moochie right there. That's a gotchi moochie right there for sure. It's true though. Believe me, it isn't an honor. I mean, Bengus, I think it is an honor. I mean, it's bad, right? Like the fact that you can get searched for being jacked, but I would be honored. I would be like, oh, wow, you think I'm that big? Oh, wow. But, you know, as somebody who that's like a big part of my life, I'd take the police questioning just to feel something, you know? Yeah, we're not even in the US. I don't know where she got that mentality. Yeah, that's odd. Still a fear. People have broken into yards, trespassed, got injured, and got payouts. How does that even work, though? Like, it's so crazy. But whoa, your bit's huge. It's so crazy. Like, how did that law ever pass? Where they're like, yeah, they can break into your property illegally and then break their neck on your trampoline and then sue you. Huh? What do you mean? You broke into my yard? It's a closed yard. It's mine. You weren't allowed to go there. How could I ever be at fault for that? Insurance refers to them as attractive nuisances. That is the reason why I had to get rid of my trampoline and hot tub when I was younger. But I was the only one breaking limbs on those. Me! And I'm allowed to break stuff on them. Yeah, getting stopped by the police for being jacked has got to be a goal of all time. Speaking of which, did you know that Ronnie Coleman was a police officer? Could you imagine getting pulled over by Ronnie Coleman? Hold on, I'm pulling up a picture. Could you imagine? I would not want to be any criminal then. You know, I'm sure he had a lot of very cooperative people. Very cooperative people that he arrested. Right? Because, like, what are you doing? Hold on, I got a picture. He says, I loved being a police officer in Texas just as much as I loved being a bodybuilder. You need to see this. Okay, imagine you get pulled over by the police, right? And this guy walks up to you. What would you do? I know it's very small. I'm sorry about that. What would you do? Yeah, officer, anything you say. Anything you say, officer. Please. Comply. Yeah, you comply. That's what you do. You comply. You comply. That's scary. That's so scary. Yeah, he is all cornbread, by the way. No steroids at all. Sclimbo, can I direct you to look at the non-Pokemon media channel in the Discord for a sec? Just want to see your reaction to this. Yeah, I'll open up Discord. I don't usually when I'm on stream, but I'll do it for you. Hey, Sharada, welcome in. Are you actually a real cop? You're like from a striptogram. Yeah, a striptogram from a friend. All right, you want the non-Pokemon media channel in Discord. All right, let me open it for you, Ayoto. I'll do it. I'll do it. I don't have window capture on, right? No, I don't. Cool. I don't even have that as a thing. Hell yeah. All right, what are we looking? Sclimbo. We're looking media that isn't Pokemon. What is this? Wait, what is this? Naruto X football? Yo, hold on. We're putting this on screen. One moment. One moment. Something Chunibyo just dropped. Take a look at what this is. It looks cool. Hey, Free. What's up? Free. Hey, you're back. You got distracted? Oh, yeah? Well, get distracted by this instead. Get distracted by this cool thing instead that Ayoto sent. Hold on. This is, like, so important, actually. Take a look at this. Oh. Yo! No? Yes. 10 minutes of calisthenics daily to reach that physique. Yeah, true. My attention. Yeah, look at this. This slaps. I don't know what's going on here, but I'm a big fan of it. Look at this dude hitting the Pain Shinra Tensei right here. Yo, I'd be so... Imagine... Okay, hold on. Naruto ball. Yeah, imagine you're part of this promotion. Kakashi Zaddy? Imagine you're part of this promotion and they tell you that you get to be Itachi. That's... Oh. The guy... Wait. The guy in the middle, a WWF guy? I'm not sure, actually. Guy in the bottom right hitting the Sharingan. Yeah, he's kind of hitting that. Is there an F1 version? There should be. Yeah, imagine you get this promotion and they tell you you're going to be Sasuke, or he even has a fake Chidori, or you're going to be Itachi. That's like the biggest win ever, right? That's like, damn, dude. That kind of hits. Half of them look like they're at gunpoint. They should have done me in this. I'd be so excited. He is kind of giving Gotchi, actually. You got a point there, Duntham. You got a point there. There's a parody there. I can hear it now. It does rock, though. That does rock so hard. Yeah, it rocks, like, really hard. All right, let's see. Looks like we're all through the fitness questions. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to an ad break, everyone. A normal one this time. Nothing wrong. I'm just going to go to ad break because it's been a couple hours. And then we're going to probably play some GeoGuessr. It's been a while since we did regular GeoGuessr, not House Hunter. Chad is welcome to help. Let's guess together. But yeah, and if we do get some more questions while we're in ads, that's fine. You can put in your confessions. You can put in your questions. If we do have more questions when we get back from ads, we'll hit them. But if not, we'll move over to GeoGuessr. I'll be back in 4 minutes. As always, we are forced to run ads. Unrad, that's what I almost said. We don't have a choice. But I will be back in a bit. Yeah, we'll do more GeoGuessr House Hunter some other time. I think it's been a long time since we did legit regular GeoGuessr. It's been like 2 months. So with the compass as my Oshi mark alongside the muscle, we probably should. Been a while since we traveled. All right, be back in 4 minutes. BRB. Return of the Sclim. Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you had a little good ad break there. Everything's feeling good over here. We're back. Got my clothes back on. That's good. Hey, Bulldak, what's going on? Welcome in. Welcome in. All right, let's see if there's any more questions. And if not, we're going to play some GeoGuessr. All righty, let's do it. Let's swap categories. Yeah, I'm back. You know I'm back. You know I'm back. Oh, you know what? Let me go to full screen for this. That's probably better. Let me bring in my arms. Doink. All right, let's swap categories and get playing some GeoGuessr here. Any vibe on where we want to start today? Oh, you know what? I should probably update my title too. Let's do. Hold on. Okay, streaming info updated successfully. Yep, I know. Now, can you get out of my way? Thank you. Oh, it's still in my way. It's just on the screen. There it is. All right, now we're GeoGuessr. Let's change the title to. Let's say guessing my geo. Crazy style. Cool. Everyone knows what that means. Everyone knows what that means. So why did I what, Humanoid Typhoon? Vash the Stampede. Why did I what? Why did you? Why did you? Okay. Let's play some GeoGuessr. Where do we want to start today? I want to do international or do I want to do US? Should I try Japan again? I think we always need to try Japan, right? In the inevitable belief that I might be good at it eventually, someday. Why'd you want to get a skinny fat model even though you're jacked in real life? Oh, well, this is just how I'm built. This is just how I'm built, Humanoid Typhoon. This is actually, as far as Sclimbo go, this is actually a peak physique. The most peak Sclimbo of all. That's what I am. Vash? Yeah, Vash is here right now on the Twitch side of it, isn't it crazy? Humanoid Typhoon himself. But yeah, you see, as far as Sclimbos go, this is actually the peak performance, peak form of a Sclim. I am jacked. The power lifter build. Yeah. Yeah. But my oh, thank you for turning me into a brick of chicken. My model actually was drawn by Flork of Cows, if you're familiar. Because I'm in a VTuber agency and he's my boss. Okay, let's do this. Each prefecture is the same amount of locations and Hokkaido is double. Got it. All right, we need to do, now it looks like the Oikos Grizzly. We need to do the thing. We need to do the thing we do every GeoGuessr stream where we try to be good at Japan because theoretically I should be, but I'm not. You own a pair of shades like Vash wears in real life? Hell yeah, those rock. Vash is so cool. All right, let's do Balance Japan. And just try, right? Let's give it an old college try. Why don't we? Flork of Cows? Yes, I have a Flork of Chickens. What if there was an evil version that's Flork of Chickens? All right, everybody, welcome to every rural area in Japan. There's no way to guess anything from here, actually. This is my favorite part. So for those who are lurking who don't know the lore about GeoGuessr Japan, let me tell you the lore. So I do a lot of travel. I've backpacked across every prefecture in Japan. So you'd think that I'd be good at this because I've been everywhere. The problem is Japan is 70% mountains and more or less looks the same everywhere. So when you get most areas in Japan GeoGuessr, there's just no way to tell. There's just no way to tell. Kumamoto, Kyushu, Fukuoka. I mean, those are two places on Kyushu. You're correct. I have no way to tell what, I have to go on foliage, but even then, Aoyama. Even then, I'm like, how do I actually tell? I need to look for a sign here or something. I need a road sign. And even then, if it's small towns, I'm not going to get it. Yeah, this one, I got no clue. You have a pair of glasses similar to Vash, need them for prescription. That's kind of cool. Kind of cool. Okay, let's do, hold on, let's think. Abandoned house. That could be literally anywhere because everyone's leaving the rural areas. Frickin' spotted. Japanese countryside spotted. You got it, A-Pop. The landscape resembles New Zealand. Well, New Zealand looks like everywhere all at once, depending on where you are. So I feel like New Zealand resembles the world. Sign Doko. Yeah, sign Doko, actually. I mean, this is so small that you're not even getting signs. Yeah, this is that one town in that one prefecture. You know the one. Yeah, this is actually the town in the documentary I watched where there was that guy doing rice farming out here who was actually from Belgium or something, and he moved to Japan to become a rice farmer. That was cool. That was a cool documentary. It was a mini doc. All right, I'm just gonna look for a sign. I'm gonna cheat because there's no guidance at all I can even use here. I can do sun position. That's about it. And even then, I'm bad at directions. The addresses are the beige house on the right. Yeah, everybody knows each other. There's probably a mobile shopping cart that goes to the senior citizens' houses here. Like, they bring the grocery store to them. Is it Desai Brewery in Yamaguchi Prefecture? Are you serious, A-Pop? Or are you just like... Are you memeing? What? I didn't see a brewery, did you? Boo-wee. I can't say that without ooh-woo. Boo-wee. Alright, we got some low mountains. I guess I have to sling a guess here. We got nothing. Alright, that's like a kind of high mountain. Let me sling like... do I think this is Kyushu? Boo-wee. When in doubt, it's Yamaguchi. I actually like that. I like that vibe a lot. When in doubt, it's rural Yamaguchi. No. Okay, so this was bad, but I almost wanted to make the joke, it's Shikoku, because there's an abandoned house. But I was like, oh, there's abandoned houses everywhere, but it was Shikoku with an abandoned house. By the way, it's impossible to get to this side of Shikoku by train, more or less. I think there's only one route ever. Actually, is there even? I don't think there is. Booey, it's the ooey. They craft cuteness. Like me. Hee hee. All right, next up. Oh, good. Another middle of nowhere. Wait. That looks like a park sign. Give me something to work with here. Are we... Oh, that's a map. Oh, that's a good map. Oh, that's a good map. Okay, we got a bay. I can't read kanji. If I could read kanji, it'd actually be over. We got a bay here. It curves to the north. Where have I seen that? That could be Chiba. No, probably not. That could be Hamamatsu. No, the coast over here. Not the Hamamatsu coast. This coast. The Izu coast. No, it doesn't fit. I'm the map. Yeah, instant win if I could read kanji. If I could win kanji, it's instant win. I have to be careful, though. That could be a lake, not a bay. That could be a lake. I especially... You know what? I don't think it's a bay. It's too rural here. Last character means map. This might be a lake, actually. I don't think it's a bay. I think it's too rural to be a bay. Like, if we were getting this map, I think it'd be... I think everything on the coast is more or less settled, right? Except some of this stuff. But even then, that's on highway. So if the bay is, like, assuming it's, like, right there, and that's the road to it, and now we're looking at the map of the road, like, right there, going to it, it's got to be a lake. Hold on. Does anything... Google Lens to the rescue? I wonder if these lakes have anything that looks like that, like Toyako. I don't think it's Toyako. Would it be Shikotsu? No. Doesn't fit. Trying to play retro JP games, the kanji is you need high level inference to know this. Yeah. Yeah, what about here at a Kanmashu? This could be a Kanmashu. It's rural enough. Lake Akan, maybe? Do we see any feature like that? Not really. Maybe if we would get like really granular. You know what? Let me sling Lake Akan. It looks pretty rural. No, absolutely not. It was North Coast. It was a bay. It was Fukui, right below Fukui. But not exactly on the ocean. That's tough. That's tough. Should have trusted it was a bay. Alrighty here. We have something. Some big site here. What is this? Lurk, thanks for the lurk, Poemi. Now this is, like I said, Japan GeoGuessr is just really messed up. That's not... No, okay. The Hokkaido thing. Can I go up here, please? Is this some sort of facility? This road's weak. Usually, I wouldn't see a road like this. Wait, did I just see... That's a... O-N. Yeah, spooky place. Yeah, it's a big, like, facility of some kind. Let's take a look at the road. I want to get a sign here. Ooh. Wait. Hold on. In Japan, fun fact, the manhole covers differentiate sometimes depending on the city and have unique designs. Let me see if I can recognize it. No, I can't. Hold on, let me look from this angle. It's too far. Crap. No, nothing I recognize. I think there is a symbol on it, though. We're just, like, right on top of it, basically. Wait, what does that say? Okay. Can't read kanji. No, nothing I recognize. Worth a shot. Yeah, Kamen Rider manholes. There's, like, One Piece ones. Unyu Sokoko. Don't know it. That was probably nationwide. Either way. What is this place? It's not a school, I don't think. All right, give me a road sign here. I'm going to follow till I find road sign. PH, I believe that's shipping. See here. All right, good. Main road. What do we got? Like parking. That's Naoshite mas. Naoshitemas. Naoshitemas. Something like that. Teimas. Teimas. That's imas. So it's naoshiteimas. Injury warning. Ah, okay. Let's see here. Injury warning. Oh, I'm getting injured trying to find anything here. Oh, there's something. Something in the distance. I like how everywhere we've dropped, there have been 0 signs. They're really doing that. They do not want to give us road signs today. That's all right. We'll just go find them ourselves. Koga? Koga is a place. Koga and katakana. Koga is a place in Japan. I believe that's in Kansai. And that's over here somewhere. Near, yeah, there's Koka. And that's sometimes called Koga because it's near Iga. This is where all the ninjas come from. This Koga. I've heard that. I actually watched a video on this recently where somebody went to Koka here and the locals kept calling it Koga. Nice. Good call. Good call. Good call. Now we use our knowledge to our advantage. Let's go. Thank you for that. That's a big call. All right, we got a bridge. We have... Actually, it's pretty flat out here. What the heck? Usually never see things this flat. Okay, hold on. We might be able to cook here. If it's this flat, there's no mountains except way off there. Ooh, that's pretty unique, actually, for Japan. That could be... Hey, Zenji. Learning Japanese is fun. Yeah, playing GeoGuessr. We haven't done it for like a couple months, so we're doing GeoGuessr Japan. Yeah, you found the one plane in all of Japan. So normally I would say like, oh, that's probably going to be up here, the Toriyama plane. But I would see the mountains in the distance if it was the Toriyama plane. So let's take a look. Because Toriyama plane does look like this, but there's huge Alps in the distance. Halfway through year 11 learning JP, it's so painful, but I can't stop. I mean, good hustle, Command. I wish I knew as much as I used to. I am sloppy now. Could be Hokkaido. Yep. Could also be Hokkaido Sanyo area. Right? This could be along the coast here. It's just so flat, so maybe not. Oh my god, it's flat. This has to be Hokkaido or something. There's nowhere else, right? Hold on. Let's look for the Hokkaido road sign. And it's Cherry Blossom. Look, I imagine this is parking for Cherry Blossom right here. Yep. Okay, we got Cherry Blossom. Let me look at this sign. Yeah, you gave up when you started to learn the 17,000 polite forms. Well, here's a trick. Hey, P2. Here's the trick. I learn and use what I call Neanderhongo. It's like how a Neanderthal would speak Japanese. So I don't use the correct forms or transformations of anything. I just link words together in sentences that aren't properly conjugated. I use Neanderhongo, but it works. You just act like a Neanderthal. All right, so this is a Sakura viewing spot. Okay. Yep, this is a Sakura viewing spot. That's Sakura Bito, I believe. All right. That could be anywhere, though, depending on the time of year. You put on one stream, realize you wasted 11 years. No. That doesn't pass the class. It sure doesn't. But you know what? It does pass real life. It does pass real life interacting with people because they know what you mean, sort of. And that's all you need. I think sometimes, and this is, I don't know, maybe this is a hot take, but I think this is how the polyglots do it. Where it's like people do a lot of like learning conjugation and learning all that stuff and like learning writing and stuff. I go all in on comprehension. Yeah, noun, verb, noun. I go all in on listening comprehension and speaking vocab. Because that is all you need in a real life scenario most of the time, unless you're doing business, right? I think it's how the polyglots do it too. That's how they learn languages fast. They don't worry about the minutia many times. They're like, just get me the sentence. Yeah, many polyglots are very service level only. Exactly. Okay, we actually have something here. I've never been here, wherever this is. And this is very unique for Japan. What does this say? Cherry, yeah. Whatever region? Looks like there's a map. Yeah, learn the basics, throw yourself in the trenches. I agree with that. I agree with that. This is just so flat and so long. There's a lot of flowers. Hold on. There's a lot of flowers. How flat is... If I were to go up to BA and Furano here, kind of flat. I'm gonna crazy guess. No, absolutely not. Okay, that was Akita. Wow. Sure didn't look like it. Oh, okay. In the city, there's a Sakura Road. I was gonna say this is abnormally flat. It has to be some sort of like attraction. That's why I thought of BA and Furano, because they have a lot of flower attractions. But Floroma Town's based off in Sinnoh. When I was trying to learn Irish, the most important thing I got was just how to pronounce the letter combos. Yeah. Oh, we got a sign. Maybe easy win if I know the city. See what we got here. Because otherwise it looks like everywhere else. I just like super jump past that? Yeah, I did. Turbo jumped past it. Take a look. What do we got? It's Matsuyama and Komatsu on the Shimanami Expressway. Shimanami. Komatsu. Where's Komatsu? I've definitely passed through Matsuyama. I've been to Matsuyama. I just need to remember where is Matsuyama. I've passed through that. Is it? Yes, right here. It's on Shikoku. Okay. We also got Tune. I'm going to assume that it's this Matsuyama because we're looking for the E76. E11. I'm going to assume it's this Matsuyama. And Komatsu. Do we see Komatsu around here? Komatsu. We're close enough. It's near Matsuyama. Is Komatsu? Oh. Let's go in here. Okay. Not bad. Oh, it was Imabari. I knew I passed by this. Yeah. Imabari is, I've been to Imabari. This is where you end the Shimanami Kaido biking route, or begin it, depending on what side you start on. Through all the islands back to the mainland of Honshu. Pretty cool. That's why they're always saying what kanji's used in their names. Yeah, the only big brain thing I learned for JP is I don't need to worry about trying to guess names. Yeah, they can't guess it either. It's true. Oh, don't put me in the forest. Oh, don't put me in the forest. Oh, no, 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 no. Let's see, Ira. Oh god, I don't know. It's been a long time, so I do forget some hiragana, but this is Ira, pause, EI. That's set at the end, and I can't make that one out. Gosh, Is that Urashima? Okay, it is. I thought it might be, but I couldn't read the ma, but that would make sense. That would make sense. Your name is Ayano? Cool, there's 15 different ways, yeah. Yep, it's welcome. It's welcome. I couldn't read the ma. I was getting too lost in the weeds. And I was like, but that would be what you would assume it was, yeah. Can't read anything else, though. This is nothing. Yeah, they have the name of the place on the sign. Can't read it. Yeah, if it's kanji, it's not happening. Ooh, wait a minute. Are those the Hokkaido markers? No. Hey, Scroto, I've decided to return and make my grand entrance. Everyone bow down to my superiority. Oh my god, it's Scroto Saggins. Wow. Hey, what's up, Scroto? What's going on? I watched Lord of the Rings recently. All right, that's like, that's the, I know that kanji, I think, maybe. That's like, I know like 3 kanji, and that's one of them. It's like Kawa. That's Kawa, right? Or Gawa. Or, I don't think it's Yama. Might be Yama also. That's no, obviously. Kanji for mountain. Yeah, that's Yama. Yeah, I think it's river or mountain. Or is river different? Life's been good. Life's been awesome. How you been, Scroto? Toya Makimino. Is that the name of the place? Toya Makimino? Mino? Don't know it. Do not know it. Ooh, hello. All right. All you, Command. All you, Birmingham. All you. Yeah, River Mountain. Sorry, they do look similar. You're so right, Liz Top. That is River. All you. We also have Kokoni. Kanji. Crap. Gas prices are tickling me in places I never knew existed. That's why I'm using my e-bike. That's why I'm using my e-bike. I'm going to need Command to lock in here and get me the name of this place. Hey, Command, I'm going to need you to lock in on some kanji. We're in a park. We sure are. I think it might be Liverpool. You have a good shot at that. Yeah. Look at old Liverpool to me. All right, let's see. Suewi tsu morihaya serapi kosu and that doesn't mean anything to me. And I might, but gas being like 650 gallons nuts. It's kind of messed up. Hey Jake, what's up? Some sort of park. Yeah, I don't know it. The map's too local to help. Wish we could get out of parks. Like, give me cities instead. Let me just sling a guess. Hold on, give me like a vista or something. I'll sling a guess based on geography. Actually, wait a second. I recognize this. Something about a forest over water. Mizue Forest Therapy Path Guide. I see. Mizue. I feel like I might have been here. Thank you for that. Is this... Oh. Outside base Mizukami. Oh, it's a campground. It's a campground. I knew it looked familiar. I haven't been here, but Yuru Camp might have. I don't think I've been here, but Mount Ichifuda campground or Ichifusa. Okay, Mount Ichifusa. Where is that? Mizukami. Ifusa. Don't know where that is off the top of my head. Yeah, Mount Ichifusa. That's south. South where? In Kyushu? So Kyushu? I like the Coleman partnership. Yeah. Let's look for it in Kyushu. Mount Ishi. Probably not too big. Ifune. Not near Aso, I don't think. I mean, it could be like the hills of Aso, but yeah, beautiful forest. It looked a little bit like the forest. This is like a forest station in the forest around Nara, the Primeval Woods, the Kasuga Primeval Forest, which is the coolest name of all time. Thought it might have been that, but that's Mount Kasuga. That's different. Fuji Mountains, Mount Taisen. Nah, it's too low to be that. You should play with your tutors, yeah. Let's assume someone's right about saying it's south though, and it's somewhere in Kyushu. Maybe it's in between Oita and Yufu. Maybe it's near Yufu. I don't know. Maybe here. It was Kyushu. Good call. Oh, right in the middle. Oh, yeah, it's tough. And Mizukami, of course. It's the Center Mountains. Yeah. Okay, Miyazaki. Near Hideyoshi. Hitoyoshi, not Hideyoshi. Different. And we have another nothing. Tokyo Mountain. Okay, so if I take that literally, what that means is it is the border, Kasuga-san, this is the border of Tokyo where it's actually still technically Tokyo, but it's mountains. So the thing about Tokyo, Tokyo's a prefecture, right? And it actually goes all the way out here on the Ome line. So what that would hazard is that Tokyo Mountain would be somewhere over here. Zoom back in. All right, there's a website. Yeah. Yep. Thing our professor told us is usually it's only sweet in the compound word is Chinese derived. Yeah. So, okay, that would, if I'm taking that to mean literally, it would be in here because that's the only area of Tokyo proper that has mountain. Because Tokyo runs east-west here. Most of it's obviously the city, but there is this part off the Ome line. Feels more rural than that though, so maybe they just, I don't know, call it Tokyo Mountain. Oh, I don't know. The resort looks dope. I want to go there. Oh, should I just assume it's right outside Tokyo? I don't see it on the map though. Unless, hold on, let me zoom in. Maybe we do. Ito, Forestry, Kumatori. Yo, Leonoko, what's going on? What's happening, Raiders? Coffee Fox Raid. How we doing, everybody? Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Sclimbo from Sox VTubing Agency, certified self-improvement VTuber and little guy. What's up, Setsuna? Thanks for the follow. Welcome in, Raiders. What's going on? Leonoko, what were you up to? Thanks for raiding in. Thanks for bringing everybody over. We're playing some GeoGuessr Japan, which theoretically I should be good at, but in actuality, I'm actually terrible. How'd your stream go? What were you up to? Tell me, but if you got to raid and run, feel free. Get your protein, get your rest. On Thursdays, we generally do a fitness chat where we talk about fitness and nutrition because I run a gym in real life. And then after we do that, we do other stuff. So, other stuff today. It's been a while since we played GeoGuessr. Trying to figure out GeoGuessr Japan, but it's hard mode. GeoGuessr Japan is very hard mode because a lot of the country is mountains. So it looks very similar. 8 hours of FF14. Oh, no. Yeah, go get your dinner. Get some protein. Appreciate it. I'll take things from here. Welcome in, everybody. If you like what you see, feel free to drop a follow. I believe we are 1 follow away from 4,000, actually. I just looked. 1 single follow away from 4K on Twitch. So, damn. Just didn't realize that. Thank you. Have fun. I will. Thank you so much. So, just to catch everybody up, we're looking right now in rural area. Now, we've found a sign here in GeoGuessr. And by the way, chat is allowed to help with GeoGuessr as much as you'd like. This sign says Tokyo Mountain. Okay. Now, what I know, this sign says Tokyo Mountain. If we're to take that literally, Tokyo Prefecture does have mountains because this part is technically Tokyo still, and it has mountains on the Ome line. So I'm thinking it might be in here, but we don't see it anywhere. But that's my best guess if I'm to take that literally. Let's just sling it and see what happens. Yes, it was. Okay, so I was right. That was West Tokyo. Let's go. 12 kilometers. We will take that. That's a good guess right there. Oh boy. All right, rice fields. Rice fields, rural, no signs. So here's the big problem with Japan. One of the other big problems with GeoGuessr Japan is that I believe the stat is that 95% of people live in cities in Japan nowadays. I think only about 5% of the population doesn't, which means when you balance Japan and GeoGuessr, you inevitably get the majority of the places in Japan are rural, but the majority of the people are in the cities. So like, uh-oh. Everything looks the same in the rural areas. Yeah, this is somewhere in Japan. Sure is. It sure is. But no road signs means no hope. I don't even know how Rainbow does this. Must be off area codes on phones and stuff and telephone poles. What is that? Just white ground? Nothing helpful here. Well, oh, that's a big monument. Also, I can't read kanji. That's the other part. That's the other problem here. All right, let's see. Low mountains, no Alps. So that's one thing. Time to get Shirakawa-go. Higurashi. Wait, Higurashi takes place in Shirakawa-go? I didn't know that. I didn't know, like, Shirakawa-go is a very interesting place. It's like a rare old styled, it's up in Gifu. I've been there. I didn't know that was Higurashi place. I just went because it was aesthetic. Right near Takayama. All right, is there anything over here? Oh, that's like a tiny sign. Thought it was Hinamizawa. I don't know where Hinamizawa is. I'm sure I've been somewhere nearby. This is a no leads sort of. Oh, spoke too soon. What do we got? Okay, we have Takamori Park, we have Ishikoshi Station, and Hanaizumi. In Universe Town's Hinamizawa, the actual town Shirakawa-go. Gotcha. Yeah, very famous town, actually. Ishikoshi and Takamori Park. Takamori, let's go. Yeah, Takamori, let's go. Oh, God, where is this? Where is this? Ishikoshi Station, Takamori Park. It's big enough to have a park, so it's probably a city. Hanaizumi. This feels like it could be Shikoku. Maybe North Shikoku? In Kyushu? Okay. Thanks for the tip, Pi. Now that we know that, we should just be able to find it. Takamori, Ishikoshi, Izumi, Hanaizumi. Near Big Volcano. Okay. That means it's near Aso. Yep, Takamori. Right there. Nice. What? We got baited. We got super baited. It's the other one. The other Takamori up here. Oh, God. It's above Sendai. We got baited. It happens. Japan will bait you like that. Speaking of Primeval Forest, did you like Mononoke? Yo, Mononoke was so cool there, too. That was so cool. Those little guys, I want to be one of them. I want to be one of the little guys. Little guys butt naked running through the forest. I was a big fan of that. Yeah, the other Takamori, but not the other Takamori. Sendai bait. Yeah, a little bit of Sendai bait right there. It's hard because both spots are rural with the same name. Yup. Yup. Now you see my plight. Now you see my plight, my problem, my war. You can always do that naked forest run, you know. I can, but like, I don't know. It was funny. The little guy was all cheeked up, running through. It was cute. ETC, okay? No, not okay. But this is a good road, so we should find a sign on here. I feel like at this point with Japan, we're just kind of looking. Okay, this is an expressway entrance. Yeah, this is a highway entrance. Probably find the route number. Yeah, good luck finding where you're at in the high desert. Yeah. I don't number. Hold on, let me pass a little. Find some signs. There's the sign. There. What do we got? Hanan City, Izumi Sano, and Misaki. I've definitely been somewhere nearby here. Steinan Hanan City. I've never heard of that though. Steinan Hanan City? That's such a weird naming scheme for Japan. is that? Izumi Sano Saki. God, that's such a weird name for a city. That's weirding me out. Oh no, Otsuki, not that, not that. Where? Maybe this is like an island. No. I actually have no idea. Never heard of that city. I feel like I've heard of Izumi Sano and Misaki, and there's a million Misakis, but I've definitely been to near Izumi Sano. I've seen signs for it before. The problem is remembering where. That's always the problem. Okay. We're on an expressway. We're on the 26th. Only I knew my route layout. Took trains. Yeah, it can look like rural Ohio Valley and Tri-State. Well, that's because, like, climate-wise, Japan is basically just the east coast of the U.S. up to down. It's like Maine to Florida in climate, so there's probably a lot of that. Oof, yeah, I got no idea. I got no idea for this one. Misaki. I feel like there was a Misaki in Shikoku, wasn't there? Sena and Hanan cities is weird. That sounds like it's like Taiwan or something. But I know it's not. Mabari. Yo. Ujima. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Well, we'll just throw a guess. We know it's an expressway. FF14 mentioned? Yeah, we know it's an expressway. We'll just like... I don't know. It's somewhere. Okay, where was this actually? Really? Really? Okay, well that explains where I saw the signs for it. It's right near Kix. This is one of the airports I fly into. Yeah, that would explain it. I've never been down here actually. So I did go to Wakayama, but I went to Oya. So this is where I've been. I've been here and I've been here, but I didn't go to here. I didn't know they called it Hanan Senan City. Interesting. I've just gone north from here. Like, you know, we get off the airport, I just back up the train. Senan and Hanan are different. Ah. Seem like two cities and they are. I'm like, yeah, that's not normal naming scheme for Japan. That was weird. Ooh, what do we got here? Oh, I actually wanted that view. We have fall. Most places do get fall. Doesn't help that much. Get like a nice... What is that? Is that a city? It looks like it. Like a kind of big city too. Ooh. Oh yeah. Okay. Yep, that's a huge city. First guess looks a little bit like Hiroshima. The upside of Hiroshima towards the mountains does look a little bit like this. So first guess Hiroshima. Let's take a closer look. We need to get down to this. Maybe it's too flat. Might be too flat to be Hiroshima, actually. Let me look at these mountains in the background. Yeah, I don't think it's Hiroshima. Changing my mind. But that's a big city. And it goes very far. I don't think it's Tokyo. I don't think this is like outskirts of Tokyo. So it might be outskirts of Kansai Super City. This could be like somewhere outside the Osaka, Kyoto, Kobe area. Maybe like east of Nara or something. Let me get in here. Let me get in here. I don't know. Maybe it still could be Hiroshima. I'm not convinced. I remain unconvinced. I remain unconvinced. Oh, we got a character. We got dudes walking. What do we got here? Oh, that's like a voting board. Elections are 4/12. Okay. Yeah, the gardens are gorgeous. Or sorry, probably 12/4 in this case, not 4/12. Probably December 4th. That would explain the foliage too, because foliage is late in Japan. Okay, hold on. Well, we can assume some things, right? If we're assuming those elections said they were being held on December 4th and we see foliage, that would mean that we are in probably more southern Japan, because I believe that foliage in this area of Japan is late November. So if we have foliage and it's beginning of December, we might be south. That's my big brain guess. I hope I'm right. No, it's just I hope I'm right. You saw what city it is, Liz? Okay. I'm going to go based off those two facts and say that voting said that it was December 4th, and this is in fact southern. Oh, it's just Osaka? No idea where. Okay, I can guess based on it being Osaka. If it's Osaka and those are mountains right there, it's probably here. Probably like near Higashi, Osaka. Actually, wait. No, mountains are to the northwest. So it's probably outside Takatsuki. Right? Yep, nice. Okay, cool. Appreciate it. We did say right outside of Kansai Megacity being one of our guesses. I'll take a little bit of credit there. Nice. Okay, I actually want to go to international now, I think. I want to do some international. That's enough Japan. That's enough Japan learning for today. Up here. Let's go to balanced world, maybe? Learnable world? No, that's the basics of meta world. I don't like learning meta. Meta's really hard. Because meta is all about like figuring out telephone poles and stuff, and that's not too fun for me. Fun with flags is always fun, but you have to just know your flags, then you win. Rainball's too hard, competitive. Pinpointable world. Balanced Brazil. Moving world. Wait, what is moving world? Pinpointable locations all across the world with clues in multiple directions. Ooh, that's fun. I like clues in multiple directions. Okay, so now we're in world. What do we have? First things first, we do have wheat, it looks like. We got a little sign here, I think. God, what does it say? Can't read it. All right, we have crops. We got paved road. And it's pinpointable, so there should be clues in every direction. Kansas, it does kind of look like it. But this could also be like... Okay, 7. This could also be like Ukraine or something. South Africa? Doesn't look like US fields. I don't know. I don't spend a lot of time in US field zone. Maybe it's East Europe. Central Europe. I think it's Australia. If only I knew the crops. That's probably what they want you to do here. They probably want you to know the crops. Saskatchewan? Isn't that too north? Looks like where you grew up. Well, I mean, sling and grass, if you don't mind. That might help. That is... I think some of it's corn. Let's look at the houses. Ooh, actually, let's get close to that barn. We got some architecture guessing going on here. Indiana. That is... No, that architecture is weird, isn't it? That doesn't look like the US. I don't think that looks like the US to me. Maybe let me get closer. It's like East Germany. It's even flat enough. This doesn't look like the US. Look at this architecture. That looks European to me. I think Germany might be a good call. That looks pretty German. You're right. It could be Pennsylvania Amish. You're right, actually. Ooh, that's hard. Because that's like the same thing as like German. Could be Wisconsin. This, I think Pennsylvania is a good guess if we go US. Wisconsin is Amish too. Okay. I mean, because this is like a learning map, it's probably Pennsylvania. I imagine. If it is that. But let's take a look at like the church, maybe. Got chicken veg gravy. Nice. 12. For a tractor, yeah, I'm looking around for a few things. Try and look at the church too. I don't know how to determine an Orthodox church versus an Amish church versus a Catholic church. Zero Chances America. Is that like a Eastern European church? Kind of looks like one to me. I mean, this whole thing screams Europe to me, so I think like East Germany feels right. I'm just looking for language. Cross looks Orthodox. Yeah. Orthodox has... Wait, no, there was a second part. There was a second part in the cross. Hold on, look. Look. Not on the top. Look at the one in the back. I was wondering if that was a hint. That's Orthodox, right? Right there? Or is that a weather vane? I can't tell. Yeah, this is crazy rare if it's America. It's for sure Pennsylvania Amish if it's America, but otherwise this is probably Orthodox. That's like the vibe I'm getting to. But maybe should be Orthodox, probably not Germany then. Yeah, I guess we have to get into... I mean, it could be Ukraine. This could be Ukraine. Right? Maybe I sling Ukraine. Okay, it was in fact Germany. It was in fact Germany. We were... So East Germany... It wasn't East Germany, it was South Germany, but that was right. I didn't know South Germany looked like that. I figured it'd be more mountains. Not bad. All right. Oh, yeah, we got info here. Easy. Language. Wait. Tidke Colony Nashik. What? What is Nashik? Okay, Sarthak Darankar. Okay, so like clearly, where is English in this region? Where is English majority in this region? Yeah, it's India somewhere, but I don't know where English is primarily used. Although I think that's Hindi, right? Yeah. Or is that Tamil? That looks a little different. That might be Tamil. Or Bangladesh or something. Okay. Well, I mean, that's a good guess. I don't think that's... It looks a little different than straight up Hindi to me. I think I'm going to just go like Bangladesh and see what happens. Nope, that was. Okay. That was. Oh, Nashik is a place. Got too lost in the sauce. It happens. Sometimes I think I know more about how languages look than I actually do. Privet parkering kun for violejvev. Okay, yeah, well. Privat. Yeah, and we have this again. This was actually in the last place in Germany too. And language suggests we have a yellow license plate. Yeah, Birmingham. Language suggests we're in Eastern Europe, probably, right? Kun for a viola veg. I don't know what that is language-wise, though. Kun for parkering, kun for viola veg 4 to 26. So viola veg must mean like house 4 to 26. That could be a lot of Slavic areas. Yeah, but I don't see any markings on the letters. Yo, it's because I think this is private parking, not privet. Right? So this is like privat. Guessing Slovakia. I like that. Veg, let's go Slovakia. Holy shit, it was Denmark. That did not look like that to me. Well then. We got bodied. Furthest I've ever been in Birmingham is the train station, so you wouldn't even recognize it if you got Birmingham. I just wait for the day we do get Birmingham. It's gonna be really funny. All right, let's see here. This looks kind of Mediterranean to me right off the bat. Yeah, time guesser. Yeah, Nordic gets you on time guesser. This looks a little Mediterranean or Balkan to me. This looks immediately like... Yeah, okay, Spain's fine too. Yeah, this looks like Spain, Italy, Greece, or Balkans. Along that climate. This is where you failed your driving test, bro? Damn, Gavin. Tell me where it is. Hold on. We have an umlaut there. Kameli Emlak Dunyasi. What? And we have an umlaut. What? Doesn't look like umlaut territory to me. Do other languages use the umlaut? And I'm not... Turkey? Okay, yeah. Does Turkey use the umlaut? I didn't think they did. I know they have the mark on the S, but... It ain't Spain. Yeah, I don't think so. I guess, like, Italian border region might, right? What about Italian border with Austria? Macedonia? Could be. Turkey's a couple umlauty things. Turkey uses the gobble. Wait, this flag to the right? Wait, straight up? Oh, that does look like a flag. It also says Ozarus. I think it's probably a gas company. We ain't in Kansas anymore, that's for sure. Might be a flag up here. Yep, that's a Turkish flag. Called it. Good call. Good call. And it's looking fairly green. I'm gonna go near Bolu. South, but yeah, all right. Okay, red dirt spotted. We got red dirt. Feeling Australia. Feeling probably Australia. Feeling South Africa. Probably Australia. Most likely Australia. Although, it could also be Africa. The red dirt is telling. That's eucalyptus. It's Australia. Okay. But where? Where in Australia? Doesn't look too built up. Africa or Australia? Can the eucalyptus exist in Africa? That's a good question. Oh god, white too. Blue. I feel like it's more Africa in vibe, right? Like, look at these. Hold on. Yeah, it looks hella Africa. I mean, look at those. Look at these symbols. That doesn't look Australian to me. It can exist in California, so it can exist in Africa. That's fair. I think this is Africa, though. I definitely think this is Africa, not Australia. Yeah, if it can exist in California, too. I called it if it's Africa, yeah. Northeast Africa? I think it's not Northeast. I think this level of sand might be like Kenya, Somalia, Ethiopia. Because I think like it looks different. I think like once you get into north, it's desert. This is not desert. This is greenery red dust, which I think, I might be wrong about this, but I think that's only south and east. Like Namibia, Botswana. Hey, Blaze again. I'm going to go here. It was Kenya. Okay. That was one of the things though, but I don't think it's up here. This is more desert. Hey, Blaze again. Hope you're doing well too. We're just doing some GeoGuessr. Feel free to play along. Ooh, easy. Rocky Park. Don't know where that is, but Smut Street. Oh no. And we have an S sign. Not Smut Street. All right, where are we? Household goods, equipment. Area code's weird, but there's a Ford Ranger. This is America. Those area codes look weird. I guess the numbers look fine, but what's the 013 and 072? Basson Street. Definitely southern US palms. Got Smut Street and Basson Street. Got palm trees, yeah. Cash for scrap. This might be a trick. This might be a trick. I don't think this is southern US. I think there's a trick here. I think this is it in New Orleans? This doesn't look like New Orleans to me. I guess, have I ever been there? No. Just realized we got Snoop Dogg in an RGG studio game before GTA 6. We got a lot before GTA 6. Yeah, it'd be like that. I'm a little worried that this is secretly an English-speaking area in a different country. The area codes are, I think they were weird. They were like 073 or 078 and 013. I'm worried that this is New Zealand or South Africa. Like, I think this might be an English-speaking area of a different country that's tropical. I don't think this is the US. I think we're getting baited. Hey, Delmire, thank you so much for the 6 months. New Zealand isn't real, so it's okay. Yeah. I know you think New Orleans. I really don't get that vibe. I'm not confident in clicking New Orleans at all. Like, look at this. Newco. This is South Africa or New Zealand. It has to be. We got a new part to the Epic of Gilgamesh. We sure did. Sure did. But which one do I want to pick? I think it's South Africa or New Zealand. Or it's an English-speaking island that we don't know about. He's giving a bit of Africa, but New Zealand also looks like everything all at once, depending on where you are. So, and the stop signs are like kind of US-y. That's the weird part. What if this is, hold on. What if this is, where is it? Where is it? Where's the country that's English speaking that got founded by, what if it's Liberia? Yeah, what if this is Liberia? Architecture for some parts reminds me of Mission Style, but area codes are not SoCal. Yeah. Yeah, if it's New Orleans, you get this one, Gavin. I apologize if it's New Orleans. Yeah, I was like, what if it's Liberia? So Liberia is, I think it was, the story was it was founded by former slaves from the Civil War, and it was like a American, African-American people went back to Africa and founded Liberia, and they're English speaking. So it's like a pure American English speaking area in Africa. Could be Liberia. That's a crazy get pull though, because there's a lot of places that speaking. I'm Liberian. Oh, sorry. I like your accent. Where are you from? Should I sling Liberia? Crazy pull Liberia? Let's do it. Screw it. Screw it. Oh, it was Eswatini. Wait, no, it wasn't. It was South Africa, just north. Damn. You got. Oh, no. Barsoria. Oh, this is looking interesting. Okay. Wow, this looks cool. I mean, South America? Africa? Maybe more South America. Hostel. La Casa del Queso. Okay, wait, hold on. That place is called La Casa del Queso. Do we think this is actually South America and that's just on the nose, or... It does say Bocadillos, so... But come on. La Casa del Queso? That's like something Flork could come up with. That sounds like something Flork would put on the on that model. It might be Mexico, yeah. Oh, here's a flag. That's probably a Mexican state flag, isn't it? That's Mexico. Trust. Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think you're right. But I don't know where. Don't know my Mexico very well. Anything south of the US. Like, I can do some Europe, but anything Spanish speaking is just a Hail Mary, basically. Did Mexico first, your big brain? Only if you're right. If you're right. Yeah, it does say, that does say Mexicanico, doesn't it, though? Yeah, so you're, oh no, wait, that's mechanic. That's not Mexico, that's mechanic. Only if you're right. Hold on. Look at the road. You got Madrid, Valencia. Oh, wait, hold on. Castilla, wait, Madrid and Valencia. Is this, wait, those are Spanish. Is it Spain, Spain? In between, it's, oh. Not Mexico, Gavin. Not Mexico. It's Spain. I thought the architecture looked a little European. Oh, dang it. All right, good guess. Yeah, old Mexico. All right, we got Gusta Foods. I think we're in speaking again. Are we? No, never mind. Augusta. Brindley. Augusta Seafoods. Augusta, Maine? Bold guess. Those trees are a little weird for Maine. But Augusta, Maine is in fact a seafood place. Right? It's on the coast. It's somewhere, yeah, kind of close to the coast. Let's look for route information. Not jump to conclusions. Because it doesn't look exactly right for Maine. Doesn't look like Maine at all, actually. It's Australia. They're trying to trick us. It's not Maine. It's Australia, Augusta. Don't know where that is. It's looking probably somewhat coastal if it's seafood, right? And like everyone lives over here. So. Oh, you don't sound racist. It's a good guess. It's a good guess. It's really hard to do Spanish speaking because there's a whole continent and I don't know it very well. Brisbane. Augusta. Mission River. Western? Could be. Hydrate, Gavin. Let me hit. Here, Perth? Sure. Let's throw it. I don't know. Australia. Nice guess. Yeah, all right. We take those. We take those all day. What do we have here? A Wi-Fi signal. He knows of the locations. Ooh, okay. What is this? This doesn't look like any language I'm familiar with. Clashmore, Yugal O'Chale, Island Mela. Wait a second. Dungarbain. Wait, no, this is Ireland or Wales. Yeah, this is like Scots or something. Or something like that. No, you're right, you're right, you're right. It took me a second, but when I saw Dungarbain, that's like a Lord of the Rings name, so that is for sure Wales or Ireland. It's Ireland? Yeah, I like it. I like Ireland. Dungarbain, and you can see the BH there. Yep. Okay, so we can find this then. Clashmore, Yungal. Yep, because then there's the other language. So I imagine this is actually pretty traditional, right? If they have both languages listed, because that's original Irish, isn't it? And then the real, like the not real name, but the current name under it. We just have to find any of these places. I imagine it's probably out there. Yep, Gaelic. Yeah, it's Gaelic. We just have to find one of these names. Southern Ireland. Oh, I thought it'd be north. Damn. Probably down here then? Kenmare, Bentry, Sneem. Yo! I wish I lived in Sneem. Sneem. Dingle's also fun. There's some good names over here. Really good names. Strong names. Nice. Well, I feel like I've... Cool. Alright, well, we know it's somewhere southern. We need to move to Sneem. Yeah, we gotta move to Sneem. There's Clashmore. Sneem is a goblin's name. It really is. Oh, my. Okay, well. That's pretty... This will be pretty easy, huh? A town that went to war. With, like, obvious World War II motif going on here. Let's find it. Okay. A town's war memorial, but what town? Either USA or Australia? Yeah. Yeah, actually, wait, the hat. The hat might be Australian, isn't it? I don't think... That looks like the US hat, but I feel like that looks like the Australian hat. Very nice mural, too, on the water tower. Not giving me USA vibes. So I've seen murals like this on water towers actually, but what town fought the emus? No, that looks like, I don't know. It seems more Australian, maybe. Maybe even, come on. Feels Australian. Feels Australian. See if we can find a sign anywhere. What is parking? Hey, Burundi, what's up? Well, many towns fought. All of them, if you think about it. You know? A lot of people from everywhere. A town that went to war and lost to birds. Sandy Point boat ramp. And, oh, there's a sign. Let me check the air quality. Yep, go ahead. Water Street. Yeah, this might be Australia. Yeah, car left or right would be a hint. Cars are left. Yep, cars are left. They're parking on that side of the road facing this way. We can assume left side parking. Dal right park. Yeah, we're on Australia or New Zealand. For sure. I don't know my Australia though. That's the problem. I don't know my Australia. I don't know where things are. I know everyone's on the coasts, but there's 2 coasts. Got a 50-50. Let's gamble. All right, let's gamble. East Coast, West Coast. I say East Coast here. Middle, but that's fine. Play again. Mid, but I'll take it. Street infrastructure feels so American. You're probably right on Australia. Yeah, it looks like it was Aus. Okay, now this could be American. Actually, this is definitely America or Canada. Dodge Road. And then this sign, 2664. Pull off the foliage. Yeah, this is America or Canada. For sure. 100%. Yeah, USA is hack. It really is. But be careful. It could always be border Canada. And Canada can look very similar. But this is very giving US. Less. That's not a Canadian flag, is it? It looks like it might be. Hold on. Backing up. S-Road type shit? Yeah, it is S-Road type shit. Might be Secret Canada. A little worried about that. Be Canadian flag. Let's look around a little bit more. This is why I was saying you got to be careful. Because it can always be Canada. It can always be border Canada. And it can look pretty much the same, right? Borders, it's not like the climate changes the second you get to a new border. In Canadian, let's just find a kilometer sign, then we'll know. Aha! 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 Yep. I told you not to get got. I told you not to get got. Okay. So, I'm gonna say this is Eastern Canada on the border. This looks a lot to me like how Northern New England looks. So I'm gonna say Ontario. You think Ontario? Yeah, Ontario, Quebec. Probably up here somewhere. That's fine too. Nova Scotia, yep. Yeah, it sure does look a lot like Northern New England because it's literally more south than it. That'll do it. That'll do it. Still got it. Yeah, I mean, half guess, but... Ooh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wow, whoa, wee, whoa. What is this? Yeah, Nova Scotia looks a lot. I think they all look kind of similar to me, but we know the general area. What the hell am I looking at? Are these pipes above ground? Wait, are these pipes? Above ground pipes? Russia? You say that so confidently, but this looks nothing like Russia to me. Zombie, do you have lore here? Is there lore? Looks like olives or grapes. I don't know. Greece? Maybe. Take a look around. I mean, yeah, I do kind of get the Mediterranean vibe. Although those trees, maybe not. Maybe not. My dad said a lot of Slavic countries how their water was when he visited during military time. Interesting fact. That's actually good information. I'm learning. Let's see if it pans out. Because if that's a tidbit, we could use that in the future. It's always good to learn more with GeoGuessr. You'd assume Italy without good reason. I could see Italy or Greece. But I kind of like this Slavic idea. The more I'm looking around. Because I think the mountains aren't bare enough. The mountains are way too green in some areas. And they look like they were like pine trees in the distance, right? Like, look at this. Sure, it could be Italy. But, oh, maybe it is. For water or gas. Could be gas. But wait, was that just Cyrillic? Hold on. Nice. Nice call. Nice call. Could be on Mediterranean from Greece circling to Turkey. Yeah, I agree. This could be like, I mean, we're going to assume it's not just Russia that has above ground, right? So let's go. Oh, it does look a little Mediterranean. What's the furthest south we'd see Cyrillic? Would it be Serbia? Maybe. Krasnodar. It literally was Russia. Hey, we got the latitude right. We were right on latitude. I tend to be pretty good on latitude because it's climate zones. But I'll take it. We got the latitude. Okay, let's see here. We have APG Unicamp. We have Spanish. And hold on. We have Spanish with... No, do we? Wait, do we have Spanish? That curve on the C looks Turkic. Right? But it has the A. Maybe Spanish uses the C too, but that might be a specific dialect. Does Brazil use that C? It's Portuguese. Ah, that's why. So Portuguese uses the C. I think Turkey has a similar C. It'll tell us something. Unicamp, SVC Unicamp, some Mesoamerica. Yeah. Yeah, it might just be Portugal too, though. Just Portugal or South America? Because when we see Portuguese in South America, that's Brazil, right? At a .br? Okay. Portuguese in South America is always Brazil, I believe, correct? Biblioteca! I know that word! That's the word I know! It's the Donde está la biblioteca? Yeah! Central Caesar Lattes. Okay, yep. Central... It looks like a decent city. We know this! Over here. Okay, it was literally Sao Paulo. Okay. I should just assume the capital more often, right? Like the likelihood. Okay, what are we doing here? Brazilian Portuguese. We're in the bush. They put us in the bushes and the season changed. Lock in. 20%. Wait a moment. Hold on a moment. I'm getting a vibe. Okay, now I'm not. OPEC igitum ve hotel Merkezi. Eastern Europe. Yeah, definitely Eastern Europe. For a second, I was gonna... Okay. When I saw this at a distance, I was like, wait. I immediately picked up the blue tarp and I was like, Philippines? But no, it wouldn't look like this. It'd be tropical. It'd be Turkey again. Be Turkey again. Got chickens. Yeah, I do have chickens. Let's see. Could it be Turkey? We have that umlaut usage again. Turkey could look like this, yeah. But what else? What else? Oh, yep, Turkey. Good call. Nice. Man, some real good turkey guessers out here. Let's go southern. Nope. Literally Istanbul. Didn't look like it at all. But literally Istanbul. Okay. Potential US. Take a look. Maybe not. Nope. Is Iadotsky. Okay. Augusto Squiego. What the hell? What is that? Augusto Wiskigo. Iadotsky. That looks Polish or something. Yeah, it looks Polish to me. Poland? Yeah, it looks like it could definitely be Poland. Yeah, I think Poland. What does this say? Krasnodar. Krasnoborki. Okay, maybe not Poland. Krasno is usually Russia, right? Is that also Poland? The terrain's definitely Poland. But it must be like... It could be on the border. Istanbul, not Constantinople. We're not doing this again. We're not doing this again. Yeah, Lithuania. That's fair. Yeah, Krasno makes me think it's like up here. Augusto. But like near Vilnius. Okay, it was in fact border Poland. We were pretty damn close there, though. That's a really good win right there. That is a really good win, I'd say. We will take that to the bank. We're not even like at half points, though. Or actually, I guess we're at exactly half points. We got to get better at this. Wait, no. We're being baited. This is not Tokyo. That is not Tokyo Tower. We're being baited. There are not palm trees there. It looks nothing like this. This is a facsimile of the real thing. You're cracked at this? We're getting good. This is just a regular radio tower that looks like Tokyo's radio tower. Florida looking yard. I don't think this is Florida. I think this is a different country. Probably South America, judging by the architecture. The blue building really sells it. But I almost got baited, but no. There's palm trees here. Whoa. Agribank. Now, hold on. That is a language I recognize. It's Vietnam. This is Vietnam. That trend? Yeah, it's just straight up Vietnam. Tricky. That's Vietnamese right there. Now we need to find, I think the name of the city might have been Phan Thiet. It was like Phan. Don't know how to pronounce things, but I can recognize Vietnamese. Probably get closer here. Probably get pretty good. I mean, let's take a look. Maybe there's more info. I think it... Oh yeah, it literally says Vietnam on it. Okay. Agribank. I don't know. I don't think any of those are actually town names. This is. Okay. Everything's probably going to be on the coast. Okay. Guess the capital when in doubt. I probably should start doing that, yeah. Probably should start doing that. Looking for it, maybe. Looking a little bit. Just in case. I know it's probably on the coast. So there's like a good shot we just see it. Whatever, we'll go here. As bad as I could have gotten. It's tragic. I wish we got more points for guessing the country, right? Like, it feels sad when they only give us half points for getting the country right. Like, the world's a big place, okay? Don't judge me. I got the country right. I should get like most of the points. Beyond that. Not here. Okay. Glen Red Primary School. Northern Cape Province. I think this is just Australia again, right? Northern Cape Province. Maybe not. Joe Moralong, local municipality. Okay, maybe we're in Africa, actually. Yeah, because Isela Isweu looks like an African language. I think this might be Africa. Yeah, Cape. Yeah, this is definitely Africa. Look at some of these names. Blackrock Mine, not Blackrock. Looks like the IRL equivalent of the spot in GTA 5. We get tricked by Kratos. On finding the treasure map. Yeah, actually, Breakfast Sunday, you're so right. This is Harmony. This is just Harmony where Kratos tricked us. Oh, really fun thing. I don't know if this is the same person, but I was playing Lodestar, right? And I looked in the classifieds in Lodestar, and there's just a picture of Kratos taking a selfie saying, "I will kill people for you." And I was like, that has to be the same Kratos, right? I don't know who played that Kratos. Like, I knew almost all the players in that, do not know who played Kratos. But I think whoever it is also in Lodestar. And I was like, wait, shit, is that Kratos? Yeah, I think this is probably South Africa, actually. And then it says Northern Cape Province, right? Well, unfortunately, South Africa doesn't really have a Northern Cape. So maybe not. Unless they're just calling it that for reasons. None of these, I mean, that's Cape Town. Northern, what if it's North Cape Town? What if that's the trick? Northern Cape is North Cape Town. And you know what? I think I might be right. That says Veyburg, and this says Brandenburg. Over here. No, it's not the same place, but sure. That's a cape. Yep, that's a cape. Not, but okay. Oh. Welcome. Wait a second. This is the same as before. This is just what we saw before in Germany that one time. The houses look literally the same as the Germany one. Wait a second. Hold on. That was just South Germany. Yeah. That was like 2 feet from the last one we got. Easy. Okay. What do we got here? Ooh. What language is that? Asian, I believe. Almost, I mean, it's Asian. What language? Which is this? Is that Thai? Don't know. Thai or Laotian? Laotian maybe. Laotian maybe. I feel like Thai would... I feel like I might recognize Thai. Yeah, that might be Laotian. Yeah. Just because I feel like I can't put, like, do it in my mind, but I feel like I know what Thai looks like and it doesn't look like that. I could also be being very overconfident. Might be Thai. What's Burma called? Isn't it Myanmar now? Or is it Burma? I'm also lost on that. Yeah, Myanmar, Burma. See, like, which one do I call it? It's both. Let me border because I don't know which one it is. Okay, it was... Asia? No, that's... What is that? Is that part of Thailand? Does Thailand go all the way down there? I actually don't know. Or is that part of Myanmar? Or is it part of Malaysia? Don't know. I don't know. Rare pull, though, wherever it is. Oh, boy. Thailand goes down? Okay. Looks like long tail of Thailand. That'll do it. Welcome to the zone. Welcome to the woods. No woods I've ever seen. This is definitely... We're not in Kansas anymore. Ooh. Malaysian food looks like it goes crazy style. Yeah, I should do like an Asian thing. Asian tour. This, I mean, I don't even know what climate zone we're in yet. Just looking at these woods. This is weird. What are these? I don't know where we are. It's simultaneously well foliaged, but has brush. Maybe subtropical. I can't tell. I feel like it'd be more green if it's subtropical. They look like pretty bare trees, but the brush is good. It looks almost deserty in a way. Look at those trunks. Southern US? I don't think this is US. Hey, Flamebird, what's up? Scrubland? Hey, I don't know. Maybe like, can Arizona look like this? I've never seen trees like this. Maybe it's New Zealand because it looks weird. Could be anywhere from Louisiana to Asia to Australia. Yeah, and it's like forever road. They straight up dropped me in the middle of a forest, yeah. No signage. Tasmania. You know? I kind of like Tasmania. A rare drop, but like, maybe Tasmania looks like this. Like, purely just based on the fact we don't know what this looks like. Maybe it's somewhere we're not thinking. Tasmania might be a crazy pull, actually. You know what? I like Tasmania. Where's Tasmania, actually? I know there's Madagascar. Where's Tasmania, by the way? I don't actually know. I'm lost. Is it off? Oh, there it is. As? God. You're a god, Command. Godlike. That's insane. Okay, Command, you just... Whew. They were talking... The spirits were talking to you for that one. Oh my god. W Command. In Tasmania? How'd you guess Tasmania? I mean, hey, we were right. It didn't look like anything we knew, and it was Tasmania, so you were right. This is a highway energy. Oh, wait a sec. Oh, this is in Japan. This is, once again, looks like southern Germany. This once again looks like that southern Germany we were just at. But it also, actually, this could be Italy. This could be Italy. Let me get a sign. I think I saw one up here. Ants? Yeah, yep. This is Italy. Monticello. Literally Monticello. Yep, actually Italy. Easy Italy. It looks so Italian. Where's Monticello? I actually don't know. I've never been there. I did spend a lot of time in Italy, but it's been so long I forgot what cities I went to, and I don't think Monticello is one of them. Where's Megano when you need him? See here. Here's Monticello. Somewhere? Somewhere? I would say based on vibes, it's probably like over here somewhere. Oh, it's right outside Rome. Okay. Near Lecco, that's also... Oh, it's running. Got flags though, so... Oh, nope. We got kites. Different than flags. Capital Bank, there's a Dunkin' Donuts. We got a Dunkin' Donuts. That's all right. I can get this one. Lock in. Rush Street, Erie Boulevard, Lake Erie, maybe. Meerkat Pest Control. Yeah, we have a Dunkin' Donuts. It's over. Come try our new touch-free wash. Yeah, it's over. Hold on, where's Lake Erie? Yep. This might be over here. North New York. Very likely. Ohio. Could be Ohio, yeah, because that's also in Lake Erie. But the Dunkin' Donuts, I know there are Dunkin' Donuts everywhere, but that's a more north thing, the prevalence of Dunkin' Donuts. Could be North New York. I think we can pinpoint this one, though. Erie Boulevard, we got to be on Lake Erie. We got to be on Lake Erie. That even looks old industrial. That's Toys for Tots. Aha. Pants. New York. It is. It's North New York. I knew it. I knew it. This is like Rochester or Buffalo or something. Go right here. It was outside of Albany. Not bad. Not bad. Think you've been in that building? Damn. You were right. You're like, wait a second. Yeah, right outside Albany. You've been in that building? Damn. I will say there was one time I was playing GeoGuessr and it dropped me actually a 10-minute walk from my house. And I had to pretend like I didn't know where it was. And I was like, oh, I don't know. Where could this be? Let's see here. Okay, this is Europe, probably. Eastern Europe. This actually looks like Ukraine. Or Eastern Europe. Like, this is going to sound bad, but I feel like I've seen war footage from this exact place. You know what I mean? Like, I think I've seen Ukraine-Russia war footage from exactly here. So, I think I saw a dude get blown up by a grenade in that building. So, I think we're there. Friend found himself on Google Street View. Yeah, I mean, it could be a few places, don't get me wrong. But, oh, look at a little wiener dog. Little wiener dog. You know, I think there's a vibe to this sort of place. I mean, it's cute, right? They have like a lot of foliage interspersed here. I kind of like that. This is definitely Eastern Europe, though. No other question. This is Eastern Europe. I just want to like, am I bold enough to go exactly Ukraine? I think I might be. Oh, information. Standing outside the building. Yeah. Oh, hold on. What is that? Dot what? It's Snitska dot something. UA? Is that a UA? Aluplast. What is UA? Would that be Ukraine? I thought Ukraine was UK. Pretty sure it's not a K at the end there. Right? Oh, UA. Okay, what is UA? Dot UA. Where could that be? I mean, that it could be Ukraine. I think it's dot U. Is it just straight up Ukraine? Wow, my stereotype was right. That's crazy. That's crazy. My stereotype was right. Gives me the same feeling of low-income rural Philippines. Makes me feel at home. UA is Ukraine. UK is UK. Oh, that makes sense, huh? Doesn't make sense. All right, here we have a nice plains view. Could be US, but also very, very much could not be. We got here. The border post. Windmill Cottages. Gergenbusch. Grindrod. Home of Bergenbusch. That feels like a Simpsons joke. Where are we? The border post. Nah, this is like Australia or something. I don't think this is the UK. Oh, wait, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. It looks a little too deserty to be the UK. Like, those do look like UK cliffs, but no, it's not green enough. Unless it's like... What if it's like... UK if it's up here? Out here? Don't ask. Yeah, I guess this could be like the most north of the Highlands. Yeah. No, that's not UK. Really? Phone number's Ireland? Does it really look like this? I thought it was more green. Maybe it's winter. Didn't know it really looked like that. Looks like it looks like the Grand Canyon. All right, it's got to be North Ireland. I'm going up to like Letterkenny. Not Ireland. We were 100% lied to. I knew that couldn't look like the UK. Outside of Lesotho, we got 7 points from that. I don't know how we got 7. Oh, what do we got here? Tia Lila. All right, we're in Spanish. Uh-oh. Blue. Argentina? Immediate Argentina with the blue. Blocking. Yeah, it looked way too brown to be the UK. I think it's like more green up there. The old phone number started like that? Oh, interesting. I know they had similar area codes. Oh, no problem. Maybe Argentina? Palm trees? What do we got over here? Bohemia. What's going on in Bohemia? Pizzeria e Restaurante. Yeah, you don't see brown unless there's a drought. Yeah. I thought like, okay, maybe the most northmost place could look like that, but phone number starting with 0 always refer to their own country. Except for US doesn't do that. Panama flag? Wait, really? All right. Well, that's a small place, so. Panamanian flag. Let's go. Nice. Good call. Mexico's fairly close. Southeast Asia. Frame 1. Southeast Asia. Frame 1. Frame 1. Not Japan, though. No, this is Vietnam. Maybe. First guess, Vietnam. First guess, like, hard Vietnam. Most numbers in Europe start with +4, +3. Definitely Birmingham, yeah. First guess, hard Vietnam. Feels very Vietnam. Thailand? It could be Thailand. I mean, it could be anything in the area. I'm just like, I'm vibing Vietnam. Viet or Thai, yeah. It's pretty close, too. It's hard to differentiate. We need a sign. We need a sign. Let's go this way. Ooh, ooh, building. Ooh, there's something on there. It just says MY, though. Philippines? I don't see any blue tarps. This can't be the Philippines. No, it very well could be the Philippines. MY is Malaysia? Okay, now you're right, and it could be, and you're probably right, but it wasn't, it looked like it could have also just been the end of a word and not actually been like a tank that said Malaysia. But you also could be right that this is Malaysia. No? I don't know. You know what? Maybe it is Malaysia. Can I get down there? No, I guess we should context clues Malaysia. Maybe it is. You know what? Let me get a vista view. Maybe there's not enough mountains to be Vietnam. Maybe it's too coastal. It does feel a little coastal in that direction, doesn't it? And that's south. So that would make sense. Let's go Malaysia. I think you're right. Shit, it was Vietnam. Ah, we got baited. Oh, we got baited so bad. All the phone number talk made me remember used to not have to use area codes to make local calls. Ooh. I never took geography because my teacher before I got to choose was boring. Tunnel. Ah, yes, heaven. That way. All right, just a tunnel. Doesn't tell us much. Get out there. Immediately give an EU? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. The structure in the plains look religious, and Malay's primarily Islam, Viet's Buddhist. Yeah, like, I didn't think about that, actually. I didn't think there probably wouldn't be so many traditional, yeah. Gotta go with gut instinct. Well, that's a different language that's not English. It's like a gang something, or Balt or something. Maybe it is the EU. Maybe I shouldn't judge too soon. What do we got here? Aha! No, you're probably right. Is Varket Ved Redson Marks her debt star? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Last time we saw that, it was like Denmark. Actually, there's a lot of V's. Let me just throw at Denmark really quick. With speed, Denmark. No, Copenhagen. I'm Copen and I'm Hagen. Copen and I'm Hagen. Ooh. No. Fundraising night in aid of carrot cancer. This has to be UK, right? Yeah, the Mungawa way. Glen and Ven House. Easy, UK. Easy. Unless it's actually just North Ireland. Hold on. Or sorry, rest of Ireland. No, it has Euro sign. Hold on. Oh. Yep, Ireland. Ireland for sure. But where? Inniskeen. Where's Inniskeen? I don't know. I'm going to assume it's Ireland. Ireland. There's literally a clover. I know. I don't know where in Ireland. I know. Definitely clover. We're agreement there. We're in agreement there. I'll just throw middle of Ireland. Send it up there on the border. What do we have today? Forgot Ireland uses Euro. Yeah, because Ireland's a different country, right? Only North Ireland's in the UK. Or is it the other way around? I always forget. In again? Take a look at the architecture here. This could also just be like a weird community in the US. North Ireland's UK, Ireland's proper EU. Okay, cool. Thought so. This also could be like a weird HOA in the US. Oh, is there literally the Swedish flag? Okay, hold on. Yeah, that would do it, huh? That would tell you something. Well, hey, maybe it's someone from Sweden. No. Whoa! Look at you. Andorra. Hold on. Locking in. Locking in. Andorra. Shit. I was kind of close, though. I was kind of really close, though. I could have looked around a little bit more. It immediately looked exactly like Andorra to me, though. I had to lock in. Had no choice. Uh-oh, it's the Wasserbauer. And the Azu Belenderzum. .de is Deutschland. Yeah, we're in Germany. Kind of close. Oh, all right, Liz. It's not my fault. They're really far away. But I'm like close to right. Put a flag of another country to mess with GeoGuessr. That's so mean. Is Danube? Okay. Danube. Wait, where is that? Where is that? Through the center, right? Oh no, they had to cross it, so it's west. Because they had to cross that to get into Germany during the war, right? Yeah, it is a river. I'm familiar with it. I just don't know where it is. West border? Okay, yeah, because that's where they crossed to get into Germany in World War II. But where? It's somewhere on the west. We'll take it. Near Nuremberg. Right outside Nuremberg. Modo Centrum AZ. That's A2Z. In Bavaria? Okay. It's Jizzerska. I love Jizzerska. Wow. My favorite. Emily. This feels like a brain rot. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm getting hungry. But this sign's getting me really good. Emily. Sounds like the sequel to Jizz music. Yeah, we need more Jizz bands. Max Rebo is doing really good work. Okay, Nemos Nice, Jedine Vozolodo. Have a road name with St. George flag tied to every street lamp, so it'd be hard to not know. Yeah, that'll do it. Slovenia, let's take it. When someone just calls out a country like confidently like that, I want to believe them. I want to believe them every time. It's Crange. Okay, Cheshire, but northern Cheshire. I try not to Jizzerska when I'm bulking. Holy, okay, whoa. I think this is bait though. These houses aren't finished, but they are brick. And this is kinda rugged, kinda hot looking, kinda hot looking. Is this the Middle East or is this a trap? Might be a trap. Crap, these houses. Greece? Yeah, actually. Mediterranean. I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right. Right over the hill. Oh, yeah. I mean, look at these places, right? That's literally like Amalfi Coast looking shit. Yeah, it is a construction area, but this is for sure Mediterranean, right? That's very beautiful, though. It looks almost fake. Look at the mountain there in the mist. All right, and that's east southeast. Yeah, we're off Greece, right? Or wait, are we off Italy or Greece? I almost want to say Greece. I'm gonna say we're off Greece. Damn. Well, we were closer, but that was in fact near Rhodes. It was Turkey. It was Turkey. Always Turkey. Every time Turkey. 6 mile water. We have a castle. Okay. Maybe UK. Looks wet. Looks like it rained. UK. You're staring at the Overwatch map from the outside. Yeah. Those are really good graphics. Antrim Forum. Wait. Antrim Masserine. Antrim and Masserine. North Ireland. Really? That sounds South African to me. Masserine and Antrim. That sounds a little South African to me. It doesn't look like it though. But that does sound South African to me. I don't think it is though. Antrim. What if Antrim feels like it's like Netherlands. I know it's not because it's English, but it sounds Irish to you? Okay. Everything in this is UK. I do agree. I'm just getting thrown off by the name. That feels like Netherlands, like Antrim and Masserine. Feels Dutch. Antrim. Yeah, a little shore park. Is it County Antrim in Northern Ireland? Oh, okay. All right. Good to know. Good to know. Look for Antrim. Omagh, Cookstown, Donegan. I gotta travel. I really should do a trip to the UK and Ireland. I feel like they're ripe for exploring small towns and stuff, right? Because like I feel like it's a bonus level. Like the reason why the Japan trip works so well is because everything works, right? Like the rails work. It's pretty safe. You can get everywhere. And I kind of feel like because it's an English speaking country, I don't need to learn a new language, that the next level up would be doing UK. I feel like that's like the next easiest one to do is UK and Ireland. I can just speak to people, right? So it should be easy theoretically. Northern Irish party as well. There's an ad. Okay, let's go Northern. Oh, Antrim Coast and Glens area. Boom. Bata boom. Not bad. Not bad. And we got mountains. What do we got here? Moving world. World's always moving. Oh, what's wrong? It's breaking. Ah. Okay, something was wrong there. Wow. Look at that. Something. Not red dirt, but it's kind of close. Oh, shit. Wait. Look at the house. Look at the house. It looks... I don't think this is... Google car phase in the Shadow Realm. Yeah, South America? Might be. Might be. Look at this architecture, though. Take a look here. Are those sheep? Or is that a dog? Or is that a lamb? I can't tell. But it might be South America. I actually really like South America so far. Yeah. Most of the architecture is the same. Enter the 6th dimension. Okay, yeah, I'm willing to say maybe South America. I'm willing to say maybe South America here. Uh-oh. Trash cans? Nothing. You can probably tell from the color of the trash can, I bet. I bet that's like one of the hints. You know what? Maybe it's not. No, it's not South America. We're getting tricked. This is probably Australia or something. Got English. And Hugh at that. Nines Road. Maybe it's Australia, actually. Yeah. Or... Yep, it's kilometer. Okay, yeah, no, I'm thinking, yeah, this is Australia, right? Those are power poles. I think Australian power poles, too. Or New Zealand, but let me throw Australia. Hey, what's up, Ira? I'm getting lost all the time. Go Australia. Nice, not bad. Kind of good with it. We're kind of doing all right. Now, this looks US to me. US all day. There was an Australian Shepherd. That would do it. US all day over here. Unless it's also, again, Canada. But look around a little bit. What do we got? Roads. Langford? 70th Street. I think there's a street number name far out. Weird. Where are we at? Something. Adopt a Highway. Generations Theater Company. Since 2014. Those Adopt a Highway signs look kind of familiar. Huh. Is this maybe New England? Is this New Hampshire? Holy Trinity Church, this is New Hampshire. I know New Hampshire has a ton of towns that are named like this. There's like a Lebanon, there's like a Russia, there's like a bunch of things. New Prague is probably a town in New Hampshire. I was like, this looks familiar. This looks like New England. I bet New Prague is a town in New Hampshire. Almost like 90%. Yeah, New Hampshire spotted for sure. Not in the mountains, though. Not in the mountains, I don't think. So, Eastern. In here somewhere. 5%, $5 in Texas? Nah, no shot, no shot. For the funsies? Okay, that's fair. No, just look at this. Hold on, let me show you what I mean. There's places called like... Here, look, Lebanon. There's like a Russia. There's like a bunch of places. There's a Berlin. There's a Dublin. Limerick. So it's somewhere in here, I think. I'm just going to go New Hampshire. Any cars or something? No, I'm going hard New Hampshire. It's here. It's gotta be. I'm in washed, dude. That's not fair. Yeah, it's north by Canada. See, latitude. We win on latitude always. We always get latitude. We were both wrong. Yeah, that's not fair. Oh shit. Okay. Hey guys, where are we? Oh, what continent are we on? I can't tell. Okay, now we have to find out actually where though. Huawei store. You have Burqa spotted. Saudi Arabia, maybe? Huawei. Okay, this is bad. Huawei plus Burqa makes me think Saudi Arabia. That combo of things makes me think Saudi Arabia. Could be Syria. Hold on, there's a good way to tell if it's Syria, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but if there's a lot of... Like, the war ended recently in Syria. If there's a lot of rubble, it's probably Syria. Because there's still a lot of rubble from the war. Because that only stopped a few years ago. But... Oh, how would I find that out? Let me look around. Their URL somewhere. I'm trying to find. I mean, well, we got Ben 10 and Spider-Man and Smurfs. A combo of all the things you love. Oh, and over here we got SpongeBob, Tom. See, that makes more sense than this side. What's going on over here? Well, here's the problem. I can't read anything. I can't read. That's the problem. I can't read. Kia Motors. Duty free. Jamil Cotter and Bros Trading. Well, we know kind of where we are. Not too... This is kind of a cool place. I gotta go to the Middle East. I know I'm saying that about everywhere, but I just want to see all these things. They seem so cool. Everything seems so unique. I want to go all over the world. I want to go to the world. Let me free. Let me travel. All right, where are we? There's actually absolutely nothing in English, so it's hard to tell. I'm gonna say this. Absolutely nothing in English means it's probably, if it is somewhere like Saudi Arabia, it's probably more rural. Donathon round the world? Yeah. What's going on over here? Is this a market? Yeah, it's a plaza market. Yeah, the fact that there's zero... Oh, that's a city. So hold on. That's something. There's information there. Enhance. City something. Say Ashawan? No, it says Assam. Wait, that says Assam. I think that says Assam. It says something else afterwards, but Assam is a city in Egypt. Would that be right? There's Aswan, but there's also Assam. I don't know where Assam is, but I'm imagining it's probably on the Nile. Do I go based off that? Could this be Egypt? Let's go. Let's try. Okay, it was... Oh. It was it Assam? No, it was Aqaba in... God, is that Jordan or Israel? I think it's on the Jordanian side, like, but just barely on the Jordanian side. Jordan. What do we got over here? Oh, it's mountain. Right side driving. We got right side driving. Chilacacapa. Okay, well, hold on. South America? Jordan's only port city? That would do it. I've heard of Aqaba before, yeah. All right. All right. We know what it is. It's Spanish time. And Bayer's here. Okay, Igualala. One of these is a place. One of these is a place. You think Tijuana? All right, we'll hit Tijuana. Tijuana's right over the border, right? Close to the border. Oh, wait, never mind. Bayer is everywhere. Yeah. Brazil? I don't know. Do we have any Portuguese? I said Tijuana, not Igualala. Oh, okay. No. I don't know where Iguala is. I'm sure we can look that up, but kind of against the spirit. Nissan. Oh, Nissan, of course. I know that place. Nothing. Just a lot of desert, huh? Mexico feels right. I kind of like Mexico. Desert Mexico. Okay. Near Guerrero, but now you are looking a little different, my friend. Beautiful hills. Little houses up there. What is that? Oh, those are people. I thought those were statues for a second. I was weirded out. Aha! Malco Primary School. Okay, this is Africa. But must be in forested Africa. But like border, right? Because we're not in the jungle yet. So either along here or along here. Pretty decent mountains, though. Zimbabwe? Harare? Yeah, hills like this are really nice. Cameroon. Central African Republic. Where were the mountains? Where's the mountain borders like down here, isn't it? Let me go like here. Nope, it's always South Africa. You know what I need to do? Oh, flag. I need to actually look up what countries are and aren't on a GeoGuessr, right? Because that'll tell us some things. Is that just a French flag straight up? I don't actually know my flags very well, but that's a different flag. We're on the coast, facing west. Working as one of the people gathering street views got to be a relaxing job. Yeah, it must be pretty fun just driving around. This is like... Oh, there's a lot going on here. That's a Dutch and Portuguese flag. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. A Dutch and a Portuguese flag? What does that mean? I mean, the water's west, so it's probably just Porto or something. You know what? Wait, Dutch, the flag is Portuguese? I feel like I've seen a video about Porto and it looked like this. I'm just going Porto straight up. Nope, very wrong. Oh. All right, cool. It was none of those things. We had a Portuguese and a Dutch flag and it was in the UK. Yep, makes a lot of sense. An international area? Actually, what was that? Now that we can look. It's Aberystwyth. It's Aberystwyth. Aberystwyth. I can't do it. I can't do it. Wales mentioned. Mentioned. Ooh, I saw something. I saw this. The thing. Aberystwyth. Okay, Aberystwyth. Flags threw me off. Yeah, flags threw me off too. This is probably Southeast Asia, huh? Hey, man, what's going on? What's up? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Asia or India from the trike. Agree. And Malawi. Oh, got language. Gonna sneeze. Chew. No, we have this, which I think we said was Thai, right? Look kind of like Thai. Yeah, I think last time that was Thai. Didn't look like that. Let's go Thailand. Right here. It's Sri Lanka. That's all right. Okay. Oh, baby. Thing Japan. Okay, not only Thing Japan. We're in Hokkaido. Nope, this is Hokkaido. Straight up, this is Hokkaido. 100% this is Hokkaido. Cow cross the street, warning. Nope, Hokkaido. It's Hokkaido. All day, every second. It is specifically somewhere over here. You want to know how I know? This is one of the few meta things I know. This sign is always in Hokkaido. Yep, that's the Hokkaido sign that I mentioned before. Also, you know, we knew it was Japanese just from looking at it. So, what's going on? Crusade? Wait, what's going on YouTube? What's going on YouTube? No way! Hey, what's up? I didn't know I had that feature on the YouTube side. Is this a Crusade right here? Rudes, is that you? I didn't know I even had raids on the YouTube side. I'm multi-streaming. What's going on, everybody? Welcome in. Welcome in, everyone. What's going on? Hi. My name is Sclimbo from Sock's VTubing agency. I'm going to be honest. I think this is my second ever raid on the YouTube side, Ruse. So thank you so much for coming in. What were you up to? What were you up to over there? Welcome in, everybody. My name is Sclimbo from Sock's agency, certified self-improvement VTuber and little guy. I'm from Sock Agency. We're a cool VTuber agency, and I run a gym in real life. On Thursdays, we usually do a fitness and nutrition discussion where I answer fitness questions and stuff like that. And then some other stuff too. So we're doing GeoGuessr today. We're having fun over there. Welcome in, everybody. Sorry, I'm kind of I'm confused. I'm like, YouTube end, Twitch end, what's going on? But thanks for the follows, everybody. Welcome in. I did get one YouTube raid before from Komiyama Ambrose, ever. But I think that was back during debut, so it's been like 6 months. So thank you so much for coming in, everybody. You're doing Subnautica? Oh, that's scary. Wait. Ruse was doing Subnautica? Aren't Ruse in horror games? Huh? How was that? That must have been something. I'll have to watch that VOD. Sounds cool. Yeah, welcome in, everybody. Yeah, we're just doing some GeoGuessr right now. We know we're in Hokkaido. Playing Thalassophobia Simulator, I'd be so scared to play that, Ruse. Oh my god. I know it's gonna have to happen at some point, but I'm shaking too. Not great. Even jumping in the water in Sea of Thieves is a little too much for me sometimes. I'm like, ooh. But thank you so much for coming in, Ruse. I hope you had a good stream. Get your protein, get your rest, and all that good stuff. You got to raid and run, feel free. But I appreciate that. I don't know, is that the terminology? Is raid the terminology on the Twitch end too? I'm actually not sure. I'm not sure. Also, thank you for the follows on Twitch. We actually just hit 4K on Twitch from that, so thank you so much. You did really well. I'm proud of you, buddy. But glad to see you over here. Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're doing GeoGuessr. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm bad at GeoGuessr. I do know a couple things. I'm not really good at GeoGuessr meta, so we're kind of just doing like latitude type stuff with climate and architecture guess and language guessing. I don't know the meta, but the one meta thing I do know is that road sign means we're in Hokkaido. And we saw kanji also. So yeah, both those things. A redirect. Okay, redirect is the term. Got it. Writing that down. I'm new to the YouTube side of things. I'm doing my best there. So as an agency, like those of us at Socks are primarily on the Twitch side, but we all multi-stream for the most part. So we get both going on here. You got to leave the forest eventually. Hey, the forest is an awesome place. I love the forest too. Big fan. I usually go out for walks in the forest like every morning. I run around in the woods a lot. They kind of like let me out for like enrichment time. You know, my agency opens the door and I can run around in the forest a little bit, but only every once in a while. And thank you for all the follows, everyone. All right, so here's where we're at. We're in Hokkaido. We have a sign that says cow cross a street warning. Very true, by the way. Somewhere in Hokkaido. Now, because we're playing worldwide GeoGuessr, any guess in Hokkaido is going to be pretty close. But I might have a shot here because, like I've explained to my chat before, I do a lot of travel stuff and like backpacking. And I've actually backpacked across every prefecture of Japan. So I've been to a lot of places in Hokkaido. If I see a town or city name, I might be able to figure things out. Free range VTuber. You could say that. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm so glad to see you all here. Did you go to the Cat Island? I didn't go to the Cat Island, Tux. I didn't. I'm sorry. All right, what's over here? Ando Farm now, just a local farm. Looking for a street sign. Ooh, actually, this might help. Right over here. Big sign, lock in. Central Akan. I know exactly where we are. Watch this. Here's Akan Mashu National Park right here. We must be near like Rikubetsu or Tsubetsu. Bada boom. Bada bing. 36 kilometers. Let's go. That's how we do it. Wanted to go there and adopt a tuxedo cat since you heard about it. He'll be a little tux and he'll be big tux. Aw, that's cute.
Enter.
Also, thank you for all the enters, everybody. I'm not used to it just going enter. Okay, now, unfortunately, the Japan buff is gone because we're in the middle of grass land. Grass and stuff. Also, anybody in chat, you're welcome to help if you know. We kind of do this as a community, so you can guess too if you want, and I will 100% take credit for it. I'll 100% be like, yeah, good idea, and then guess it myself, and then we'll win. Together. That's the plan. All right, we got cars. Doesn't tell us much. We got a parking lot. Also doesn't tell us much. And unfortunately, they do blur out the license plates, but there's a little blue to the side there. It looks like an EU license plate to me. Kind of like the Chow Garden game. Yo, you talking about Bobo Bay? They needed to nerf me. Yeah, I'm too good. I'm too strong. Well, okay, so here's the problem. In Japan, you'd think I'd be good at Japan GeoGuessr because I spent a lot of time there. It's really hard. Because the problem with Japan, as I explained towards the beginning of stream, right? Most people in Japan live in the big cities. And 70% of Japan's mountainous. So outside of the cities, Everything looks very similar. When you get a rural area in Japan, you're just kind of cooked. Backseating allowed? Oh yeah, please backseat. So what we normally do here is we look at architecture, we look at language, and we look at climate, because I don't know the meta. Looks like, yeah, it does very confused. Looks like anywhere, kind of. Looks like anywhere. Architecture-wise, I think we're in Europe. Maybe Central Eastern Europe. Maybe Central Eastern Europe. See if we can find any signs anywhere. Yeah, I like Europe. Europe's feeling good. Europe's feeling good. What do we got over here? Hotel F1. Does look pretty, yeah. No tracksuits yet. Oh, language. Renove. A partir D. Oh, that's a euro. Okay, so we have a euro. And renove. That French, is it? Sometimes French can be hard to differentiate for me. Some people look at the sun. Yeah, France. Is it French? It might be French. Someone on a walk, it has to be Germany. They're walking across the whole country. Let's see if we can get another sign. Looks like there's some more up here for French. Oh. Add cyber hotel, restaurant, Vietnamese. Okay, so that's like Vietnamese, but sorry, I'm scared of vegetables. That's Vietnamese, but in like a different language. In French, we want to say? Okay. Let's assume French and try and find out where we are. I don't know France very well. A partir day in French. Something French, maybe France, Belgium. France bordering Germany, Astian. Okay. Like France bordering Germany. Oh, well, of course we're in the United States. There's a McDonald's here. That's my home turf right there. It can only be that. Belgium, maybe? Ooh, what's this?
Enter.
Campanile. Nature! Terrace, Salad. Yeah, okay, this is French. I guess we just gotta sling France somewhere. I mean, we know the country, so that's pretty good. I always go middle when I don't know. All right, closer to Andorra. Is that Toulouse? It is Toulouse. Quebec, though? Whoa! Okay, easy. This might be easy, actually. This looks really cool, by the way. This looks like maybe North Sea. Maybe... Okay. When you get weird architecture in places like this, it's usually either like Nova Scotia, Iceland, Denmark, or Greenland. Or Canada. Here we have... Oh, never mind. I'm very wrong. This is South America. And if we have mountains like this in South America, that's the Andes, right? So maybe down here? Yeah, Argentina or Chile. I think so. And the coast is northwest. Well, we're in a bay, clear. Chile. Yeah. Look at those snow mountains, too. We got to be down real south. I'm going to go right here in Argentina. Very tip. Okay, not bad. Not bad. We will take that to the bank. What do we got here? It's languages, side of road, all that good stuff. Okay, right side driving. Right side driving. And what else do we have here? Don't recognize that. Seen a flag on the ship? Oh, you got a flag? Is that a Lada? Wait, you saw a Lada? Might be a Lada. A Lada is a type of car they used to make in the Soviet Union. I'm familiar with that. I can't tell if it's a Lada. I don't know my cars very well, though. Might be Russian speaking because of the street sign. Oh, did we see Cyrillic somewhere? Yep. Okay. Okay. That's good. How'd you know that? Well, you know, there's some information. The Sclim gets around. The Sclim might know what a Lada is. You only have 3 bars in the guy crossing the street? Sure. I was not paying attention. My attention span's very low, and my IQ goes down when I stream significantly. Russian on the sign, Eastern European. Yeah, we did see some Cyrillic. So, I know a Lada. No, Lada. It's like the car. I think it's called Lada. Like a type of car. What is that currency? P. Somebody might know what currency that is, and that would tell us probably what country we're in, or region at the very least. You're making an awful pun. That's so fair. Yeah, I do know a Lada. Oh, I get it, Tux. Yeah. A Lada. Yeah, I see where you're... I'm picking up what you're putting down. I don't know what the P is. It's Russian? Okay, straight up. Is that what rubles denote is? .net. Yeah, it's rubles. Okay, so we're just in Russia. Unfortunately for us, it's kind of a big place. It's kind of a a little big to be a hundo. What do we do about that? You want to say southern Russia near the Caspian? I like how granular you're getting. That tells me you know something there. That tells me you know something there. Russia might be a bit big. Let's go Russia down by Georgia, maybe? Wait, which one's the Caspian? I forget. Which one's the Caspian? One of the stand countries or not? No, I mean, it could be Azerbaijan, but no, normally like when you see like Georgia, Azerbaijan, you could see the mountains from there. You could be thousands of miles off and it's Russia. Let's just sling Russia closer to Ukraine. Nope. It's Caspian's the big lake. Thanks. Yeah, people tend to cluster. True. Okay, what is that architecture? Architecture. Ooh, sign. Close to Finland, yeah. Damn, okay. Again, we have Cyrillic. The two things that are difficult is when you see Cyrillic or when you see Spanish. Because, you know, there's whole, like, all of this is Spanish, and unless it's Brazilian Portuguese, it's really hard to find out. Hey, thanks for the raid, Win. What's going on? How's it hanging, Win? Thank you so much, Raiders. Good to meet you. My name is Sclimbo from Sock's VTubing Agency, certified self-improvement VTuber. And we're doing some GeoGuessr right now. How are you? What were you up to? What were you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. Good to meet you. Win raid to peak VTuber male. There are many VTuber males. I am but just one of them. So actually, for those of you who came in with the ruse raid and you don't know the lore, so I am what we consider the primordial male VTuber. So there's a male VTuber factory, you see, and we're all made there. And when you become a true male VTuber, you kind of forget what we all used to be, but we all used to be Sclimbo. So maybe even Ruse 2 was a Sclimbo, who knows? But my goal is to evolve into a true male VTuber. That's my goal. So we're working towards it. That's why I look like this. I just, you know, I'm a little underbaked. I escaped the factory a little bit early because I wanted to explore the world. I think there was a sign pointing towards St. Petersburg. If it's Cyrillic plus Latin, good chance it's Serbia. Ooh, that's good to know. Oh, interesting. Bruce for sure once was a Sclimbo. I wouldn't even doubt it. Don't put me in the easy bake, no. But what's going on, Wim? What were you up to? Hope you had a good stream. Get your protein, get your rest. Appreciate the raid. We're playing some GeoGuessr. You're already peak Sclimbo. Oh, thank you. It's a peak performance. Performance of some kind. Absolutely. Oh, crap. All right. So we said near St. Petersburg again, right? Let's just throw it there. Yeah, there was a ruse raid on the YouTube side, Aoda. On the YouTube side. I forgot about YouTube rating because like I usually don't have people on the YouTube side. Like I never redirect over there or anything. Maybe I should start doing that. Yeah, there was a ruse raid on the YouTube side. Von Steinweg. Okay, well, probably Germany. Austria. Here. Beautiful sky. World's so pretty. Von Ellerbach. Weg. That's probably Way, right? Weg is probably Way. Von Ellerbach Way. We're in Germany. Do we think it's southern Germany again? We've been getting a lot of southern Germany. The architecture does look similar. Yeah, Weg is Way. Okay. I think southern Germany's a real good bet here. Let's just throw it. We'll go down near Stuttgart. 53 kilometers, not bad. Ooh, single lane bridge, huh? Definitely countryside. This could be US. Never mind. It's kilometers. UK? Oh, right side driving. Okay. Mega Pro Garage. I do cheat a little bit. I look around, you know? It's all about learning. I think the reason why I like playing GeoGuessr so much is you get to learn things from it. Just by looking at languages and architecture, you end up learning a bunch of fun facts. Yeah, the Europe special. We really are. We're getting a lot of Europe back to back. Okay, we got a language here. It's French again? Sure is. Although, I don't know where. Bardal. Like a racing company. I think I've heard of them before, maybe. Bardal. Well, nice thing about France is it's not too big, so you can kind of get good points just by guessing anywhere. Like, we still get 4,100 points out of that. Very French. Ooh. Okay. Interesting. Does that have a website somewhere? It might, honestly. Oh, this is actually tough. Okay, so we have kilometers. Okay, okay. So this is Hindi or Tamil, right? It's Hindi, Tamil, or Thai. It's hard sometimes for me to tell them apart because I don't know them. Where's the sun at? That's actually a really good question. I forgot about that meta. Looks like it's kind of overcast though. Oh, there it is. Sun is in the west. Sun is in the west. Sanskrit? I think it's Hindi, right? Hindi. Tamil's more curvy. Okay, good to know. So we're Hindi. So that's what? India, Sri Lanka, and is that Bangladesh too? Somewhere in here. It's really hard to guess that though. That's also a very big country. See if we can find a kind of rural too. Maybe we can find a sign and cheat a little bit as a treat, you know, like as a little treat. Actually, this might help. What do we got here? Ads. Can't read it. Bangladesh is a different TypeScript. I need to learn that one so I can like actually recognize it. Let me throw, it looks a little jungly. Let me throw near Nagpur. It is absolutely over the border in Bangladesh. Darn. Close to the south and near Myanmar. Yeah, I should have taken more time on that one. Well, we're in Japan. We have... that's Mount Fuji. That's just Mount Fuji. And this says Idehaku? Idehaku? Or Ideboku. Right, Boku. I didn't see my little B markers right there. My bad. Ideboku farm. And we are on the... Fuji is to our northeast. It is funny when you turn and see literally just Mount Fuji. That is pretty good. Literally just Mount Fuji. Okay, so here's Mount Fuji. It is to our northeast, which means we're actually in Gotemba, a place where I've spent actually a lot of time. So yeah, if this is exactly northeast, right? Oh no, northeast. Never mind, I'm wrong. Nambu. Wrong direction. Wrong direction. It's Fujinomiya, Hayakawa, or Nambu. I'm gonna go Nambu. 11 kilometers. Nice. Organic Japanese milk. I will say the dairy cows in Hokkaido put out some real good ice cream. That's some good ice cream up there. We did really good on that one with help. 2100. That's like the best score we've had so far. Big help on that one. Is that is wait, that's Hebrew. Kyria's Joel. This is Israel, I think. That's Hebrew, right? Yeah. Yeah. Straight up. Straight up. That one's easy to recognize. All right, Israel's luckily also small, so let me just go like Jerusalem. You get your west and east backwards too? Yeah. Oops. Wait, it's New Jersey. No. It actually kind of was. Wait, we got super baited there. I didn't realize. We got baited so hard. Oh my God. It was a trap. We saw it. Listen, okay, maybe we shouldn't have jumped to conclusions, right? There are absolutely big populations in New York and New Jersey that use Hebrew. Oops. Oops. Where was that actually? That is... Oh, that's actually what the place is called. Oh, wow. Huh. Yeah, Hasidic neighborhood bait. We got baited. All right. Is that the Hamptons? It might have been close. Actually, Hamptons are North New York, I think. I think that might have been a little more east. What is this? Look at those mountains. Okay, that's a really big mountain here. And that's to our southeast. First guess, given Caucasus, it might be Caucasus, could also be Andorra. French-Spain border, Andorra. Let's take a look at some of the architecture, though. All right, we have mountains. Are we completely surrounded? No, it looks like northeast, east, southeast, south. Oh, wow, we're kind of in a bowl then. Like a semicircle. Andorra. Look at the architecture. Actually, this doesn't look familiar at all. It does look a little European, though. Maybe it is Andorra. This could also be Georgia, actually. I think Caucasus might be a good call. This could be Azerbaijan or Georgia, for sure. The problem, though, here's the problem. If you look at those mountains, right, they're pretty exactly north. So it's hard to have them to our south, too, unless we're on the other side. But then they're also on the north. So I guess it could be like in this semicircle. But there's nowhere here. Too big a valley for Andorra. Ours look French. If they look French to you, maybe it is Andorra. It is. Too big a valley for Andorra. It's just weird that the mountains are north and also south. Yeah, looking for a website. The websites always do help because you get the okay, the big mountains northeast in the Pyrenees. Let me go Andorra. Okay, it wasn't Andorra. It was on the Swiss border. That was the Alps. That was the Alps. We were not far off though. We'll take that to the bank. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He got Spanish. But Oxente, O-X, that's usually Mexico, right? Because that's like derived from, that's derived from, Mayan or Aztec. The O-X, it's like Oaxaca. So we might actually just be in Mexico. But I might be stretching. I might be stretching. There's a big possibility I'm stretching. Straight up Mexico? I'd like to believe it's straight up Mexico. Looks like a port city, maybe. The blue and stuff. We go Mexican port city. Merida, Monterrey. Maybe Monterrey, actually. Ooh, it was Brazil. Oh, it was Brazil. Brazil's big. When in doubt, it's Brazil. Just like VTuber. We should use the VTuber formula on this too. Because in VTuber, whenever we don't know where something's from, it's Brazil every time. Maybe we should do that here too. If it's Spanish and we don't know where it is, it's Brazil. That might be the new meta. All right, what do we got here? This again looks like Eastern Europe. We're getting a lot of Eastern Europe. It feels weighted towards it. Yeah, I think the fences really do it for me, right? The fences and then the houses definitely feel Eastern Europe. Here we got here. Got some language up here. Language spotted. Yep. Yep. Sure is. Sure is. The only problem is it's hard to get like a more granular than that. So maybe we just sling. Yeah, Cyrillic spotted. Let me go Croatia now. Maybe let's go like in here. Slovenia, Croatia. Or what about Moldova? What about Moldova? Do they use Cyrillic? I don't know. No, they don't maybe. Yeah, I'm just going to put it over. I'll put it over here. We'll go Croatia. Just straight up Russia. You know, the easy answer is probably the right one, huh? Yeah, just Russia again. Moldova sometimes is a treat. Refac. Oh, we have highway sign. We have, sign over here. Is that a billboard? Billboards give us information. Bodegas! Precaution, all in core parse. Okay, yep. Spanish. Got Spanish. Have bodega mentioned. And climate-wise, it actually looks pretty green, but not deserty. But it's not jungle either, and it's also not mountains yet. San Pedro. Zacatenco. Is this also Mexico? Enough rats in this bodega. Bodega rat mentioned? Pretty flat, yeah. San Pedro, I feel like Zacatenco. The multiple flags. Spanish we don't know. Brazil. You have a good... Yeah, Dustin, you have a good point. But this time, I don't know. Whenever I see moped, I think Spanish, so Philippines. That's actually a fair guess. I think the usual indicator of Philippines is there's a lot of blue roofing and blue tarps in the Philippines. It makes it pretty easy to guess. This is the border? Global Park. Querétaro. Yeah, I think this is actually just Mexico. In which case, let me go like outside Mexico City. It's 110 kilometers. Let's go. We're getting there. We're learning things. PN. Again, looks European. Lisboa, Ferreira, Lisboa. Baja, Alvito. Venezuela? All caps Venezuela. Someone says Portugal. Hold on. These are places, though. These are places. Lisbon in Portugal. Yes, Lisbon is in Portugal. Blue tarps, they just spawn. the Filipino blue tarps spawn? They spawn there? I saw a flag in Flinch. Ferreira, so northern Italy. I actually don't know my northern Italy, but Lisboa. Lisboa might be different than Lisbon. Lisboa. Oh, hey, Flops, what's going on? Welcome in, Flops. What's happening? Welcome in, Raiders. We got a raid on the Twitch side. Welcome in, flops. My name is Sclimbo, for those who don't know me, from Socks VTubing Agency. I almost said Salt VTubing Agency because I got a follow from Salt. Thanks for the follow, by the way, Salt. Welcome, everyone. Self-Improvement VTuber. We're playing GeoGuessr. Flops, what are we up to? Hope your stream went well. Get your protein, get your rest, all that good stuff. We're guessing. And backseating is welcome. Enter, everybody. Welcome in. Hey, flops, what's going on? Yeah, maybe it is North Italy. We're looking for where is Lisboa. That's like a place I've seen before for sure. But it's not Lisbon, I don't think. I think it's, yeah, Lisboa and Ferraria. It does feel like Northern Italy. Let's guess against better judgment. Ooh. Don't tell me that was actually, yeah, it was. That's just how they say it. Oh no. Make it a VR chat world and went really well. Nice. VR chat's really fun. I should, I mean, I have a 3D model. I should do more. Boston's Fine Meat. Scotch Pie Awards. Yeah, it's got it. Yeah, we're in. When's the English name? I see. Welcome to, yep, IRN International. That's, China Palace. Oh, yeah. It's Scotland. Hey, Crab, what's going on? How's it hanging? What's happening? Good to see you, Crab. The White Swan Hotel. Okay, we're in Scotland somewhere for sure. I mean, this is Scotland of Scotland, right? But where? Easy Scotland. But there's a lot of Scotland. I'm sure we can find the name of the town. It feels like it's, yeah, okay. It feels like it's always on everything. This is John Scotland. Really is. Really is. gunsandfishing.co.uk. Oh, it's Berwickshire. There we go. Berwickshire. Don't know where that is. Welsh? Wait, is it Welsh, actually? Did we get baited? Having food poisoning and no running water is granting me a new appreciation of fresh food. It's funny you say that. I had food poisoning 3 hours ago, Crab. We had to take an early ad break for reasons. It's Irish? Oh, no. I mean, to be fair, I think Berwickshire feels pretty English, huh? Okay, we're getting a little confused then. Because we think it's Scottish. It's an Irish website. Welsh and Sun on the sign, but the name is Berwickshire. It's a, yeah, the streamer of the people. It's everywhere. As a Brit, you abstain. I think Berwickshire is actually in England, right? Like, I think I've seen it before. I think it's in here somewhere. Oh, well, it's not too big, right? We can just put it in the middle and split the difference. All right, yeah, it was up near Edinburgh. Gaventon, near there. Whoa, okay. Belik Tutmak Suya Germek. Forgive my pronunciation. That? We got kilometers. Oh. Percat. I think this is actually Turkey. It's Turkey. I was about to say, I think this is actually the Middle East. Like Asia in this area. And it sure was. It sure was. Turkey. Percat. That's a place. As usual, I don't know where. How are we getting so many Turkey things? I think that this map is really stacked towards Eastern Europe and Turkey. We might want to do a different community map. Should I try Japan again? Should I embarrass myself on Japan again? You know, it's been a while. It's been a couple hours. Let's embarrass myself on GeoGuessr Japan. That's my favorite thing to do of all time. Because I want to be good at it. I really do. I should. Azerbaijan or Turkey before the Crescent Star jump scare? Yeah. I think Balanced Japan is what we want. Japan 2? There's a sequel? Okay, yeah, 25,000 locations. All right, let's do it. Be free. Thing Japan. It's time for Thing Japan. Yeah, Kirkhat is the guy from Homestuck. I mean, Ruz would know. Ruz would know. I mean, I've heard that. Oh, wait, no, he doesn't like Homestuck, right? VTuber is embarrassing themselves is what they're about. Very true. Thing Japan. Thing Japan. So this is the Japan problem. Like I said, it's, they kind of just look like this. And unless you read kanji, it's really hard to differentiate sometimes. Secret special Japan that tourists aren't allowed in. Hey, Almontis, what's up? I love When Homestuck. When Homestuck? All right, so I can read hiragana and katakana to some extent. Cannot read any kanji. Even then, it doesn't help sometimes. Even then, it doesn't help sometimes. We got a nice plane here, though. Kyoto for 1,000. Kyoto is always a good guess, but what I really do in Japan usually is just cheat and find a road sign and then see if I've been there. It's really hard otherwise. It's so hard. Listen, I'm allowed to cheat a little bit. Okay, we do have cherry blossom. Or is that... Oh, it's cherry blossom. Plains, huh? Yeah, this really is the issue. When you get into this and just have no signs, you're kind of cooked. You're already in a different town. Yeah, I know. Kanji is the worst part of language, make it a lot easier to understand. I think knowing kanji, it's given kind of Kyoto. So again, like the tough part about Japan is like, this is just kind of what any rural area looks like. So this could as well be like the middle of Okayama for all we know. It is kind of flat though. You have a good point. Japan ones do hit different. You know what? Actually, this is kind of flat. Plains. So plains in Japan are usually Tokaido Sanyo, but it'd be more built up, right? Toyama, but we'd see the Alps. And I think it's too mountainous in here because all of this is mountain, like right on the border, basically. It is Inaka. Yeah, it could be Tohoku, could be Kyushu. Could be Kyushu Plains. Out here near Kusa. What are the odds of Hokkaido? It can always be Hokkaido. I think we would have seen the sign by now, though. Hold on, let's look at a crossing and see if we can see any Hokkaido tech. Some Hokkaido tech. You know what, actually? I feel like I haven't seen those street signs in particular many places other than Hokkaido. Keigo, I aim for consumption using my foreigner privilege. Yeah, I speak a derivative of Japanese known as Neander Hongo. I've explained this earlier. It's like how a Neanderthal would speak Japanese, where I don't use the proper conjugations and I just string words together in sentences. I do my best, all right? I only have like 5 months. Street sign lore? Yeah, I think that's actually... This could be Hokkaido. Isn't Sendai known for rice production? There's a lot of places in Tohoku that are. So anywhere in here, really. Let me go like Akita, down here. Literally Chiba. Somehow that's directly outside Chiba. It's really hard. It's really hard. It turns from mountains and like rural to city really fast too. You gotta nod and repeat the last thing the person said. Yeah, some Naruhodos, you know? Just thinking about how you can't see any dang mountains. Yeah, somehow Chiba. You know what's really embarrassing too? The one place I didn't go in Japan was down the Chiba Peninsula. I went everywhere else. Even Okinawa, even eastern Hokkaido, Akan, Kushiro, everywhere. Didn't go to the Chiba Peninsula. And it keeps coming back to bite me. It keeps coming back to bite me. Yeah, so this, yeah. Always comes back to bite me. And once again, ooh, hold on. Wait a minute. That's a palm tree right there. Tells us a little bit about climate. This could be Kyushu. Now, this could be Kyushu. You've only been to Tokyo and Kyoto. Haven't been to any of the other islands. Listen, I think that, personally, you've probably seen YouTube videos about this. I really think that Shikoku's underrated. I really think Shikoku's super underrated. Also, welcome in Raiders. Ribbit, what's going on? What's going on, Ribby? What's happening? The Frugatitos are here. What's going on, everybody? Welcome in. For those who don't know me, as always, my name is Sclimbo from Socks Agency. Certified self-improvement VTuber. I own a gym in real life. If you need help with fitness or nutrition, I'm your guy. What's up? Well, welcome in. What are you up to? Welcome, Raiders. Hope you had a good stream. If you got a raid and run, feel free. Everyone forgets Shikoku. Shikoku is so cool. It's so cool. So, you know, they are having a problem there where a lot of people are leaving because there's not a lot of opportunities in Shikoku. There's not good train lines or anything like that. But if you really want to experience like really out there isolated Japan, Shikoku is one of the best places ever. Kotori might have the least people for a prefecture, but Shikoku I think feels the most isolated, especially in the Iya Valley in here. It's like really crazy. Just walking along gorges for 4 hours. Little towns are so cool. Living the Tomodachi addiction. Oh yeah, I love Tomodachi life. I should have a Switch 2 coming pretty soon. My community was nice enough to fund one for me, which I'm very thankful for. And that should be coming soon, but it's been processing for like 10 days. So I'm really hoping Throne kicks that one out sometime soon. Okay, where were we? Right, we were thinking this is maybe Kyushu because of the palm tree. I don't think it's Okinawa. Usually you can tell if it's Okinawa just looking at the foliage. Just taking a look at the foliage. You know what? I guess just somewhere in Kyushu, right? Maybe Beppu? Okay, so that was actually on Lake Biwa. Okay. I've thrown my hands up. This is why Japan's hard. This is why Japan's hard. Just give me a sign, please. Lumbodachi Street. Yeah, I have seen a lot of people making Sclimbos on their Tomodachi. You know, especially Malfi. Malfi especially. Yeah, this is the life of playing GeoGuessr Japan. Is just getting bodied really, really hard all the time, forever. Like, what do you even guess? What do you do about this? Where it's like, all right, where are we? Somewhere. I remember one time when I was playing GeoGuessr, it was the funniest drop ever because they dropped me in Mongolia, and actually the view that they gave me was, it was completely flat and the same color in every direction with no road signs. And it was like they dropped me off Earth. I was like, oh, okay. The absolute middle of nowhere. Got it. Hey, what's up, Kuro? Yes, somewhere near Tokyo, be right 50% of the time. Well, so this is what we were talking about earlier. The tricky part about Tokyo is Tokyo Prefecture actually does extend all the way here into the mountains. So there are areas of Tokyo, quote unquote, that look incredibly rural. Because it on the Ome line, it's really out here. Japan's wild because you're a stone throw away from Tokyo. It looks like God's most rural area. Yeah, exactly. You're in the middle of nowhere. Miyagi? Miyagi is here, correct? Miyagi, yeah. Miyagi, mate. Let's go Miyagi. I like it. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. Japan's so hard. I swear this is hard mode. I swear this is hard mode. I don't know if I've seen any country harder than Japan, because other countries, like, there's at least a little bit of differentiation sometimes in, like, climate. And there is in Japan too, right? Like, Japan likens a lot to the US East Coast, where the climate of, like, Hokkaido is a lot like Maine, and the climate of, like, you know, Kagoshima and down there is a lot like Georgia in the US. So the climate does vary, but it just looks so similar without road signs a lot of the time. My bad. Hey, no problem, Lime. No problem. No, I didn't have a guess. Everyone is welcome to guess. We're not playing competitively. This is just for fun. Points do not matter. We're just trying to learn here. Were these places chosen to not have signs? They might, honestly. Like, balance Japan. Okay, we do have a train track. That's a good sign. Local train. Local train. Japan 2, hard mode. It really is. It really is. You know what? Let me maybe find another Japan map. Let me back out really embarrassingly and give up. Find an easier Japan map. Teehee. Japanese landmarks. Wait, is this just like famous places? Oh, okay. I can do this probably. Wow. Yeah, I can do this. Wait a second. No, this is the Panasonic Tower. This is Odori Park in Sapporo, actually. Unless I'm crazy. Let me just make sure I'm not mixing it up with something else. Nope, this is Odori Park. Yep. Odori Park. I have spent time here. If I get this wrong, it'd be embarrassing. There it is. Okay, Odori Park. Which side is... I almost got debated turn one. It took me a sec. Oh my god, a lot of raids today. Zeru, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. By the way, 900 meters. We take that. Immediately Tokyo Tower Mimic. See, they're trying to get me, but they can't get me. I've been these places. They can't get me. Welcome in, Raiders. Zeru, hope you had a good stream. Thank you so much for coming in. Hope you had a good one. Okay, Forested. We have a Goda style thing here. I don't think I've been here. I don't think I've been here. This could be at Nara. This could be at... Actually, it also looks a lot like a place at Sendai. Are there any informative things? Hope you had a good stream, Zero. What were you up to? Push. Oh, it's blurry. No! Blurry. I want to say... whatever this is, I haven't been here. And I can't read kanji. That would tell us right here, but I can't read that. Suddenly, Forced Mood of Endor. Yeah, kinda. Like Dark Souls 2, nice. You know, it's the only Souls game I haven't played. I really got to do a playthrough of that sometime. That could be a lot of fun. That could be a lot of fun. Yeah, I can't read it, so we're just going to throw out and say, where would this be? Okay, Hakuro Yama. Don't know where that is, unfortunately. I'm going to guess this is Kansai in general. You can Google Translate. It's just for fun and learning, honestly. I'm going to say that this is somewhere in Kansai. Nope, absolutely not. That was... You know what's embarrassing too? I stayed in Tsuruoka. Only passing through. I didn't go here, but I've stayed there, which is kind of... Oh, the darkness. It's just food. Maybe not. Should tell us where it is, actually. Yes. Yeah, I didn't get to go this year, and I'm really sad. I'm like getting mad withdrawal because usually I go every. PS2 is your first Souls game, lives in your heart even if it's contentious. Yeah, I'm like excited to play it because I played most of the others. Like I played Dark Souls 1, 3, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, and then the remake of Demon Souls. But okay, you know, take a look here. So this mountain. Still live. Yeah, we're kind of going long today, Ori. What's up? You're employed now, so you can't catch streams as often? Hey, no problem, Ori. I appreciate you. Hope you're having fun at your job. Google translates as pot mouth. So this isn't Fuji, but I actually think that this mountain range is two thoughts. This is either the mountain range right around here, Tohoku, like near Daisen. I think it's right around here. Or this is the Mutsu one, right on the coast here. And I'm leaning Mutsu because I know it looks really rocky and weird like this. So let me actually go Mutsu. Nope. Embarrassingly wrong. Whoa, whoa. Don't open Google Maps. Don't do that. That would be bad. Gotta go. Thought I'd pop in. Have a wonderful stream. Zeru, have a good time. Thank you so much for coming by. Get your rest. Appreciate you. Kyushu Volcano. Nah, it was something in Tohoku. New Ginger Museum. Don't know where that is. Otherwise, it looks like a normal road. Yeah, that was close. I know, heart attack. I think it only opens to like the place in Japan, but I did have one time a long time ago when I was in the VTuber factory. There was a time where I clicked a broken Google Maps link while live and it zoomed directly to my neighborhood. And I was like, oh, like instant docs. But nobody saw. It's fine. It was covered up. It was successfully covered up. Tochigi. Yeah, I gotta be really careful on Google Maps. It's scary. All right, so the new Ginger Museum was supposed to be our landmark. No idea what that is. Let's find a sign. We can probably just go based on city here. Be like, yeah, this is the souvenir. Did I miss it? Up. Ooh, okay. Oh, it's Tochigi. Never mind. Oh, somebody said that, didn't they? I thought that was the last one, but I guess that was this. Tochigi is right over here. And this is Central Tochigi. Tochigi. And is there a Tochigi city? Because Utsunomiya is the capital, right? Oh, here it is. Yeah, it was a little scary. It was a little scary. It was a little cry a lot. This immediately is BA or Furano. This is also, it's taken in the 90s, apparently. This is 100. Wait, no. No? Okay. Okay. This is either going to be perfect or completely wrong. Two places this is. This is either BA right here. So, fun fact, BA and Furano, for Pokemon enjoyers, anyone who's new to the channel here, I'm a huge Pokemon enjoyer. We play it every single week. I'm doing a Nuzlocke through every region back to back as a hardcore Nuzlocke, and if I lose, I go back to the beginning. We lost at the end of Cynthia in BDSP on Monday, but we play every week on Monday. So, Pokemon enjoyers, all to say, BA and Furano are actually what Floroma Town and Sinnoh are based off of. So, this is either that, or I know there's a seaside park in Mito that has blue flowers right over here. Where is it? Or no, is it Hitachi? I think it's Hitachi, not Mito. Like right, is this it right here? Let's say beach. It's one of these two places. It's either BA or Furano, or it's the Mito Hitachi area flowers right here. It's a really hard guess to differentiate. I think this might be this one. I don't think this is the other one. I'm going to go for it. I think this is the Mito one. Let's go! Hitachi Seaside Park. Let's go. We take those landmarks. Yeah, both are landmarks is the problem. Both are landmarks. Both are very well known. All right, now we get a lighthouse. This is probably one of the most points of Japan lighthouses, I imagine. So this is southwest, south. So this might be most southern point of Japan, is my guess. Which means, oh, they started tip to tip here. Did someone say Pokemon? I sure did. I sure did. So I think that's right here, right? Cape Sata? No. Oh, it's most western extent of Shikoku. Wow, never would have got that. Never would have got that. Oh boy. Wait, no, this is... Wait, is this that? Nagasaki. Yep. Okay. Well, it says mayor of Nagasaki, but what I was about to say was in Nagasaki, there's actually an area that's cordoned off because it's where the Dutch traders used to come in. And I thought it might be that based on the architecture. Looks like I'm right. Forget where it is. I think it's right here, right? That? One of these things. Might be this. Oh, pretty close, pretty close. Yeah, the Gunkanjima. Because it's an artificial island they let the Dutch traders come onto and the Portuguese traders. Yeah, so it was like the one area they were allowed to dock and do trade. That's why. It's the Dutch island town too. Yeah. Okay, so we have a little mini castle. And we have some cherry blossoms. Yeah, Huitenbosch. Yeah. Well, I think Huitenbosch is the amusement park. And then Gunkanjima is the Cannon Boat Island Dutch Portuguese thing, I think. Go, Sclimbo, go. We're going. All right, this is one of the castles, a smaller castle that might actually just be a keep. Are we missing the main castle, or is that the main castle? I've been here. I've definitely been here, but been to a lot of castles. So this one might be a little difficult to figure out. This is one of the minor castles, I think. This. The sign? Yeah, unfortunately, I can't read kanji, but you're right. It might be translated, actually. Yeah, that one is not. I can tell you right now. This is not Osaka. No, this is not Osaka. This is not Himeji. This is... Actually, you know what it looks a lot like? There's a castle in Hikone that it looks a little bit like. I'm going to go Hikone. Ooh, no, that was Hirosaki. Never been there. Darn. Oh, with the void. Oh, I know. This is Diver City. Even before it loads, this is Diver City, Tokyo. It's the Gundam. We all know the Gundam. Diver City, Tokyo is here. Yeah, Hirosaki was the last one. Kyoto City, Team Labs, right over here somewhere. Green Park. Male VTubers need to be weebs or little Sclimbo's finally growing. I am. I'm learning. I'm learning. Tokyo Teleport. Can I, please? Tokyo Big Site. It's right around here somewhere because that's the big site. You can get this really close. Well, there's also a Yokohama Gundam, and that one moves. So they took it down, though. But it's like right around here. Yeah, 4 kilometers. Odaiba. We love Odaiba. Odaiba's really cool. Oh, you know, this might be Okinawa. This might be Okinawa. Looking a little Ryukyu here. Oh, yeah, it's looking a little Ryukyu to me. Yep. See, I told you. I told you. So basically, this is cool. Okinawa wasn't part of Japan until the 1800s. It used to be the Ryukyu Kingdom, and their architecture is a little bit different. This is 100% Okinawa. So I don't know where this is, though. I'm going to imagine it's somewhere in Naha, although I didn't go here, and this isn't the castle. So maybe it's not in Naha. It's somewhere else. But I'll go Naha. That's like a reasonable guess. Okay, that was over here. Gotcha. Friend visited Okinawa last year. Apparently there's a pineapple theme park. Yeah, and there's also my favorite place in Okinawa is the American theme park. There's a theme park called, it's near Chitan. And it's near where like the American bases are. And there's an American theme park where it's like what they think America's like. It's really cool. There's some good stuff there though. There's like a Christmas tree like shop. You learned that from your hometown's Ryukyu Karate School? Yeah, the headquarters of what is it? The headquarters of karate, I think, are in Okinawa. I've been there. It's really cool. All right, so this is a bunch of torii gates. And it's snowy too. This is one of the more obscure torii gate things though. This is not, oh god, I've seen this in a video, but I don't remember where it is. This is one of the more obscure torii gate. I think this is in Tohoku. Something. Let me just like throw up here. Yeah, this is not Fushimi Inari. It was up here. And this is inside. Oh god. Okay, well, we're supposed to know this. Hakone. Okay, well, it's Hakone. Ekiden. Well, if it's Hakone, I'm just going to assume that that's not lying to me and go to Hakone. Oh, right. It's the end station. My bad. My bad. Seen some dude go and find abandoned torii gates. This is Sutenkaku. This is in Osaka, and this is what Goldenrod Tower in Goldenrod City, Johto's based on. Near and dear to my heart. I love Osaka. It's my favorite city in Japan. I've spent a lot of time there. Home away from home. And here it is. Love Sutenkaku. 16 meters. We take it. Okay, this is one of the old fancy trains. And I believe this is actually... I think this is the station... Is this Hakodate? No, this is Saga. Saga? Wait, but that says Arashiyama. Is there an Arashiyama in Saga? Because this looks a lot like Hakodate Station, where you get off in... when you get off in Hokkaido. It looks actually exactly like that. And they have old trains there, but it does say Saga. Wait, it's Kyoto? Wait, hold on. Okay, so this is tough because Arashiyama's in Kyoto, but I think this says Arashiyama. And Saga's different. And it also looks like the Hakodate Station. So I'm really confused right now. It's the romance train? Oh, is it Kyoto? Are we sure about that? Because I'm getting mixed messages. Train to Arashiyama. Okay, I must not just be missing it. I walked there. Okay, so Arashiyama. It's just another transliteration. That's fair. That's on the west side. Arashiyama's west side, Kyoto, right on the river. Or here somewhere. Yep, right. Oh, Saga Arashiyama's the station. Ah, I see. I'm gonna sneeze. Give me a sec. I think this is actually just also Arashiyama. I think this is. I actually think this is also Arashiyama, like, but on the river. Phew, excuse me. I think I've gotten this one before. I think this is also it. You have a video recording of the train ride? Nice. Get back. I think this is also, this is embarrassing if I'm wrong, but I think it also is. No, I'm wrong. Oh, where was this? Lake Habara. Lake Akamoto Observatory. Never been up there. The conductor singing? Nice. And we got a coast. This is a point. This is a point. Can't stay one to pop in and say hi and wish you an awesome stream. Thank you, Cinnamon. And thank you for the bless, Des. Thank you for the bless and hydrate. Need a drinky. Blah. Definitely southernmost point. Yeah, you're right. This one's the actual southernmost point. So this must be it. This must be Sada Park. Nope. Southernmost point of Shikoku. They keep doing it to us. Oh, come on. Not again. I don't know what the symbol is. Oh, wait. Our glory was... Wait, why is this in English? Wait, is this Iwo Jima? Look. That's the flag raising. Yeah, this is Marine Corps. Is this just Iwo Jima? I think it is. I don't know where Iwo Jima is. I know it's one of the islands. I don't know where Iwo Jima is, though. It's a big ocean. It's in between Hawaii and here. I don't know where, but it's definitely... This has got to be Iwo Jima. East of Kyoto. Iwo Jima is? Oh, Tokyo. Yeah, okay. So directly east. But it's going to be far. It's going to be a bit. Problem is you have to get like really granular. Yeah, it's definitely Iwo Jima because that's the flag raising mural right there. And that's why it's in English with the Marine Corps sigil. So I'm just going to have to throw it here. Ooh, only 18 points. Well, okay, but finding is kind of hard. I should get a bit for that. This is, I know where this is. This is the park. This is the park. This is in Tokyo. This is right next to Harajuku. Yep, Meiji Jingu. This is directly next to Harajuku Station, like directly across from it. So let me find that. Nakano, Meiji Jingu, right here. It's a great forest walk here. This is... No? Not sure. It's a little bit familiar. But I don't know. Yeah, seeing places I recognize. Yeah, it's like, whoa! That's in Tokyo too. That would make sense. Big park there. One of the parks? If so, I didn't go here. I oopsied it. I didn't know this was Japan. I guess it's an Eastern European Polytechnic Institute. Yeah. Wait, is that Tokyo U? So I was thinking it might be Tokyo U. I'd have to see the gates. Hiroshima? Actually, wait, is this the Hiroshima Memorial? Because there is a memorial. There is a memorial in Hiroshima that has a bunch of statues and there's like an Atlas sky. It might be that, actually. But you thought you saw the dome? Everything does look pretty new. That's how you can tell it's Hiroshima. Hold on, let me see if I can find a statue I recognize or a waterfront. Could be Hiroshima, yeah. I don't think that park was near the water, though. Near the... Yeah, this is Hiroshima. That's the dome. Nope, you're right. That's the bomb dome right there. You're so right. Good call. That is the dome that they left standing. Yep, there it is. Bada boom. I will say, Hiroshima is actually a really, really cool city. So obviously they rebuilt it, right? And it's really nice now. But what's really cool about Hiroshima is there's some really nice mountains right to the north of it that kind of border the city. And you can get up in them and they're really isolated. And you can still see the whole city. It's like a really famous view. It's a really nice night view. Same for Nagasaki, actually. Very nice night view. Highly recommend. We just got this one. It re-rolled it. It re-rolled it. I mean, we know where it is. We don't need to play around. Throw it here. Gundam. Bit of a Gundam moment. Bit of a Gundam moment. One more round. I do have to get going soon. I'm getting really hungry and I've been streaming for... Oh god, are we 5 hours now? Boinks. I've been here. Forget what it is, but I've been here. I remember I have a picture that looks exactly like this. This, actually, I want to say it's Sendai Matsushi. Nope. Nope. It's Atami. Sclimbo, I made you on Tomodachi Life. You look diabolical. Well, thank you, Phantom. I hope I'm doing good over there. I don't know what that is. Wait, is this like... Is this the view they use in Toho films? What operating system do you use? Windows. Windows. I use Sclimdos. Sclimdos 11. I actually don't know where this is. I'm gonna guess because I don't recognize this at all. It might be somewhere I didn't go. Like go over here. Maybe it's like over here. Oh, that was purely just based on the fact that it looked like a northern sea that I hadn't been to. Nice, we'll take that. We'll take that. Holy gamble. Yamaneko Terrace. Don't know this. Not know this. Snowy, though. Sometimes you get lucky. Yamaneko Terrace. Foliage. Purdy. Looking pretty beautiful. New Zealand farm show, bird performance show. I mean, we're in Japan still. Doing northern Japan? Yeah. I mean, a lot of Japan gets foliage, so that's not the best guess because we don't know what season it is. If we knew what month it was, that would help. Like that one time where we guessed based on the fact we saw elections in December and it was foliage. So we're like, okay, we're south enough that it's still foliage in December. That's the only time it's like super helpful. But other than that, this is somewhere well off the train lines. Never even heard of this place. We just go northern. I agree with northern Japan. It's not. It's the middle. That's so sad. Pretty. This looks like Nara. I believe this is Nara in the woods. Nara Park. Right here. Yep. See? Now this is BA in Furano. This is specifically Farm Tomita, I believe. This is for sure right in here. I don't remember where the farm is though, but like in here. It's in between the two. There we go. 7 kilometers. We'll take them. Easy peasy. All right, sweet. All right. I'm going to end things here today because I'm getting really hungry, but I've had a really fun stream. Thanks for coming by, everybody. We are streaming again tomorrow. We stream most weekdays at noon EST on Twitch and YouTube. So Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday usually. So I'll see y'all tomorrow. Free streams. We're going to decide what we want to do later. Might do some Pokemon. I'm thinking about some runs. I had an idea I saw on YouTube of somebody did it in Nuzlocke where they basically got a pack of Pokemon cards and they only used the Pokemon that they pulled in the pack. Sounds kind of fun, so we might do that tomorrow. We'll see. YouTube end. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how to do the raid thing. I've never done it before. How do I redirect you to somebody? I'm not used to having YouTube people. I don't know how to do that. I know how to raid on Twitch. But thank you so much, everybody, for coming in and stuff. Manual raid to someone. Yeah, let's do it manually. Who's on? Who's on the YouTube side? Let's see here. Let me actually look at the YouTube side. Let's see. Who is on the YouTube side? Are any of the stars on right now on YouTube? If anyone's on, I'll go into them. I don't know how to redirect though. I'm gonna Google it. No idea how this works. Wait. Let me see if I can Google it really quick. How to redirect on YouTube. How to redirect on YouTube. Use the live redirect feature in YouTube Studio under the customization tab of your live stream settings. This allows you to send your audience to another channel of your own video. Wait, or someone else. It sounds complicated, you guys. Okay, well, here's what we'll do. Hold on, let me see really quick. Are any of the Hollow Stars streaming right now on YouTube? Or any of the FSP guys? Maybe. Because we could just do it manually. We'll just say everybody go over there, and then we'll end stream. I will find somebody on the Twitch end too. Gotta look at Twitch. Not used to double rating. This is a lot of fun. I appreciate it. Yeah, Twitch is very easy. I just type a command. Apparently, you have to do it in settings of your video in the YouTube side. Looks a little bizarre. So, I don't know. Okay, so Twitch side. Let's see who. Oh, Allie's on. Okay, cool. Allie has moved up her stream time, so we can raid into someone from our agency on Twitch, and then on YouTube. None of the Hollow Stars are live. Okay, I'll see if any of the FS guys are live. Maybe. I don't know many YouTube only streamers. So I'm mostly on Twitch. All right, let me raid Allie, and you know what? YouTube side, I will. Hold on, let me look really quick. Maybe some of the FSP. And nobody in Hollow Stars is live. Okay. Gotcha. Let me see. Seems quite difficult. Yeah, I might need to figure that out some other times. Ash Carriel and Xander for YouTube. Okay, cool. So we'll just do it manually. Everyone head on over to Ash Carriel and Xander when I end on the YouTube side. Hell yeah. The Sclimbo guy's live on YouTube. I hear that. All right, we're gonna raid on Twitch into Allie, and on the YouTube side, we'll manually feel free to head over to Xander and Ash Carriel, everybody. But thank you so much for coming by. I'm glad to meet you, everybody. Hope to see you around. Big love to all the raids and everything today. I'm gonna go eat a pound of ground chicken and work on some YouTube shorts. All right, bye-bye, everybody. This is gonna be Sclimbo out. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I hope you have a good day. Wonderful day. Bye-bye.